Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter did anonymous ritual after war? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Defendo. Hermione shouted. Her wand pointed behind her as she ran as fast as she could. Harry was just a few feet in front of her. Her trusty beaded bag was slamming against her denim-covered thigh. The sun was beating down on them through the trees and she could hear the sound of yells and spells flying from behind her. The footsteps were still a good distance away, but she could hear them getting closer. Crucio. She ducked as a red beam of light flew past her shoulder. Branches were snapping noisily under her worn boots and she could hear members of her unit shouting spells at the Death Eaters and Snatchers chasing them. Excentara. A voice yelled and Hermione winced as the red beam almost hit her in the shoulder. Hermione stopped running and took cover behind a tree. She spun around gracefully and pointed her wand from left to right. Impedimentia, she yelled hoarsely. The turquoise beam of light slammed into her closest opponent, stopping them in their tracks. Hermione breathed a small sigh of relief as she saw there were only 5 more left. They would be fine. Hermione turned her head slightly to the left to make eye contact with Harry as he sent a sectum sempra at another Death Eater. He sent her a slightly manic smile and twisted to the left to avoid a killing curse sent his way. Really, Potter? What is it with you and that damned spell? Drawled a slightly out-of-breath voice to her right. Hermione's head snapped in his direction, breathing another sigh of relief at the sight of Draco, seemingly unharmed. She watched as he sent a blood-boiling hex at another Snatcher, barely flinching at the screams. The Dark Lord wants all 4 alive, a nasally voice shouted. They continued to duel with a group of 3 of Death Eaters, slowly inching towards each other so that Hermione could apparate them away. Hermione quickly palmed a dagger, steadied her breathing, and threw. The dagger found its mark in a Death Eater's eye. Bombarda. Another familiar voice shouted. Hermione watched as the yellow blasting spell was fired at a tree, knocking it onto the remaining Death Eaters. Yes. Theo shouted, doing what looked like a little happy dance, bullseye. Harry was smiling madly in Theo's direction, green eyes blazing with unrestrained adrenaline. Hermione rolled her eyes at their antics, yet she couldn't help the reluctant grin that lifted her lips. A creak sounded somewhere ahead of them. She swiftly grabbed onto all 3 men's arms. It's not safe out here, come on. Draco nodded sharply in agreement. Hermione quickly surveyed their surroundings, looking for anyone they might have missed. Once she was sure there was no one left to track her apparition, she waved her wand and they were gone with a small pop. They let out a collective sigh of relief as they appeared in the abandoned black ancestral home. Grimwald Place was an ugly place littered with dust and dirt. Hermione shivered as the distinct tingle of dark magic sank into her skin. The group of 4 cautiously made their way into the kitchen, wands aloft in their hands. The house was silent, the creak of wood under their feet ominously in the dark hallway. Once in the kitchen, Hermione set her bag and wand on the counter and turned to look at Harry. He had backed Theo into the kitchen counter and was pulling Theo's body tightly to his own. Their lips were connected in a deep kiss and Hermione quickly looked away. She felt like she was intruding on something. She felt Draco step behind her and rest his chin on her shoulder, his arms winding themselves around her thin waist. Hermione closed her eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the deep mahogany scent that seemed to radiate from Draco's very core, no matter how dirty they were. She opened her eyes at the sound of whispering. Theo and Harry were now huddled together on the opposite side of the kitchen, hands interlocking sweetly. What are you 2 whispering about over there? Hermione questioned with one thin brow raised. Harry looked over at Hermione with a guilty look in his eye. She narrowed her eyes at him in return, silently prompting him to tell her what he'd done now. Harry let out a loud sigh and looked to Theo with pleading eyes. Theo let out a snort and shook his head. Harry sighed again. I may have, He scratched the back of his neck sheepishly and looked at the ground. I may have lured the Death Eaters out purposely. Hermione's eyes widened and she felt Draco's chest rumble against her back with indignation. You did what? She hissed at him. Theo stepped in then, a hand held out in a placating gesture. Just wait a minute. Let him explain. Draco grumbled in her ear. Salazar, help us. Okay. Okay. I know it sounds mad. Harry started. Sounds mad? She repeated shrilly. It is mad. But, before Sirius died in our 5th year, he told me about this book. This was our only chance to get it. Harry promptly pulled something from his pocket, waving his wand to enlarge the bag. He started rummaging through it until he hummed and pulled out an old-looking book. He told me about a spell. I'm sure he didn't mean for me to find it and try to use it, but listen to this. Harry was rapidly flipping through the pages. Theo looked extremely nervous next to Harry, glancing from his boyfriend and the book to his 2 best friends and back. His clothes were ripped and dirty, blood staining the muggle jeans and shirt that were a size too large for Theo's too slight frame. His light brown curly hair was matted with dirt and his face was set in a severe frown. Harry, in contrast, had a hopeful smile on his face as he flipped pages rapidly, mumbling words under his breath. He stopped for a moment to look at Draco and Hermione. Sirius told me that there was a book in his family about being born into a different family, in a different time. He and his brother used to talk about it, I guess. You know how much he hated his family. Harry stopped and took a deep breath, looking to Hermione with pleading eyes. It says we have to brew this potion. The ritual isn't really all that specific. Draco scoffed at that and lifted his chin from her shoulder, twining a curl around his finger. He looked at Harry with a scowl. Not specific? Potter? Well, that's comforting. The smile dropped off of Harry's face instantly, his eyes hardening. He straightened his shoulders as green eyes met gray. Well, it's better than this, isn't it? He questioned, gesturing to the desolate designated safe house. At least it's a chance. We're the only ones left, Malfoy, and there are hundreds of Death Eaters. We still don't have the last Horcrux. We've lost. Harry's eyes were wide with despair, his hand clutching Theo's tightly. This is a chance to change everything. It would take a month to brew the potion, we just have to gather the ingredients. And we have a lot of them anyway. But what about the people we'd be leaving behind? Hermione questioned hesitantly, not meeting anyone's gaze. A bitter laugh followed her question. What people? Harry practically hissed. Hermione closed her eyes tightly and took a few deep breaths. Harry was right, they had lost and this was likely their only chance at surviving. She opened her eyes and looked at the thick tome in Harry's hands. How far back will we go? She inquired in a stiff voice. Harry and Theo both winced at that and Harry looked slightly apologetic. I don't know. Draco scoffed again. Later that night, Hermione and Draco were laid together in their bed, naked bodies intertwined softly. Draco's her own. He ran his fingers through her wet curls, brushing them away from her face, fingertips lingering on her cheeks. His other hand was resting tightly on her hip, she could feel his fingers trembling. Her own hands were resting lightly on his chest, moving up and down slowly with each breath. She lovingly traced the Sectum Sempra scars raised on his chest as they sat quietly. What do you think, Granger? Draco questioned softly after a few moments of silence. Fingers brushed her bottom lip tenderly. His piercing gray eyes lingered there for a moment before moving to look her in her eyes. Hermione huffed slightly at the question. What was she thinking? Well, if that wasn't a loaded question, then she didn't know what was. She felt like this war had been going on for as long as she could remember. Technically, she guessed it had been going on for as long as she could remember. But the past 3 years, Merlin, these years have felt longer than all the rest combined. After the Battle of Hogwarts, where so many people died, nowhere was safe. Their life consisted of running, fighting, and starving. Mourning people constantly. She would never forget the day all of the Weasley family had died. How Ron and Ginny had died. It had been about a year after the Battle of Hogwarts. The Order had finally begun regrouping, numbers rising, actually winning battles. And then they'd been betrayed. They'd never seen it coming. Hermione thought that was the moment when they'd lost for good, the end of the Order of the Phoenix, as they knew it. It had been Dennis Creevey. He was just a child, but she supposed they all were. After losing his brother Colin in the battle, Dennis had never really been the same. But he'd still been Dennis. A friend. Not someone they thought would leak information to Voldemort. Not someone who they thought would give away the location of headquarters. It had been a raid. Completely out of nowhere they were massacred. Over 3/4 of their fighters dead in minutes. Very few other members had escaped the carnage. running and hiding away in various safe houses waiting to be picked off. Theo and Draco had shown up at their doorstep shortly after said raid, their spy status compromised. They confirmed that most people that they had not been able to make contact with or thought were missing were indeed dead, killed on the Dark Lord's orders. Hermione had hoped there were others that got away, but she doubted it. She hadn't heard anything in too long. It was just the 5 of them. Then just the 4 of them only a few months later. It had been 2 whole years of the small group randomly killing off any Death Eaters and Snatchers they could find. Trying to kill the snake. Trying not to die. And they were undoubtedly losing. The world was falling apart around them. There was nothing they could do about it. They had tried, of course, going on small missions, but it would never be enough. It was too late for the 4 of them to make any important differences. And this ritual Harry was talking about, well, it gave her more hope than anything else had in what felt like forever. They were desperate, she could admit that. They all knew it was blood magic, none of them cared. It was well past the times that they refused to use dark magic. They all would have been dead 20 times over if they hadn't killed, if they hadn't fought dirty. It was kill or be killed, and Hermione wanted to live. She needed to, for Harry, and Draco and Theo. They were her family, the only family any of them had left, and they had to stick together. She rolled onto her side, resting her head on Draco's chest and brushing a strand of white blonde hair out of his eyes. I think he might be right, she whispered finally. Draco let out an exaggerated sigh and gazed at her affectionately. I thought you might say that. Hermione hummed. Oh yeah? She questioned. Yeah. Draco stated teasingly. You just can't help but run headlong into dangerous situations. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. I bet you'll be a Gryffindor in any lifetime, he whispered with mock horror. Hermione smiled at him. You think? She asked, leaning up to brush her nose against his. Draco hummed, eyes shining with tenderness. He leaned in to peck her lips. My little lion. Hermione sent him a beaming smile and leaned in for a deeper kiss. Sneaky snake. She murmured, pulling him closer to her. July 3, 2001. The next 3 weeks were spent gathering ingredients and avoiding capture. Harry and Hermione were still undesirable 1 and 2, and with Britain being monitored so closely it was exceedingly difficult to move around without detection. With a mixture of glamour charms, confundus charms, and a few well-places imperios, they managed to gather all listed ingredients with only minor snags. Theo and Draco worked together on the potion, expertly preparing the ingredients and stirring. While they worked on that, Hermione and Harry put together a rough timeline of the First and Second Wizarding Wars. They listed the Horcruxes and their presumed locations. The deaths that occurred. They agreed that if they are dropped in a time or place where Tom Riddle exists, they will do everything in their power to kill him. They didn't risk leaving the house. They stayed close to the potion, sleeping in intervals to keep watch, as the brew was extremely experimental and they couldn't afford for something to go wrong. They spend a lot of time just sitting together, sharing stories and memories, talking about people they'd lost and things they wanted to do if they did the ritual correctly. Hermione was particularly concerned about the ritual. The book was extremely vague about what actually happens after the potion is finished. No living person had written about a personal experience as far as she could tell. Merlin, they really needed this to work. July 31, 2001. After almost a month, the potion was a dewy purple color. It had a thick consistency and smells of muggle chemicals. Hermione, Draco, Theo, and Harry all stood around the cauldron cautiously. They'd all been awake for the last few days, talking everything through, making sure the ritual would work perfectly. Happy birthday to me. Harry mumbled under his breath across from her. Hermione's pulse was pounding in her ears and her palms were sweaty. She watched warily as Theo produced an athame from thin air. It was a shiny steel knife with small carvings on the leather handle. Okay, Harry said, his voice shaking. The last ingredient is the blood of the travelers. Theo nodded firmly, looking decidedly calm as he brought the blade to his palm, allowing 4 drops of his blood to fall into the cauldron below. Sanguis viatorum, Theo said melodically as he handed the knife to Harry. The hair on Hermione's arms stood up and she felt a chill rush through her veins. Harry sent a reassuring smile at Hermione when she made a choked noise. Sanguis viatorum, Harry repeating, 4 drops of blood falling from his palm. The group exchanged a wide-eyed look as the magic in the air intensified, the house trembling under their feet. Draco grabbed the blade from Harry and did the same. Sanguis viatorum, he drawled confidently. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pressed the handle of the blade into her palm, giving her hand a small squeeze. Go on, love, he whispered. Hermione ran the sharp end of the blade across her palm, wincing slightly at the sting. She watched 4 drops of her blood fall into the cauldron, turning it from a purple color to a dark red. Sanguis viatorum, Hermione said in a shaky voice as she closed her eyes. Draco quickly stirred the potion 4 times counterclockwise before he transferred the potion into 4 different bottles, passing one to each of them. Okay, we drink it and then say the incantation. Ready? He asked, his voice shaking slightly. At their nods he lifted his vial in a toast and then tossed it back. Hermione, Harry, and Theo followed shortly after. Hermione's face twisty bitter potion. She could feel a foreign magic sparking through her veins and in her hair. Ut sanguinem viatorum adducere alibi. Their voices intoned in unison. Hermione kept her eyes closed as bright light flashed across her eyelids. She could feel Theo and Draco's hands crushing her own, anchoring her to them. There was a loud bang and then a relentless buzzing sounded in her ears and she felt her body stiffen. And then she was falling, and falling, and falling. Ming again. She could hear a whisper of something that tugged at her consciousness. She scrunched up her nose as the sound of loud whispers hit her ear. You wake her up, a voice hissed. She blinked, her eyes opened slowly. Her bedroom at the manor slowly coming into view. Standing at the end of her bed were 2 blurry figures. They were talking urgently and pointing at her. Hermione slowly reached over to her bedside table and put on her glasses. No. Mum told you to do it. The now familiar form of her older brother, James Potter, whispered hotly. Sirius let out a pitiful whine and looked at him with pleading eyes. James shook his head in return. What are you 2 doing? Hermione questioned sleepily. Both boys jumped and looked in her direction with wide eyes. James scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Mum wanted us to wake you up. Breakfast will be ready soon, Sirius said with a bright smile. We're leaving for the train in about 2 hours, so no rush, James added, walking closer to Hermione as he spoke. Hermione grumbled under her breath as she sat up, pulling the royal blue sheets up with her. She eyed her brother suspiciously as he crept closer to her. What are you doing? She questioned with a sleepy frown on her face. James's hazel eyes were sparkling as he sat next to her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and ruffling her dark brown curls. Sirius rolled his eyes from where he stood in the middle of her room. Oh Merlin, here we go then, he muttered under his breath. James tugged her into him and spread his free hand out theatrically. This is the year. He spoke with a wide grin on his face. Hermione looked at Sirius with a confused frown on her face, mouthing, what? He just shrugged and rolled his eyes in her direction. This year I will win the affections of my love, he shouted excitedly. Oh Godric, Hermione muttered, wiping her face with her hand. Sirius nodded sympathetically. What? James asked loudly. It is. Hermione just snorted and shoved her brother of the bed, rolling her eyes at his mock-hurt expression. I'll believe that when I see it. James jumped up quickly and began ushering her into the ensuite bathroom. Shower, he ordered with a shove. I'll show you. You just watch, little sister. Sirius grabbed James and pulled him from her room with a wink in her direction. Hermione huffed out an exasperated laugh at their antics and made her way into the bathroom, stripping her pajamas off as she went. She quickly stepped into the shower and closed her eyes, letting out a sigh of relief as the warm water relaxed her tense muscles. She let her mind wander to the upcoming school term as she washed her hair and body. Hermione was looking forward to her 6th year. She had gotten 10 O's on her OWLs and 1 E during last year. And she was selected to be a prefect this year, alongside Harry. She shut off the water and summoned a towel, waving her wand to vanish the steam as she wrapped it around herself. As she made her way out of the bathroom, she couldn't help but wonder what it was going to be like to have her older brother as head boy. She rolled her eyes at the thought. She didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking when he made that decision, but honestly, she just hoped it led to Lily finally giving James a chance. She had seen her friend's flushed cheeks and the looks she'd sent his way in the past few months. Even if Lily denied it constantly, Hermione could see her softening towards him. She swiftly dressed in her uniform and made her way back into the bathroom to finish getting ready. As she grabbed her wand to fix her hair, she took some time to inspect herself in the mirror. She and Harry had turned 16 2 months ago, and she could see some changes to her body over the summer. Hermione noted her dark skin, that she shared with her father and her brothers. She had a cluster of freckles across her nose and cheeks. She had dark curly brown hair and deep brown eyes that sparkled with happiness. She tilted her head at her reflection. She had light makeup on, and a small emerald necklace Harry had gotten for her when they turned 14. She left her room after examining herself and made her way downstairs to the dining room, following the smell of freshly cooked breakfast. When she entered the room, her mother was sitting at the table, speaking quietly with Sirius and James. Hermione made her way around the dining table to kiss her mother on the cheek in greeting. "Morning, Mum," she said with a soft smile. She sat down quietly and looked around the table. "Morning, darling," Doria said with an affectionate smile. "Where's Dad and Harry?" she questioned with one dark brow raised. "Your lovely twin is taking forever to primp. Bloody Slytherin prince," Sirius drawled with a smirk. James barked out a delighted laugh. "And Dad?" Hermione asked. James opened his mouth to answer but was interrupted. "Right here," her father said from the doorway leading from the kitchen. He leisurely made his way to the head of the table, pausing to peck his wife on the cheek as he went. Once he was seated, he surveyed the table. "Where's your brother?" Charles asked Hermione with a frown. Hermione pursed her lips at her father and let out a loud sigh. "Why are you asking me?" James answered, "Because it's like you two are the same bloody person sometimes," he said with a laugh. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. I'm here," an out-of-breath voice called as the door from the kitchen burst open. Hermione turned as her very disjointed twin hobbled his way to the table, hair askew, still wearing his pajamas. "What the?" Hermione started. "You?" Harry said caustically, wand pointed at his brother. James and Sirius were gasping for breath through their laughter, tears running down their faces as they grasped each other for support. "I woke up on the roof of the greenhouse," Harry shouted angrily, his brown eyes blazing. This proclamation just makes Sirius and James laugh even harder. Hermione snorted. She wondered how they had managed that. "Oh dear," Doria said, speedily standing up to run her hands over her youngest son. She sent a quick glare to the hysterical pair. "Apologize to your brother," she ordered in a stern voice. "Sorry, Has," James said through his giggles. Sirius nodded his head in agreement, mischief shining in his gray eyes. "Let's eat, then Harry can go upstairs and get ready. We have an hour until we leave," Charles said, nodding to the food on the table. "Best not let Tippy's food go to waste, she worked very hard on it." Harry sat down and sent a glare to the other end of the table, grabbing a plate quickly. Hermione went to do the same as her mother continued to scold her other brother. "You are supposed to be head boy this year, James. You're meant to be responsible." Okay, Merlin Mum, it was just a little prank," James said in what she was sure he thought was a comforting manner. Sirius barked out a laugh and turned a charming smile in Doria's direction. "Don't worry, Mum, I'll keep him out of trouble," he said with an innocent flutter of his eyelashes. Hermione and Harry both scoffed at the same time, sending each other smirks a moment after. "You mean your boyfriend is going to keep both of your dumbasses out of trouble?" Hermione asked sarcastically. James snorted loudly at that. "Mooney's got you all fooled. He's just as bad as the rest of us." "Sure," Harry said, doubt lacing his tone. Sirius satirically and put his hand to his chest in mock offense. Doria just shook her head at Charles in dismay. Hermione smiled excitedly as she made her way onto platform 9 3/4, the rest of her family following soon after. She sauntered forward, pulling her trunk behind her. Harry was huffing next to her as he stopped and set his trunk down, smoothing his robes down and straightening his Slytherin tie. He repeatedly ran his fingers through his hair. Hermione smirked at her twin and then turned her gaze back to the platform, looking for a familiar face. She grinned brightly when she noticed one of her dorm mates standing a few feet away. She quickly nudged Harry towards their brother and then waved in Amanda's direction. At the sound of her father's voice, Hermione turned around. "Come give me a hug, little love." Hermione walked forward and wrapped her arms around her dad and pecking his cheek. She quickly turned to her mother and did the same. "I'll see you for Christmas," she murmured. Hermione waited as her brothers and Sirius said goodbye to their parents. "You have was?" her mother asked Harry. She watched as Harry lifted the small pet carrier that was housing his green tree python. Of course I have him, Harry said with a small eye roll. Their mother just grinned and sent him a wink, just making sure, love. You and your brother are forgetful like your father. Charles made an affronted sound at the comment, but Doria only shook her head haughtily, laying a languid hand on Hermione's shoulder. We're the only clever ones in the family, she whispered slyly, hazel eyes sparkling with mirth. Hermione let out a small giggle as all four men standing within hearing distance turned identical glares at the two Potter women. A loud whistle cut through the air and the four teenagers quickly moved toward the train, floating their trunks with them. They waved behind them as they entered the train. Hermione quickly linked her arm with Harry and made her way down the corridor, James and Sirius following behind. Hermione smiled as she passed a compartment that the seventh-year Gryffindor girls were sitting in. James stopped abruptly, pulling the door open and leaning in the doorway. "Hey, Evans," he said with a smile, adjusting his headboy badge obnoxiously. Lily pulled her disgruntled gaze from his face to his badge and her face paled. Her mouth opened and closed a couple of times before she cleared her throat and spoke. She began, "Your headboy?" James nodded happily, bouncing on his toes. "Yes I am," he confirmed contentedly. "Excited to live with me this year, Lils?" He sent her a cheeky wink. Lily's green eyes were filled with terror as she stared daggers at James and Sirius. Hermione snorted, sending a bright smile and a wave at Lily as she pulled Harry further down the corridor. Hermione continued to snicker when the redhead sent her a pleading pout, to which the younger witch thoroughly ignored. She would have to get used to Jamie, they would be sharing a dormitory this year after all. They made their way to the back of the train to a compartment that was bustling with people. Harry slid the door open and sauntered into the train compartment. "Reg," her brother said excitedly. Hermione swiftly observed the carriage as Harry moved to sit next to Regulus on the left end. Draco was sitting opposite his brother next to the window, a book in his hands. Pandora was sitting next to him, talking excitedly with Barty. Hermione moved to sit next to her brother, nodding in greeting to Evan, who was sitting on her right. Draco looked up from his book as Hermione settled between the two wizards. He made brief eye contact with her before moving to regard her brother with a sneer. Hermione rolled her eyes. Draco and Harry had been fighting for Regulus' attention since their first year at Hogwarts. They fought like toddlers fighting over a toy. It was ridiculous. It was strange, their small group was full of twin siblings. Hermione and Harry. Regulus and Draco. And Pandora and Evan. Pandora liked to say that sets of three were good luck. Hermione cleared her throat. "How was everyone's summer?" she questioned with a small smile. "It was all right. Thank you for asking," Pandora answered airily. "It was shite," Barty said with a shrug. "What he said," Draco and Regulus said in the same monotone drawl, pointing in Barty's direction in unison. Hermione huffed out a short laugh and watched her brother's friends converse. She tried to ignore the worried feeling in her gut. She knew her parents were trying to hide the news from them, but she's obviously heard about the attacks. Heard about the Death Eaters. Heard about the man who calls himself Lord Voldemort. She'd seen the prophet, seen her parents whispering with other adults. She couldn't help but feel anxious that all of her friends that were in danger, that she was in danger as well. She shook her to clear away the thoughts. Grabbing a book from her magically extended bag, she quickly got lost in reading. Hermione almost dropped her book when she felt Harry nudge her. "Hermione," he murmured. She turned to look at him with a frown. "What?" He rolled his eyes at her and tapped the small badge attached to her robes. "Prefect's meeting," he spoke. Hermione jumped up quickly, shoving the tome back into her bag and moving towards the compartment door. She turned to look at Harry. "Well, come on then," she called. Harry stood, turning to follow Hermione to the heads compartment. The twins start walking away until they hear the door open and close again. They both turned and saw a tall blonde, with a Ravenclaw prefect pin fastened to his immaculate robes. "Black." Harry sneered in his direction. "Potter." Draco returns with a sarcastic smile. "They actually let you be a prefect?" Harry asked caustically. He let out a small groan when Hermione elbowed him in the gut. Draco opened his mouth to say something when Hermione turned away sharply. "Let's go," she ordered, sending both boys a threatening glare. Draco stared at the audacious witch with his mouth agape but schooled his features when he noticed Potter smirking at him. He quickly shoved past him and followed after the miraculously most bearable Potter. After the heads meeting, Hermione made her way through the train with patrol partner for the year, Draco Black. They checked on the younger students for the duration of the train ride, going back to the compartment to join their friends just before they arrived. As they all grabbed their things and made their way off the trains and towards the carriages, she spotted her older brother along with Sirius, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, his housemates. "First years, follow me, first years," Hagrid shouted off to the side. Hermione quickly linked arms with Pandora and made her way to one of the carriages. She knew that they were led by Thestrals, but she'd never been able to see them. She watched warily as Pandora patted the air affectionately. A pale hand appeared to help her up and she quickly grasped it. When she looked up, she made eye contact with Draco and dropped his hand when she felt her cheeks warming. Harry settled in next to Regulus and rubbed his hands together conspiratorially. "I can't wait for this feast," he said excitedly. "Do you ever stop talking about food, Potter?" Draco drawled in response. Harry's eyes narrowed in response, but he ignored Draco, continuing as if he didn't speak at all. "The elves always go above and beyond. I'll have to visit the kitchens to thank them." Regulus nodded. "I'll come with you," he offered. Harry smiled brightly in response. Draco snorted derisively. They continued to bicker back and forth as they got closer to the castle. Once the carriages had stopped, they all jumped down, walking down the lit pathway to the large courtyard leading to the doorway. They made their way to the great hall, Harry squeezing his sister's hand tightly before they separated. She swiftly stirred first years and made her way to Gryffindor table. The massive hall was filled with hundreds of students. The stars were twinkling brightly. All of the children were chattering excitedly, catching up with their friends. The teachers were all sitting at the head table, chatting quietly, looking over the students. As Hermione observed the hall, she spotted Lily and Marlene sitting a few seats down from her brother. She quickly made a beeline for them. They both started waving excitedly in Hermione's direction, Marlene gesturing at the seat to her right. She let out a small laugh as she settled next to Lily, giving her a light hug. Hermione looked up and quickly spotted the marauders. Sirius was seated next to Remus and James was sitting with Peter. They were all laughing and whispering to each other. Sirius was curled up into Remus' side while James spoke, arms gesturing wildly. She rolled her eyes and let out an annoyed huff. That was never a good sign. She turned away from her brother and his friends. Making eye contact with redhead girl next to her, she sent her a bright smile. "How was your summer?" Lily asked as soon as she looked over. Hermione grinned harder in response. "It was nice. Spent a lot of time reading and hanging out with my brothers and his friends," she said with another eye roll. Marlene sent Hermione a fond look. "Really reading during summer?" she questioned with a smirk. Hermione huffed defensively. "I enjoy reading," she said matter-of-factly. Lily giggled and raised an amused eyebrow at Hermione. "Well, reading sounds better than mine," she said with a forlorn look in her eye. Hermione frowned. "What happened?" Lily let out a huff. "Tooney started dating this guy and well, he's just as awful as she is and I had to spend the entire summer with them in that house. It was not the best experience." Hermione winced sympathetically and traded a sad look with Marlene. Hermione didn't know what she would do if her brothers treated her the way Lily's sister did. It would break her heart. She hurts for Lily every time. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts," Dumbledore's voice thundered out. Hermione quickly turned her gaze to where he was standing, wand poised at his throat. As the hall quieted down, Minerva McGonagall stepped forward. Dumbledore smiled down at the students, blue eyes twinkling. He gave the standard speech about the new year and start of term announcement. "Before the sorting ceremony begins," he stated with a small smile at the nervous firsties, "I would like to say a few words. Flimflam, tintinnabulation, malarkey." Hermione exchanged a bemused look with a few of her housemates and then turned her attention back to Professor McGonagall for ceremony. She listened blandly as the sorting hat sang its damn song and clapped along with the other students. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," Professor McGonagall said. "Bones, Amelia." A skinny girl with long brown hair wobbled forward and sat on the stool. The hat barely touched her head before it shouted, "Hufflepuff." Hermione rested her elbows on the table, cheek leaning against her hand as she looked to the front of the hall. Folly, Katie, Ravenclaw, Jones, Hector, Gryffindor, Lockhart, Gilderoy, Ravenclaw. Hermione watched as Draco stood up from Ravenclaw table to welcome the pompous blonde 11-year-old boy to his house. McKinnon, Claire, Gryffindor. Marlene whooped and clapped, sending a beaming smile at her little sister as she made her way to Gryffindor table. Travers, Sloane, Slytherin, and on it went. Once the sorting was over, the headmaster stood once more waving his wand grandly. Food appeared quickly in front of them. Tuck in, Dumbledore said with a smile. As Hermione was exiting the hall, she felt an arm drape itself across her shoulders. She looked up to see Harry, hazel eyes sparkling. He nudged her with a mischievous grin. You ready to kick Black's ass in all your classes this year? Hermione rolled her eyes at her twin. Not everyone is in a constant pissing contest with Draco Black, has. Regulus let out a snort of laughter next to them, mirth shining in his gray eyes at her comment. Harry huffed and tousled Hermione's curls. Whatever you say, my own. Move your ass, little Potter. Marlene shouted from a few feet away. Hermione quickly shoved her twin away and ran her fingers through her hair. She pushed her glasses up her nose, tilted her head at him. I'm going to go to the tower. I need to get a good night's sleep before our first day of classes, she said with a decisive nod. Harry heaved out an indulgent sigh and looked down at his sister with a knowing gaze. Don't stay up all night reading, my own, he said. Hermione pursed her lips at him and turned to link her arm with Pandora, who had seemingly appeared out of thin air, but Hermione so used to it that she didn't question her friend. Go down to your dungeon, you snake, Hermione said, flicking her hands in a shooing motion. She turned her body away from her brother and his best friend, dragging Pandora to the grand staircase towards Marlene. They chatted softly about classes and made plans to study in the library before they parted ways. Hermione made her way up to the portrait of the fat lady and smiled. Formosa. She spoke softly. The fat lady yawned at Hermione, waving a dismissive hand. Good night, dearies, she said tiredly. The portrait swung open with a creak. Hermione quickly made her way through the common room, going up the stairs towards the sixth-year girls' dorms, waving to Marlene and Lily as she went. As she made her way into her room, she noticed only one of her roommates were in the dorm, Lucinda Brown. The girl flicked her eyes in Hermione's direction haughtily, scanning her with a slight sneer on her face before looking away dismissively. Hermione took a deep breath and made her way to the four-poster bed that she had slept in for the past 5 years and settled into her bed, ignoring her inane roommate entirely. She waved her wand, quickly summoning her trunk into her bed and closing her burgundy curtains. She quickly briskly stripped the school uniform from her body and put on a set of silk pajamas. She grabbed a copy of Hogwarts: A History from her trunk and then sent it back to the end of her bed. Waving her wand and casting a small lumos, Hermione quickly opened the book and started reading. Chapter 3 Chapter Summary. Enter Theodore. Chapter notes. I just couldn't resist posting the next chapter early. September 2, 1977. The next morning, Hermione rushed to the potions classroom after a quick breakfast. She had gotten up pretty early to go to the library, and she had gotten so lost in the stacks that she almost hadn't made it in time. As she entered the classroom, she noted her classmates were a mix of Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. Hermione sighed and proceeded to a desk in the middle of the room. Once she was seated, she pulled out her quill and parchment and crossed her legs primly. Slughorn bustled in soon after, rushing to the front of the room whilst muttering incoherently under his breath. Hermione giggled quietly at the dysfunctional professor. She wondered how he managed to hold his teaching position for so many years. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, he said jovially. Good morning, the sixth-year students murmured back quietly. Hermione quickly looked to her right as a Hufflepuff boy sat next to her, setting his bag on the table noisily. He leisurely leaned back in his chair and ruffled his curly brown hair. She had seen him around during their previous years of schooling, but she didn't think they'd ever spoken personally. Hermione raised an annoyed brow at him, but he just smiled kindly in response, dragging his attention to a group of blushing girls on the other side of the classroom. He waved his fingers cheekily, sending them into a fit of fed, and crossed her arms, bringing her focus back to the front of the room. Welcome to a new year. I'm so glad to have you joining me for NEWT's level potions, Slughorn said cheerfully. Clapping his hands he continued, "Today as an introduction we will be brewing Draft of the Living Death." Groans sounded from all corners of the classroom, but Hermione sat up enthusiastically. She sent a small scowl at her tablemate when he snorted softly at her eagerness. Slughorn continued, holding up a small potions vial. "Can anyone tell me what this is?" he said, waving the gold elixir. Hermione's hand shot up eagerly. "Miss Potter," Slughorn called. "It's Felix Felicis, sir. Otherwise known as Liquid Luck." She stated confidently. Slughorn nodded happily. "Correct, Miss Potter, 10 points to Gryffindor." Hermione leaned back contentedly as Slughorn continued, "Whichever pair can brew the best draft will win a vial of Liquid Luck. Take a good look at your partner. You'll be stuck together for the rest of the year," he announced with a clap of his hands. Hermione looked to the boy sitting next to her as Slughorn continued with their instructions and huffed. "He better be decent at potions." She turned to look at him, holding her hand out in greeting. "Hermione Potter," she offered. "Theodore Selwyn, but you can call me Theo." The boy, Theo, offered. His green eyes were sparkling as he shook her hand with a grin, twin dimples on display. "Well, Theo, as long as you aren't shy at potions I think we'll get along just fine," Hermione said with a small tentative smile. Theo huffed out a small laugh. "I'll go grab the ingredients," he said, hopping up from his stool quickly. Hermione swiftly moved to the task of heating the cauldron and organizing the tools. She looked up when she heard scuffling steps ahead of her. She watched with amusement as Theo clumsily set the jars and vials on the tabletop, nearly tripping over his feet as he made his way to his seat. Once he was situated next to her he clapped his hands and smiled. "Well, let's get started then." Hermione exited the classroom 2 hours later, hair frizzy and a contented smile on her face. She lifted the vial of golden potion to the light as she looked at her new potions partner. "Not bad for a Hufflepuff, Selwyn," Hermione said with an excited smile. Theo put his hand to his heart in offense. "I brew beautifully, thank you very much." Hermione laughed loudly. "I suppose you do," she said, swirling the small bottle. He nudged her gently with his elbow and grinned. "You're not so bad yourself, Potter." "Theo." A girl in Hufflepuff robes called. Theo turned away, sending her a quick smile as he jogged away. "See you around, Potter," he called warmly. Hermione shook her head as she walked away. She had a feeling this year was going to be interesting. Hermione leaned back in her chair and let out a loud groan, flexing her fingers to work out the ache that had started up about an hour after she started her assignment. "All right?" Remus asked with a small laugh, setting his quill down to look at her. "Yeah," she said with a small smile, "I'm fine, you?" She scanned his feature concernedly. His face was paler than usual and there were bags under his eyes. "I'm okay, just moon stuff, you know?" he said stiltedly. She nodded understandingly, reaching out to soothe his clenched fists. They both looked up at the sound of stomping footsteps coming towards them. Harry flounced angrily over to the table they were sharing and threw himself into the chair next to her with a huff. Hermione exchanged a bewildered look with Remus before returning her attention to her distraught twin. "What are you doing in the library? Are you ill or something?" He returned her question with a scathing glare. "I come to the library." Hermione huffed a small laugh. "Yeah, sure you do. When Regulus or I drag you here by force." He only waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Remus' snort of mirth entirely. Hermione waited a few moments for her brother to speak. When he continued to stare at the table as though he could set it on fire with only his gaze, she questioned him warily. "What's wrong, Has?" "You," he started. "Ol' Sluggy's gone senile, that's for bloody sure." "Why's that exactly?" "Because he paired me with Black in potions for the year." He spat the sentence like a curse. Hermione raised a questioning eyebrow at her brother. "Regulus?" Harry stared at her in confusion. "What? No, I wish." Hermione started, struggling to contain her amusement at the anger blazing in his eyes. "Draco, then?" "Draco?" Harry enunciated with disgust lacing his tone. "Since when did you call him Draco?" "Well, that's my cue," Remus said, standing up suddenly. "I'm gonna go find your brother." "Good luck finding him. He's off with Sirius, terrorizing Filch. Saw him running around on my way here," Harry divulged. A devious grin appeared on the werewolf's face as he looked to the twins. "I have my ways," he stated evasively, tapping his finger against his forehead. "Don't you worry." He sent a sly wink their way as he made his way out of the stacks. Hermione let out a confused breath as he walked away. Maybe James was right, she muttered. Huh? Harry asked, still staring at the library door with an uncertain look on his face. Nothing, Hermione said with a small eye roll. So you were telling me you got paired with Black for potions? Merlin, what was the old man thinking? We're more likely to explode a cauldron than make a successful potion together. Harry shot off indignantly. Hermione hummed in agreement as her brother continued his rant. I am not letting him be the reason I fail potions, my own. I cannot believe I'm stuck with that annoying git for the entire year. He's so pompous and rude. I don't even know how him and Regulus could be related. Regulus is also pompous and rude? She asked unhelpfully. Harry sent her a disgruntled glare at her interruption. What, he is not? He said indignantly. Well, I guess he is, he muttered under his breath. I don't even know why you're taking potions this year. You're terrible, Hermione stated derisively. Harry scoffed. I'm not that bad. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm no. No, we're not doing this. You're awful at potions, Has. You blow up more than you brew successfully and you know it. Slughorn probably put you together so you have a fighting chance at passing, Hermione said. Harry let out an offended squawk. Are you saying Black is better at potions than me? Hermione looked at him dubiously for a few moments before moving her attention to her already finished assignment, not saying a word. Harry let out a defeated huff and sat back in his chair stiffly. It was silent for a few more beats until he stood up, chair scraping noisily against the floor. Hermione looked up with a frown. You're not staying? Harry barked a loud laugh, catching the attention of a frowning Madame Pants. He waved apologetically at the librarian before sending a wink in his sister's direction. Me? In the library? Hermione rolled her eyes at her brother's antics, waving her wand to float everything into her bag, and stood up to follow him out of the library. She sent a small smile and wave in the librarian's direction as she exited the large oak doors. As she caught up with her brother, she caught him muttering under his breath about blonde prats and stupid bloody potions. Hermione rolled her eyes and nudged Harry with her elbow. He's not that bad. Not that bad, Harry uttered with wide eyes. Yeah, she murmured. He's the worst. He's just so, Hermione inquired. Annoying, he huffed. Hermione let out a small scoff. So you've said, repeatedly. Well, he is. Who is what D up from in front of them? Hermione stifled a laugh as she looked up. Regulus and the topic of their current conversation were standing together. Regulus' head was tilted slightly to the side as he waiting for Harry to respond. Harry, however, had his eyes lasered onto the blonde. Draco returned his dark leer with a small smirk, gray eyes bright with amusement. Yeah, Potter, who are you talking about? He drawled mockingly. Harry flicked his eyes away from Draco, ruffling his hair as he turned to his best friend. Your brother is a prat, Harry said simply. Hermione watched as Regulus looked between his brother and his friend, mouth twitching slightly at the corner. Okay. Regulus continued in a slightly confused tone. Harry let out another irritated huff, eyes straying to Draco once more, but before he could open his mouth, Hermione interrupted. You three can talk this through. I'll be going then. She started away but turned back before she went around the corner. See you for patrols, Draco. Draco smirked in response, his intense gaze finding hers. See you, Potter. She saw Harry mouth, Draco, with a grimace, and she shook her head at him. Bye, Regulus, Harry, she said with a wave and turned the corner, the sounds of their conversation fading as she walked. She swiftly made her way through the corridors, footsteps echoing loudly on the stone. She turned her head at the sound of light footfalls echoing behind her. Pandora. She greeted with a small smile. Hello, Hermione. Pandora responded wispily. Where are you going? I was going to go sit by the lake before dinner. It's very nice out today, she answered. I think I'll accompany you, if that's all right. Hermione sent her a bright grin in response. Of course, that would be lovely. Pandora retuned a serene smile and continued next to Hermione, linking their arms. This year will be interesting, don't you think? She asked mysteriously. Hermione hummed quietly in agreement. I had a feeling that would be the case. Have any strange dreams lately? Pandora asked abruptly. Hermione sent her a confused look at the subject change but responded, no, I don't think so, at least. Pandora hummed but didn't say anything in response. They continued to the lake in relative silence. It was only once they were seated by a large oak tree a few feet from the Black Lake that Pandora continued in the same airy tone. "I have peculiar dreams quite frequently," she stated. Hermione frowned. "I'm sorry?" "Oh no," Pandora said cheerfully. "Don't be sorry, they can be quite pleasing." Hermione nodded bewilderingly but didn't respond. "I once had a dream where I was my daughter," Pandora started. "Your daughter?" Hermione interrupted uncertainly. "Oh yes," Pandora said with a dreamy sigh. "She's quite lovely, you know." Hermione nodded slowly. "Yes, I'm sure she is." "Anyway," she continued, "I was dancing in the Great Hall and then you walked in." "Me?" Hermione questioned incredulously. "Well, not you. But you all the same," Pandora explained strangely. "And then what happened?" Hermione asked. "What happened when?" she asked, confusion lining her pixie-like features. "In the dream," Hermione clarified. Pandora only smiled and patted Hermione's cheek gently. "Nothing important." She stood up from the grass fluidly. "You can tell me about your peculiar dreams," she said as she started away. Hermione frowned in puzzlement. "I just said I don't have strange dreams." "You will," Pandora called back cryptically. Hermione looked away from the retreating blonde and brought her gaze to the lake, her mind churning. She could admit that she didn't understand half of the things her odd friend said, but something about this ominous statement? Warning? It felt important? Hermione despised divination, but she had suspected Pandora was some kind of seer. And she knew at this point in her life from experience that it was never smart to disregard her friend's seemingly flippant remarks or even her dreams. They always meant something, she just wasn't sure what. Hermione continued to gaze at the lake, her brain running the conversation over in her head repeatedly. She quickly got lost in her thoughts. When she finally looked up, she noticed the sun setting and got up to make her way to the dining hall. When she entered the hall, she scanned Gryffindor table for her friends but couldn't spy them, so she made her way to her eldest brother and his friends. "Boys," she greeted with a tip of her head as she sat down in between Peter and James. "Hermione," James welcomed, his mouth full. "Little Potter," Sirius said with a wink. Peter and Remus both tipped their heads in greeting. "Merlin James, chew your food before you speak," Hermione said, her nose wrinkling with disgust. James smiled sheepishly as her and swallowed his mouthful. "Sorry, baby sister. Mum would smack you if she saw, you know?" she asked. James winced at the reminder and rubbed his shoulder as if he could feel their mother slapping him. "I know," he mumbled. "Harry okay?" Remus cut in. He seemed quite distraught earlier. Hermione huffed a laugh as she began loading food onto her plate. "He'll be fine." "What's wrong with Harry?" James asked with concern. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to her brother with a wicked smirk on her face. "He got paired with Draco in potions for the year." James and Sirius barked out identical guffaws, earning judgmental looks from their housemates. "Oh, that's brilliant," Sirius stated through his laughter, hand banging on the table. "Poor Whittle has," James said with mock concern, flicking his eyes fleetingly towards the Slytherin table. Hermione shoved him lightly. "Oh, shut it. You'd be the same if you were paired with Snape." James's face instantly twisted with disgust and he winced sympathetically. "I have been paired with that tosser. Worst experience of my entire life." "Really, James? Worst experience?" Hermione questioned with a raised brow. "Yes, the worst. He's a slimy git," James sputtered. "Merlin." Hermione laughed, exchanging an amused look with Remus. "You say Harry and I are the same person, but Godric, I'm surprised you two aren't the twins in the family." "What d'you mean?" he asked confusedly. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned away from him, picking up her fork and shoving a piece of kidney pie into her mouth in lieu of answering. James turned to look at his friends in question, but all three shrugged, small smirks curling their lips. James let out an annoyed huff and leaned towards Sirius. "Siblings, am I right, Padfoot? Bloody twins." Sirius grumbled in agreement. Hermione sent a small scowl towards them before bringing her gaze to the rest of the hall. As she surveyed the hall, she locked eyes with her brother at the Slytherin table, whispering with Barty, and she sent him a quick smile as their eyes met. She continued to scan the hall, her eyes lingering on Hufflepuff table as she saw her new potions partner. He was sitting with his arm wrapped around the same girl from earlier. She had long strawberry blonde hair, and Hermione noticed that her eyes were a bright blue when their gazes met across the hall. She stared inquisitively at Hermione for a few moments before she nudged Theo's arm away from her and stood. He looked to his friend in confusion before he followed her gaze and met Hermione's eyes. A brilliant smile lit his face as he noticed her, his green eyes sparkling happily. Hermione returned the smile and sent him a tentative wave, which he returned enthusiastically. Hufflepuffs. The small girl steadily made her way towards Hermione. She watched warily as the girl sauntered confidently to Gryffindor table. "Could you scoot over?" she asked Peter kindly once she was standing next to them. Peter stuttered, his face bright red. "Sure," he squeaked, way from Hermione. The girl sent him a dazzling smile and situated herself next to Hermione with a small sigh. Hermione turned to look at Theo over her shoulder with confusion, but the boy only shrugged, sending her another beaming grin. "Charity," the girl said. Hermione turned and tilted her head in confusion. "I'm sorry?" The girl huffed again. "My name," she clarified, "Charity. Charity Hampton." Hermione's mouth fell open. "Oh," she said, "Hermione Potter." Charity laughed brightly in response, waving her hands flippantly. "Oh, I know that's silly. You," she started uncertainly, "you know?" "Yes, of course. Theo hasn't stopped talking about you since this morning," Charity said. "Oh?" Hermione inquired with interest. She wondered what from their minimal interactions had Theo talking about her to his friends. Yes. He said that you're gonna be his new best friend, so when I noticed you looking over I just thought, hey, might as well check out the competition, and so here I am," she finished with a flourish. Hermione choked on her pumpkin juice as the girl finished. "See competition?" Hermione asked after she cleared her throat. "Yes," she said seriously, "for Theo's best friend." She started, looking at Charity with a confused frown on her face. "Ooh. Maybe we can just all be best friends, and then there's no problem. We'll be like a circle of besties." She interrupted in an excited tone. Well, I suppose a triangle would be more geometrically correct." She mused thoughtfully. "So a triangle then." Ooh, and we can all go to Hogsmeade together, or Muggle London. You're a pureblood, right? Have you ever been to the Muggle world? Ooh, and Christmas presents? What things do you like? Like makeup, clothes, books, music, trinkets?" Hermione held out a hand to quiet the animated chattering. "I don't even know Theo, not really. Never truly talked to him before today." Charity let out a musical laugh and patted Hermione fondly. "I know that too, love." Hermione's eyes were wide as Charity continued babbling excitedly about their apparently developing friendship. Hermione barely got a word in until Theo suddenly appeared, smiling apologetically as he corralled his enthusiastic friend from the table. Hermione continued to gawk at the large oak doors even after the duo had disappeared from view. She only looked up when she heard a throat clear across from her. When she looked up, all four marauders were staring at her in bewilderment. "What the hell was that?" Sirius questioned incredulously. "I have no bloody clue," Hermione murmured. "Who was that?" James asked next. "Charity," Hermione answered slowly. Chapter 4. Chapter Summary. So Many Things. September 28, 1977. The next few weeks flew by quickly for Hermione. She was easily distracted by schoolwork, and most nights she could be found surrounded by books in the library. Some nights she was joined by Remus or Lily. She knew eventually Regulus would start joining her, luring her brother along with the promise of treacle tarts made by his family's house elf. Tonight she was sitting alone, scribbling furiously as she finished her transfiguration essay that was due in 2 weeks. She grumbled loudly as her third quill snapped in her tense hand, ink spraying on her hand and the assignment. "Stupid bloody fucking quills," Hermione groused with an irritated huff. She grabbed the sleeve of her robe and began roughly wiping the ink from her hands, moving to begin tediously removing the splatters from her parchment. She squinted behind her glasses and she dabbed, muttering curses under her breath. "Are you a witch or aren't you?" a deep voice drawled. Hermione jumped and put a hand to her pounding heart. "Merlin," she scowled as she looked up at the intruder. Draco was leaning his hip against the bookshelf in front of her, a smirk tugging at his lips as he stowed his wand back in his pocket. Hermione looked down at the table and noticed that the splattered ink stains had been vanished from both her hands and the essay. Why didn't I think of that? Hermione mused under her breath. Because I'm smarter than you are, Potter, Draco declared confidently. Hermione looked up and wrinkled her nose in his direction. Tilting her head up haughtily she spoke, "Whatever helps you sleep at night, Black." Draco scoffed, "Just you watch, Potter. Our scores won't be tied this time." "Yeah, because I'll beat you," she said competitively. "Whatever helps you sleep at night," he whispered mockingly. She narrowed her eyes at the blonde, but before she could rebut his statement he spoke again, tapping his wrist as though he was wearing a watch. "Patrols." "Oh." Hermione jumped up from her chair, waving her wand to cast a tempest. 8:12 p.m. "Merlin," she said hurriedly, throwing her belongings into her bag. Draco watched with amusement as she scrambled around the small space, her hair frizzing with anxiety. "How did you know I would be in here?" she asked as they walked out of the library and started towards the dungeons. Draco scoffed and rolled her eyes at her. "Please. Everyone knows that you practically live in that place." "Not everyone," she muttered defensively. "Everyone that knows you." "Oh, and you know me?" she questioned with a raised brow. Draco shoved his hands in his pockets and smirked. "I think I know you a bit." Hermione huffed out a small laugh. "Please." It was quiet for a few moments before Hermione spoke again. "So, how's potions going? Think you'll beat my score in that class this year?" she asked mockingly. A sneer instantly appeared on Draco's face and he scoffed derisively. "Your imbecile brother doesn't know the first thing about potions. Rowena, it's like teaching to a first year." Hermione smirked amusedly at the small rant. "No," he continued, "it's like teaching to a bloody toddler. Honestly, I'm sure even an 11-year-old could brew better than him." "Merlin, you could brew better than him when you were 11. Isn't your dad this big potioneer? Did you just inherit all the potion skills in the family?" "Probably," Hermione responded with a smirk. "James is pretty awful too, didn't even try to take potions after 5th year. Potter should have followed in his big brother's footsteps, the fool." Draco growled with frustration. "I won't disagree with you there." Hermione laughed. She'd talked to Harry about it multiple times. He didn't need his potions newts to be an Auror and he was pants at the subject, barely passing their owls. He turned sharply in her direction and pointed a finger at her. "You may trump me in Slughorn's class, but I'll get you this year, Potter. You'll see." "Sure," Hermione said, holding her hands up in surrender. "Good luck." "I won't need luck," Draco responded tersely. "If you say so," she replied with a soft snort of laughter. They continued in comfortable silence for the next hour or so. "Have you talked to Pandora lately?" Hermione questioned suddenly. Draco looked startled for a moment before he sent her a vexed look. "My housemate and closest friend? Yes, I have talked to her lately." Hermione huffed at his tone. "Has she said anything unusual to you recently?" she asked hesitantly. "You mean more unusual than the things she says normally?" he inquired, a confused frown on his face. "Yes," she replied slowly. Draco stuttered. "No," he said shortly. She looked up at him and noticed a faint flush on his cheeks and neck. "No?" she asked. He looked down at her but averted his gaze swiftly, walking slightly faster. "No." Hermione hummed, a befuddled frown marring her face. She figured he was lying, but it wasn't her place to pry his secrets from him, no matter how much she might want to. Some people might have called her nosy, but she was simply curious. Her mind was all of the information she could find, whether it be intellectual or more personal in nature. She couldn't help it. She ate up new and interesting facts like sugar quills. They finished the rest of their patrol in silence. Draco awkwardly shifted every few minutes, but every time she turned her head in his direction he was gazing straight ahead, an indifferent look on his face. She had noticed that seemed to be the default look on his face. He never showed any emotion unless you were looking close enough. Which Hermione would never admit to doing. She did not pay any attention to Draco Black unless they were bickering during class or she was listening to Harry whine. When Hermione arrived at the entrance to the tower she nodded farewell to Draco and whispered the password. Her eyes flicked to his retreating form fleetingly as she entered. "H!" An excited voice yelled as the common room door slammed shut. Hermione smiled widely at Marlene as she walked further into the room. She noticed her dorm mate, one of Marlene's younger sisters, Sadie, sitting with her on one of the embroidered couches. Mary and Lily were sitting on the floor next to the sofa, chatting quietly. "Hey guys," Hermione said, moving to sit in one of the armchairs. "Hermione," Lily said brightly, "how were your patrols?" Hermione thought back to her conversation with Draco for a moment. "Oh no," Mary said, "what's happened?" "What?" Hermione asked in confusion. "You were frowning," Marlene answered with a concerned look in her blue eyes. "Oh," Hermione exclaimed, "no, the patrols were fine, I was just thinking." "Thinking?" Sadie asked curiously. Hermione shook her head in response, turning her attention back to Lily. "What are you doing all the way in Gryffindor Tower? Don't you have a nice cushy dorm all to yourself?" Lily sighed heavily and leaned her body against the couch. "Not all to myself," she muttered. Marlene leaned down and smacked her with a small throw pillow. "Ouch. Oh come on Lils," Marlene started. "He can't be that hard to live with, isn't he staying with his friends in their dorm anyways?" Hermione added. Lily groaned, "That's the problem." "What's the problem?" Marlene asked, exchanging confused looks with the other three girls. "He's not hard to live with at all. He's actually wonderful," Lily said defeatedly. "I beg to disagree," Hermione inserted unhelpfully, but they all ignored her. "What's wrong with that?" Mary asked. "He's just so sweet and helpful, and really mindful of my own space. He doesn't even let Sirius come into our dorm. Can you believe that? He's always saying all these wonderful things but not all in my face like he used to. And he's so cute. And, did you know he actually revised the prefect schedule on his own? And color-coded it? Color-coded? He's perfect," Lily ranted, bright green eyes gleaming. Hermione's eyes were wide as she stared at her panting friend. She stuttered, turning to Marlene with her mouth agape. "Well," Mary started, pausing to gawk at her friend again. Marlene clapped her hands excitedly, startling all of them. "Bloody finally," Marlene shouted happily. "What?" Lily yelled heatedly. "You fancy James Potter," Marlene said seriously. "What?" Lily squawked. "No I don't." Mary shook her head in disagreement. "Yes you do." "No, Lily stuttered, turning to Hermione pleadingly. Hermione looked at her friend, a smug smirk curling at her lips. She shook her head slowly. Lily groaned in dismay, her cheeks coloring brightly as she struggled to form a response. She stood abruptly, sending a scowl at her friends, and began to storm toward the exit to the common room. "I do not fancy James Potter," she shouted angrily as she left. The four girls goggled at the door before turning to each other in complete bewilderment. As they met each other's eyes they fell into a fit of hysterical laughter. They were howling. Marlene was holding onto her sister and Mary was curled into herself, tears streaming down her face. Just as they were calming down, a voice shouted from the stairs to the boys' dormitory, "Merlin, what the bloody hell is going on in here?" Hermione looked up through watery eyes to see her brother standing at the bottom of the staircase, a confused expression on his face. Hermione slowly turned her head back to her friends and they all burst back into laughter, leaving James watching them with a befuddled smile. Hermione woke abruptly with a gasp. Her body was covered in a layer of sweat and there were tears flooding her cheeks. She sat up quickly, wiping her face and looking around the dorm. She sluggishly grasped her glasses off of the bedside table and put them on. It was still dark outside and her three dorm mates were all sleeping. She closed her eyes tightly and took several deep breaths, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. The nightmare was blurry in her head now and she couldn't make out any details from her memory. Her hands were shaking as she grasped her wand and whispered a cooling charm. She sighed softly as the cool air warmed her clammy skin. Hermione got up and made her way to the bathroom, wordlessly summoning her uniform behind her. She quickly stripped and turned on the shower, stepping in instantly. Hermione hissed as the cold water hit her skin, quickly warming. She showered swiftly, dressing quickly and making her way back into the dorm to grab her bag. She made her way down the stairs and through the abandoned common room and out into the corridor. She walked slowly through the silent halls, her mind wandering. Before she realized where she was walking, she found herself at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Throughout her short life she had found herself crawling into her brother's bed for as long as she could remember. They had shared a room until they were 10, claiming they were too old to do so anymore. She'd always had nightmares and Harry was always there to soothe them. But even once they had gone to Hogwarts, Hermione would climb into his bed and cuddle next to him almost every night during the holidays. She tried not to encroach on the Slytherin's common room too often, but there had been a few nights throughout their school years where she had found herself joining her brother in his emerald green four-poster bed. She let out a small sigh and grabbed her wand from her robes to summon a Patronus. "Get Harry," she whispered. She watched the small otter float through the wall and moved to sit down. She slid against the opposite wall and waited for her brother. She looked up at the sound of a loud creak. Harry was standing groggily at the entrance, hair stuck up in 7 directions and his glasses askew. "Hermione?" he questioned confusedly. She stood quickly and stepped towards him. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" she murmured, an embarrassed flush covering her cheeks. Harry rolled his eyes and threw his arm around her. He looked down at his sister and sighed. "You never have to ask my own, you know that." I know, but we're not children anymore," she answered. He began ushering her through the door as he grumbled, "When has that ever mattered? When we're at Hogwarts and not in the comfort of our own home?" "Peeved," he said, waving his hands dismissively. "Come on then, I'm bloody tired." They quietly made their way up the staircase and into the 6th-year boys' dormitory. They both shuffled to Harry's four-poster bed. They slid underneath the comforter and Hermione pressed her head against Harry's chest. Within a few moments his breathing had deepened. She sat up slightly to remove both of their glasses and set them aside. Then she laid back down and closed her eyes, falling asleep to the sound of her brother's heartbeat. "Salazar's tits, Potter," a grumbling voice said loudly. "Oh, shut it," Harry's voice countered. Hermione sat up abruptly, looking at her blurry surroundings in core glasses and shoved them on quickly, surveying the dorm room. Harry and Barty were standing in the middle of the room face to face. Regulus was off to the side sitting on his bed with an amused smirk on his face. "No non-Slytherins in the dorm, Potter. How many times must I remind you?" Barty questioned. What the bloody hell was going on? Harry scoffed loudly. "Black comes in here all the time." "Yeah, but he's a." Barty started. "A boy?" Hermione inserted with a raised brow. Barty startled and turned in her direction, eyes wide as he took in her apparently not still sleeping form. "Shite." "Godric." Bartemius put on some sodding clothing. "Nobody wants to see that," Hermione grumbled. Barty narrowed his eyes at her and put his hands on his hips in a scary imitation of Hermione herself. He was clad in only a pair of boxer briefs. "First of all," he started dramatically, "this is my dorm. I can walk around naked if I want to." "No, you cannot, Barty," Regulus interrupted. "Second of all," Barty continued, ignoring his friend entirely, "everyone wants to see this," he said with a lewd gesture. Hermione and Harry both rolled their eyes. "Sure," they intoned dryly. "What time is it?" a sleepy voice murmured suddenly. Hermione looked to the corner to see Evan sitting up groggily, rubbing his face. "Evan," Barty sang happily. "Oh, Salazar," Harry muttered. "What, Barty?" Evan asked tiredly. "I can walk around naked if I want to, right?" Barty asked imploringly. Evan's cheeks colored instantly. I guess you can?" he said questioningly, looking to Regulus for context but received none. "Huh?" Barty shouted happily. He turned an accusing finger at the other 3 people in the dorm. "See?" Of course Evan would say yes. "Barty," Regulus grumbled. "What?" Barty asked in confusion. "Why?" Hermione watched as Harry and Regulus exchanged an amused but exhausted look with each other. "No reason." Regulus drawled dryly. Hermione struggled to restrain the giggle that was fighting its way out of her chest. "It's 8. Hermione supplied, looking towards the confused blonde. "I should head to Gryffindor Tower." She quickly got up from the bed and rushed her way out of the dorm tossing "see ya" as she went. She hurried to the tower to grab her school bag and then made her way to the Great Hall. It was about half empty because of the early hour, but she could see a few familiar faces milling about. She swiftly made her way towards Remus, who was sitting alone at Gryffindor table. "Good morning," Hermione said, sitting in the spot directly across from him. "Morning," Remus grumbled in return, poking at his food aggressively. Hermione raised an amused eyebrow and leaned forward on her elbows. "You all right?" "Fine," he murmured. Hermione hummed, unconvinced, but let the subject drop. "Where's my brother then?" she questioned. "Sleeping." Remus mumbled shortly. Hermione sighed and started making herself a plate. Remus obviously wasn't in a talking mood this morning and she wasn't going to push him, especially when the full moon was a week away. She was eating quietly when someone settled next to her. She turned to see an extremely frazzled Marlene, tapping her feet anxiously. "Marlene?" Hermione questioned with concern. Marlene jumped as if she'd forgotten that she'd just sat next to her. "Godric Hermione," she bemoaned. Hermione furrowed her brow and looked at her friend closely. Her blonde locks were tied up in an extremely messy bun and her uniform appeared to be thrown on hastily. She had bags under her eyes. "Are you Oka? Merlin? Who died?" Sirius asked, plopping down next to Remus suddenly. "What?" Remus asked, head tilted in confusion as he looked at his boyfriend. "You all look like shite," Sirius said honestly, waving his hand at the three tired-looking individuals. Hermione looked at faux older brother in offense but Sirius continued, now solely looking towards Remus. "No offense, love. You still look ravishing," Sirius murmured flirtatiously. Hermione feigned a gag. "What do we do about James and Lily?" Marlene suddenly piped up. "Huh?" Sirius asked. "What do you mean?" Remus added. "Oh Merlin." Hermione muttered, wiping a hand across her face wearily. She turned to Marlene, a bossy look in her eyes. "No." Marlene pouted dramatically. "No," Hermione said again dismissively, "we are not interfering, they can figure it out themselves." "Figure out what?" Sirius demanded. "Oh come on H. Lily will never admit it," Marlene sulked, waving her hands in exasperation. "She'll admit it, trust me. You saw her last night, she doesn't stand a chance," Hermione supplied confidently. Marlene huffed and crossed her arms, sending a skeptical glance. "Admit what?" Sirius burst out loudly, interrupting their bickering. Hermione and Marlene both looked up and saw the pair of boys studying them with frowns marring their features. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned back to her plate, deciding not to expose her redhead friend. "Lily fancies James," Marlene cried out excitedly. Hermione turned to her friend with wide eyes. At the pronouncement. "Oi, shut it," she hissed. She turned her gaze back to the other side of the table, taking in the wizard's expressions. Sirius had a mischievous grin on his face and he was bouncing in his seat. Remus was just goggling at Marlene, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. "She told you that?" Remus inquired doubtfully. "Nah," Marlene said, waving a hand, "she hasn't acknowledged her feelings yet." Remus' mouth dropped into a small O shape but before he could continue his questioning, the witch in question flounced over to Gryffindor table. Hermione and Marlene exchanged an entertained look as their friend ignored them entirely, turning to start a conversation with Remus about their ancient runes test. As the great hall filled, Hermione let her mind wander. Even though Marlene was right about Lily not having accepted her feelings, Hermione couldn't help but hope they figured it out soon. She loved her big brother dearly and despite his seemingly cheerful attitude she knew it hurt him a little every time she rejected him. At the beginning, when James started pronouncing his love for the witch in his third year, she thought he was just infatuated with the pretty muggle-born girl with bright green eyes, but as the years went by she watched his feelings become stronger and stronger. Honestly, she wasn't sure she'd ever seen him even look at another witch. He'd been adamant for the past 4 years that Lily was the witch he would marry and she was starting to believe him. Maybe that was wishful thinking but she could see it. Them. Getting married and starting a family. Plus it wouldn't hurt that one of her closest friends would become her sister-in-law. She just hoped that it didn't end badly. James had the biggest heart of anyone that she had ever known and she also knew with certainty that if anyone could break it, it was Lily. She was startled from her thoughts at the sound of wings fluttering. She looked up to see hundreds of owls dropping off letters and copies of the Prophet. She swiftly tossed a small piece of bacon at the small barn owl and picked up the paper. Family found dead. By Rita Skeeter late last night, yet another wizarding family was found massacred in their own homes. Authorities heard reports of the home of half-blood Auror, Simon Williams, filled with flames. After the fire was extinguished, the bodies of Simon, his wife, and their 2 children were found deceased inside. The cause of their death has not been released to the public. Could this be in connection to the other mysterious deaths that have been reported throughout Wizarding Britain? A personal vendetta against Auror Williams? Hermione frowned as she read through the article. She felt sad for the innocent family that had lost their lives, but Merlin, She could not stand that wrote this drivel. This was far from the first article about the unexplainable death of entire magical families, and she had a feeling it wouldn't be the last. She shivered at the thought and felt a sliver of dread in her chest. She looked up at the sound of a loud scoff. Sirius was looking at the paper in disgust. Mysterious deaths, he repeated mockingly. Mysterious my ass, he continued hotly, slamming the newspaper onto the table. Silverware clattering loudly. It's those bloody Death Eaters, he said, sending a scathing glare at the Slytherin table. James reached out and patted his friend on the back sympathetically. It's okay, Padfoot. Sirius stood up abruptly, almost knocking James to the floor in the process. It is not okay. Okay. Okay, James murmured, standing slowly. Sirius huffed angrily. His face was bright red with his ire as he stomped from the hall, his three friends following quickly. She knew this was an especially sensitive subject for Sirius, since his mother tried to force him to take the mark and he fled to the safety of her family's home during his 5th year. Hermione shared a sad look with Lily and Marlene as they stood parting ways to head to classes. Hermione made her way to the dungeons at a sedate pace, running her fingers against the rough stone as she walked. She nodded at a few students in greeting as she passed. The halls were mostly empty, most students still eating breakfast, and Hermione enjoyed the serene atmosphere. She was the first to arrive at the potions lab, and moved to sit at the desk she shared with Theo. She organized her belongings on her desk neatly and then reached into her bag and pulled out a large tome she had borrowed from the restricted section. She looked up from her book as she heard other students entering the classroom. She quickly snapped the book shut and put it away. She felt a smile quirk her lips as her partner and his friend entered the classroom. Charity was chatting excitedly as Theo nodded along with a tickled look on his face. They both sent her bright smiles when they looked up, and Theo strolled over to their desk while Charity waved from her desk in the far corner of the classroom. Partner, Theo said with a tip of his imaginary hat, plopping down with a sigh. Theo, she returned with a laugh. They both looked up as Slughorn scrambled into the classroom. He quickly began lecturing them about the effects of mandrake in a memory potion. Hermione rapidly began taking down tedious notes, her quill scribbling madly. Near the end of the class, Slughorn clapped his hands loudly, a bright smile on his pudgy face. I have decided on your project for this term, he began excitedly. Hermione sat forward anxiously as he continued. Since we are on the subject of memory potions, I thought it would be a fun idea for you all to experiment. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. She wasn't particularly good at experimenting. She preferred to follow step-by-step instructions rather than winging it. She was logical. You and your partner will have until before Christmas hauls to complete your assignment. I want you to come up with the most effective recipe without following the directions from your standard potions book. You may choose any potion that may affect a person's memories. He finished, flicking his wand to send a more detailed version of their project instructions towards them. This will be so fun, Theo uttered delightedly. Fun? Hermione questioned, turning towards him with raised brows. Theo's smile fell slightly from his face as he took in her expression but reappeared just as fast. Of course. I love altering potions. My ma and I used to sit in her lab together and experiment with different drafts. You don't anymore? Hermione questioned. Theo frowned at her and brought his gaze to the table. She died during 2nd year. My father too, he admitted quietly. Oh. Hermione breathed. I'm so sorry, Theo. He waved away her apology with another, slightly smaller smile. Don't be. It was a long time ago. Anyways, he said with a clap of his hands, this is my shite. We've got this. Don't worry. Hermione huffed a laugh. I wasn't worried. So, library? Theo questioned as they made their way out of the classroom. Hermione nodded. After a few hours in the library, they had decided on what they were doing for their project. Hermione was still slightly dubious about adding random ingredients to a memory potion, but Theo's confidence was slightly contagious and she found herself looking forward to the challenge. They were exchanging ideas quietly when familiar footfalls started towards them. Hermione looked up and sent a bright smile at her brother. She noticed Regulus and Draco trailing behind him. Harry, she greeted happily. Hey, my own. He returned, moving to ruffle her curly locks before flopping down next to her. What are you doing here? She asked him as Regulus sat, setting a large stack of books on the tabletop. Figuring out what to do for that stupid bloody potion. Harry grumbled, shooting a glower at Draco as the boy fluidly settled next to his brother. Who's this? He continued, pointing a finger at the Hufflepuff boy at her side. This is Theo, he's my potions partner, Hermione introduced. She twisted to look at Theo. This is my brother, Harry, she added. She watched in confusion as Theo stuttered through introducing himself, his face flushing brightly. T. Theodore Selwyn, he offered, waving a shaking hand in greeting. Harry waved back, Harry Potter. He responded with an amused smirk. Theo nodded slowly, eyes not straying from her brother's face. Hermione coughed lightly after a few beats and struggled to contain a snort as Theo jumped and averted his eyes hurriedly, turning to open one of the books they had finished an hour ago and flip through it. She didn't think she'd seen him this flustered in the few weeks that she'd known him. He was always smooth, throwing cheeky smiles, flirty waves, and coy whispers at a multitude of witches. And not a single blush to be found. But one look at her twin and Theo was seemingly undone. That was interesting. She'd have to visit the topic at a later date. For now she turned to the group and spoke. Okay. So, what are you thinking of doing? Huh? Harry asked in confusion. Draco let out a scoff. He isn't thinking anything. He's an idiot. Regulus quickly elbowed his twin, but other than a small grunt, Draco ignored it and continued blithely. This might as well be a solo assignment. Harry looked offended at the comment and opened his mouth to refute the claim, but Hermione cut in. No fighting in the library, she said sternly, looking specifically to her brother and Draco. Is that an official rule? Draco drawled. Yes, she said simply, sending him a small glare. Draco coughed a laugh and rolled his eyes at her but stayed quiet, moving to scrawl on a piece of blank parchment. Soon enough the only sound at their table was the sound of quills scribbling against paper, and Harry's random bouts of grumbled complaints. Chapter 5 October 4, 1977 Hermione sighed, her cheek resting against her hand while she tuned out Professor Binns droning on about the Salem witch trials. She already knew almost everything about this particular part of wizarding history. When she was 9 she became somewhat obsessed with learning everything about it. For almost 2 years she read everything she could get her hands on pertaining to the trials. As much as she may take great pleasure in learning, she really couldn't listen to the ghost's monotone voice any longer. Why a man who, seemingly, dislikes teaching to children would continue to do so in the afterlife baffles her. She shakes her head incredulously at the thought. Hermione sits up straight when she feels eyes on her. The hair on the back of her neck stands up and she knows who's looking before she turns around. She quickly too catches Draco's eyes, his burning into her. A small smirk lifts the corner of his lips and she scowls at him, but his smirk only grows wider. She wants to look away but she can't seem to pull her gaze from his piercing gray eyes. He languidly scans her and she fidgets at the scrutiny, attempting to lift a nonchalant brow in his direction. He snorts at the gesture quietly and then moves his gaze back to the lecture. Hermione spins back around swiftly, a swirling feeling in her stomach that she refuses to acknowledge. Why is he always staring at her all of a sudden? It almost seems as if he's trying to solve a puzzle when he watches her. It confuses her and she's not sure what to make of him. Hermione frowned and sat up even straighter, turning her attention back to the lesson. She didn't want to think about it. She tried not to sigh as she listens to the dull monologue. She is the first one out of the classroom when the bell rings. Her bag had been packed up for a while and she had been counting down the minutes until she could escape. She could feel Draco's eyes burning into her back for the entire class and it made her squirm a little in her seat. She needed to get out of there. She quickly made her way towards the dungeon to meet Theo so they could work on their potions project. They had decided to tweak the standard memory potion, and as much as it sounded simple it was harder than it seemed. They had been meeting in one of the many abandoned classrooms in the school and they were finally starting to test the recipe that they had spent the last 2 weeks coming up with. While Hermione was slightly anxious about the end results, watching Theo figure this out was like watching a dolphin in captivity being released back into the ocean. He was so relaxed and in his element that it bolstered her own confidence. She faltered in surprise as she strolled through the door and saw her brother standing next to Theo. They were stood a few feet apart, talking quietly over the large pewter cauldron. Harry, Hermione said, stunned. What are you doing here? Harry looked up quickly at the sound of her voice and sent her a cheeky smile. Sister, he drawled, I'm working on my potions project. What does it look like I'm doing? Hermione's eyebrows shot up in disbelief and she sent a questioning look at Theo, who sent a sheepish grin in response. She rolled her eyes at her brother and strode to the desk that her partner had set up. "Whatever," she mumbled. She set down her bag and began to organize the ingredients, quickly getting lost in the motions. She felt Theo settle next to her and start to heat the cauldron. She quickly looked up at the sound of footsteps and held her breath when Draco walked through the door. An infuriating smirk crossed his lips as he caught her eye. "Potters," he drawled glibly. His silver eyes darted towards the other person in the room and narrowed. His eyes trailed Theo's figure languidly, then away in dismissal. Hermione stiffened in her seat as she watched him stroll to the seat beside Harry. A sneer marred his handsome face as he stood in front of her brother. "Dammon." Theo whistled under his breath. Hermione looked away sharply and turned toward Theo, eyebrows drawn together in confusion. "What?" she hissed. Theo was staring at a desk opposite them with a wide grin on his face, green eyes bright. "Such a pretty picture," he said with a dreamy sigh. "What are you on about, Selwyn?" she grumbled. She swiftly followed his gaze and watched Harry and Draco hiss insults at each other. Rolling her eyes, she looked back down to the desktop. Theo looked to Hermione with mock surprise. "You're telling me you don't think he's pretty?" he questioned with one raised brow and doubt plain on his features. "I don't." She stuttered. "Why are we taking about this? We have work to do." Hermione felt her face heating the longer Theo studied her. After a few moments, he looked away and began measuring the stewed mandrake. When Hermione chanced to look up again, Draco was staring right at her. She quickly looked down once more. They spent the next 2 hours brewing, experimenting with different amounts of peppermint and stewed mandrake to change the longevity of the potion. And listening to the two others in the room bicker nonstop about the potion they were going to do. "Gah, Potter, a Niffler would be a better potions partner." "Oi! Shut it, Black." "Merlin, help me," Hermione growled as their potion boiled over for the third time. Theo waved his wand and vanished the mess. He spun to face her. "We should probably get to dinner." Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but her stomach chose that moment to growl loudly. Her eyes grew wide with surprise and she looked up at Theo, who was chuckling quietly. "Come on, Potter," he said, throwing a lanky arm across her shoulders. He steered her out of the classroom, sending one longing look at Harry as they left. "My twin? Really?" Hermione asked in exasperation. Theo's cheeks flushed instantly and he avoided eye contact with her for a few moments. He shrugged, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Hermione let out a groan and brushed his arm off. Of course her new friend would have a crush on her brother. Loud footsteps echoed behind them and Hermione blew out an annoyed breath. She turned around expecting to see Harry but was surprised to see Marlene jogging towards her. "H!" she shouted excitedly, waving obnoxiously. Hermione rolled her eyes, even as a reluctant smile crossed her face. "Hey, Marls," she greeted. "H," Marlene repeated, "you have to come with me." "Okay." She drew out questioningly, tilting her head to the side as she surveyed the blonde. She was rocking on her heels, her eyes wide as she grabbed a hold of Hermione's arms. Hermione could tell she was trying to keep a straight face, but a large grin kept creeping up her face. She noticed that Theo had paused in his walking and was watching them with amusement plain on his features. "Come on, come on, come on," Marlene squealed. She grabbed Theo with her free hand and began dragging the both of them in the direction of the Great Hall. She walked backwards without missing a beat. "Godric, what's going on?" Hermione squeaked indignantly. Marlene only sent a cheeky wink to Hermione, then swiftly looked at Theo. "Hi, I'm Marlene," she said cheerfully, jerking his arm up and down as though the two were sharing a cordial handshake. "Hello, Marlene. I'm Theodore," he returned in the same cheerful tone of voice, his green eyes sparkling with mirth. Hermione rolled her eyes at the two of them but followed her friend obediently. She was admittedly curious about what had Marlene so excited. Marlene had always been an easily excitable person, like a puppy. But right now her joy was almost infectious and Hermione could feel her magic humming delightedly in the air. The room was buzzing with chatter as they made their way through the doors. Marlene towed them to the Gryffindor table. Once they were seated, Hermione let out a huff and looked around suspiciously. "What's going on?" she questioned again, but Marlene only grinned. She turned to her other table mates suspiciously, but they only shrugged, looking just as confused as Hermione felt. Lily tilted her head slightly to the other end of the table. Hermione followed the redhead's line of sight and narrowed her eyes when she noticed James and Sirius, bouncing in their seats just as happily as Marlene was. Her stomach dropped further when she saw Remus exchange a smirk with Peter and nudge him playfully. "Merlin," Hermione groaned, banging her head on the tabletop before resting her forehead against the edge as she realized what had Marlene so enthusiastic. Or should she say who? "What?" she heard Theo question, concern and confusion lacing his tone. "Just wait," Marlene murmured back with a giggle. "Oh God," Lily muttered as realization dawned on her as well. Hermione coyens and waited for whatever spectacle the Marauders had cooked up this evening. She could only hope that whatever they did wouldn't affect the Gryffindors. She had been victim to their pranks too often and she was too tired to deal with their shite. This evening, Hermione just wanted to go to sleep. This day had felt longer than the last week entirely. Hermione frowned in confusion when she felt her uniform stretch. Her skirt was melting around her legs and when she opened her eyes she was wearing a pair of slacks. She lifted her head from the table at the first shout. When she looked up, the first person she noticed was Theo. Theo, who was now wearing a girl's Ravenclaw uniform, instead of his standard Hufflepuff robes. When she looked down at herself she let out a small laugh when she noticed her green and silver tie. When she surveyed the room she realized that all boys were wearing the girl's uniform and vice versa. It looked like the Slytherins were wearing Hufflepuff colors. Ravenclaw wearing Gryffindor. Gryffindor wearing Slytherin. And Hufflepuff wearing Ravenclaw. It appeared that only the Hogwarts staff was unaffected. Interesting. Definitely not what she was expecting. She wondered what about this had Marlene so excited. It wasn't the best prank that her brother and his friends had come up with in the past 6 years. While funny, it wasn't anything crazy. "Really?" Hermione asked disbelievingly, shooting a miffed look in her brother's direction. He was laughing as he watched Sirius, who was standing and twirling in his new uniform. She huffed a surprised laugh when Sirius strode around the table and started flirting with Remus, who was red-faced as he tried to avoid making eye contact with anyone in the room. "Do you think Dorcas will think I look sexy like this?" Marlene questioned with utmost seriousness. "Who's Dorcas?" Theo asked. "Godric, Marlene, this is what you were so excited about. How did you even know?" Hermione inquired. Marlene waved her hand with a flourish. "I came up with the idea, of course." "Ha!" Theo slapped his thigh, his body shaking with mirth. "Brilliant!" he exclaimed. Hermione groaned as Marlene's smile grew. "Why, thank you very much." She stood and took a bow, which in turn caused James and Sirius to repeat the motion. "Thank you. Thank you," they both shouted, curtsying obnoxiously. Hermione rolled her eyes and tuned out the disquiet in the hall. She quickly filled her plate and finished her meal as Theo, Marlene, and Lily chatted. "Hello, my lady," Charity said, appearing at her best friend's shoulder as dinner was ending. She was speaking in a mock deep voice. Hermione watched in amusement as the girl held her arm for Theo to take. Theo smiled wide and stood quickly, linking elbows with Charity. "My lord," Theo greeted jovially in a girly tone. The two flounced away from the table without another word. Theo's hips were swinging in an almost obscene manner as they left the great hall. As they exited the hall, Harry entered. His eyes were wide as he passed by Theo, his mouth opened and closed a few times but didn't say a word. Theo sent a wink in his direction and continued to strut from the hall. Harry's cheeks flamed. "Oh Merlin." Hermione burst into bewildered laughter, earning a perplexed look from her friends. Hermione only shook her head in response. Chapter 6 Chapter Summary. So many things. October 5, 1977. Hermione hurried after James into the Great Hall for breakfast. He was basically speed walking to the Gryffindor table. She caught Harry's bewildered stare as she passed Slytherin table and shrugged her shoulders in response. Grabbing James's arm, she briskly pulled him down next to her and turned her body in his direction. She watched concerned as he mechanically made up a plate for himself. Leaning over she hissed, "What the bloody hell is wrong with you?" Her brother's face was bright red and he wouldn't meet her eyes. He was pushing food around on his plate with a distant smile on his face. "James," she called, waving a hand at him. He looked up at her for a split second before looking away again. Hermione exhaled loudly and looked across the table at the sound of a cleared throat. Remus was sitting directly in front of her, head tilted as he stared at James, a confused frown marring his scarred face. "Prongs?" he asked bewilderedly. James's head snapped up to look at his friend. "Yeah, Moony?" he uttered. Remus caught Hermione's eye, a question in them. Hermione shook her head minutely in response. She had no clue what was going on. "All right, then?" he asked his friend worriedly. James nodded for a couple of seconds, pausing before he spoke. "Yeah, brilliant." Remus hummed, narrowing his eyes in James's direction. They both watched as James continued to eat, wide grin never leaving his face. "Excited for the match today?" Remus directed the question at Hermione, still keeping his eyes on James. When Hermione didn't answer, he slid his gaze to her and raised a questioning brow. Hermione huffed, "Sure." Lily plopped down next to Remus and sent Hermione a smirk. "You'll sit with me and Remus, won't you?" she asked, grabbing a few blueberries and plopping them in her mouth. She chewed slowly as she waited for a response. Hermione rolled her eyes and let out a groan. "Yes," she hissed reluctantly. Lily smiled triumphantly and nudged Remus with her shoulder. He returned her gesture with a small smile. Remus opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted when Lily loudly exclaimed, "Potter, is that a hickey?" Hermione furrowed her brows in confusion and went to refute her claim, but quickly noticed that Lily's wide green eyes were laser-focused on the Potter at Hermione's side. Her brother's head flew up in record speed and his face paled dramatically. His mouth was gaping and his hand shot to cover his throat. No wonder her brother was acting especially strange this morning. He stuttered, "and no it's, I." James's eyes grew impossibly wider as he floundered, his gaze flicking to the exit every few seconds. "Oh, Merlin." Lily's hand had flown to her mouth as though she could shove the question back down her throat. James continued to fumble over his words as he tried to explain away the, admittedly, large bruise covering the front of his throat. Hermione pressed her lips together, attempting to contain her mirth. Who James was snogging in his free time she had no clue, and frankly didn't care to. But it was always entertaining to watch him try to lie. Her brother was many things, but a good liar was definitely not one of them. Honestly, she was surprised he hadn't just blurted out everything, but he was being surprisingly tight-lipped. The only part that confused Hermione was that James had been in love with the ginger girl sitting across from him for the better part of their school days, and obviously, she wasn't the person he was sneaking around with. Her face was red, with embarrassment or anger, and her brows were furrowed deeply in bewilderment. Well," he stammered again. He looked to Remus for help, but the werewolf was examining his friend shrewdly, curiosity in his eyes. "Prongs?" he questioned with a sly smirk. James was saved from Lily's penetrating gaze and Remus' questioning one when Sirius flung himself into the seat next to him. Somehow James's pale visage blanched even further as his best friend settled beside him. Hermione raised a brow, but James only shook his head, his jaw clenching, and let himself be dragged into a conversation about the upcoming game. Bodies were huddled closely together in the stands. There were shouts of excitement and loud laughter permeating the large field as they waited for the match to begin. Hermione huffed as she settled herself between Remus and Lily, wrapping her Gryffindor scarf snugly around her neck. Lily had charmed Hermione's curls with red and gold streaks. She had begged Hermione because she couldn't pulley red clashes with red, who knew? Hermione shivered from the cool October air, her breath clouding up around her face. She quickly waved her wand and cast another warming charm. It was the first Quidditch game of the year and students and professors alike were filled with enthusiasm about the upcoming match. It was to be Slytherin versus Gryffindor game and Hermione couldn't help but join in on the excitement. She was bouncing in her seat and leaning forward, waiting to see her brothers step onto the field. She wasn't the biggest fan of Quidditch, but her smile was wide as Lily grabbed her arm and jostled her around. "Hello." Pandora's airy voice floated loudly through the stadium. "Welcome to Hogwarts' first Quidditch match of the year." Loud cheers echoed through the stands and Gryffindors began to stomp their feet. Hermione giggled when Sadie squeezed her shoulders from behind. "And here come the players. Entering the pitch first, we have the Gryffindor team. We have Captain James Potter leading the charge," Pandora commentated, her Irish lilt more noticeable in her excitement. We also have chasers McKinnon and Black. Hermione squinted at the field as Pandora continued to name the players. She waved as she caught her brother's eye. Lily was cheering loudly and jumping up and down. And here comes the Slytherin team following behind Captain Regulus Black. By his side is Chaser Potter and Pandora continued in a warm tone, affection clear. Hermione could ascertain which team Pandora was rooting for. She quickly looked over to where Pandora was standing in the staff box. Draco was standing next to her, both of them decked out in full Slytherin regalia. Looking at the two blondes together, they almost looked like they could be related. Their blonde heads were shining in the sunlight. Hermione shivered as she studied Draco, a Slytherin scarf wrapped snugly around his neck. It wasn't the first time she'd seen him wearing his brother's house colors, but for some reason, a shiver went through Hermione's body. And it didn't have anything to do with the cold. Something niggled in the back of her mind, but she quickly shook her head to clear the confusion. She'd been feeling so strange this year. She needed to talk to Harry. Something had been happening to her since this school year started, and she needed to figure out if it was just her. Hermione focused back on the pitch as Madame Hooch gestured for James and Regulus to shake hands. She leaned forward and watched the two grasp hands. There was a strange amount of tension in the air for a moment before the whistle blew and both boys flew to opposite ends of the pitch. And here they go. Chaser Rosier in possession of the quaffle, feinting left he dodges a bludger sent by Beater Longbottom and goal, 10 points to Slytherin. Raxperts seem to be distracting Seeker Black from the snitch this morning. Rowena, get your head in the game, Reggie. It looks like the Gryffindor chasers are attempting a Hawkshead attacking formation. Fortescue dodged a bludger sent by Beater Crouch and is right back at her team's side and goal, 30 points to Gryffindor. Potter seems to have found the snitch. He's speeding towards the sky and Black is in pursuit and Merlin. Potter executes a beautiful Wronski feint. Black dodges a bludger sent by Longbottom and, after an hour, Lily and Hermione were jumping up and down screaming in excitement. Her smile was so wide that her cheeks hurt and she couldn't help the elated laugh that left her as Sirius and James lifted Marlene onto their shoulders, cheering happily. In the end, it was a close match with Gryffindor winning 190 to 130. Marlene ended up catching the snitch even though she is a chaser, and it was a brilliant. Hermione, Remus, Lily, and Sadie quickly made their way down the stands to meet up with the team. Hermione let out a giggle as she watched Sadie body slam her sister with a hug. Marlene shrieked a laugh and ruffled her little sister's blonde locks. Sirius followed Sadie's example and slammed into Remus, slapping a sloppy kiss on his lips. Remus let out a delighted laugh and kissed his boyfriend back with just as much enthusiasm. Okay. Lily said breathlessly, enough with the PDA. PDA? James and Sirius asked simultaneously. Lily and Remus rolled their eyes. Never mind, Lily mumbled. Come on, Lils. Marlene squealed, herding them towards the castle. Party. Hermione let out a deep suffering sigh and let herself be dragged along. Hermione woke the next morning with a mission. It was Sunday, so she was free to do as she likes, but she needed to talk to her brothers. The three siblings usually tried to meet up and check in with each other every few weeks, but they had been sorely lacking in sibling bonding as of late. James had been busy with head boy duties, Harry with Quidditch and Regulus, and Hermione with her nightmares and prefect obligations. She was in desperate need of their advice. As annoying as her brothers were, they always had a way of helping her see past her problems. She looked around the dorm and noticed that Sadie was still sleeping. Amanda and Lucinda seemed to have gotten up a while ago. She quietly made her way into the bathroom, careful not to wake her friend. Hermione swiftly showered and got dressed, throwing on a pair of muggle trousers and a purple jumper. She waved her wand and her curls pulled into a French braid ponytail, her curls billowing under her ears. After examining herself in the mirror, she made her way down the stairs into the common room. She made her way across the space and began to make her way up to the 7th-year boys' dorm. She knocked rapidly on the door. Ishon, she called through the wood. Hermione heard shuffling on the other side of the door and waited with a hand on her hip as it was pulled open. She held in a giggle as a half-asleep James appeared, bleary-eyed and hair a mess. Op kya shahat hain, Kesari? James mumbled in Hindu. The giggle escaped when James started in surprise before repeating himself in English. What do you want? We need to have a Potter meeting, she said with complete seriousness. Can you meet me in the dungeons? The abandoned classroom by the portrait of Frederick the Free? James stood up straighter at her question and looked at his little sister in concern. Are you okay? Is Harry? Fine, fine. She waved a hand dismissively. We just need to check in. Can you meet me in like 20 minutes? Yeah, course. James said with a nod. He ran a hand through his hair and sent her a smile. I'll be there. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to leave, stopping when she felt someone tug on her curls. She narrowed her eyes at a grinning Sirius and bared her teeth jokingly. You're not invited. Sirius put his hand to his chest and mock hurt. You wound me, little Potter. Oh, shove it. Hermione huffed as she continued her way down the stairs. She walked briskly. Theo was supposed to meet her in an hour and a half to work on their potion. She was hoping they could finish their conversation before Theo got there, but it would be interesting to see him interact with James. She waved her wand as she walked, conjuring her Patronus. Go to Harry, she whispered. Meet me in D19. She smiled as she watched the small otter float through the floor. She skipped down the staircase and continued the rest of the way to the dungeons. When Hermione got to the classroom, Harry was already standing there, arms crossed, leaning his hip against one of the desks. What's up, am I? Harry asked with one raised brow. He was dressed in a pair of deep blue robes and his hair had been combed. She stumbled over her words as she studied her brother. Potter meeting. James will be here soon. She paused for a moment. Why are you? She waved a hand at his outfit, like that. Harry tilted his head in confusion. Like what? You're all fancy. It's Saturday. Hermione EXCL. Harry drawled. Wah. Hermione started. Whoa. Why are you all dressed up? James asked their brother as he walked through the door. He was wearing a pair of denims and a jumper. Harry scoffed and rolled his eyes. We are obviously here for a reason, and I'm quite sure it's not to discuss my choice of attire. James clapped his hands and pushed himself up into the desktop, legs swinging merrily. Right, Potter family meeting, he said with a pointed look at Hermione. I just wanted to check in. Okay. We haven't had one all this year. She defended, crossing her arms over her chest. Okay. What did you want to talk about then? Harry asked with a tender smile at his twin. Nothing specific, I suppose. Just, I don't know, she said. These past few months have felt strange is all. How are classes? Harry scoffed. You called us here to talk about school? Hermione crossed her arms defensively. No, she retorted. I've just been worried about you guys this year is all. It feels different. It's because it's your last year with me and you're going to miss me so much, isn't it? James said with a smirk, tugging on Hermione's curls. Yeah, right. Hermione said, slapping her older brother's arm away. You feel it too, right? James snorted but didn't say a word. Harry nodded in agreement. Have you seen the articles in the Daily Prophet? All those people dying. Something's coming. James scratched the back of his neck nervously. I'm sure it's no big deal, he said with false nonchalance. Hermione shot her big brother a disbelieving look and Harry scoffed. There have been whispers in Slytherin, Harry admitted, looking slightly pale. What? James sat up straight and stared at Harry questioningly. What whispers? About? Harry trailed off. What? Hermione asked curiously. She had obviously heard about the people dying, but she didn't know for sure what was going on. The Dark Lord. Harry whispered the title like a curse. Who? Hermione questioned, shivers racing down her spine. Nobody really knows who it is. Harry divulged quietly, and, well, can I tell you guys something, but you can't tell anyone? Of course. Hermione responded, slightly offended by the question. Yeah, James agreed. Harry leveled James with a serious look. Not even serious. James let out a huff but agreed, leaning forward to hear what Harry had to say. Regulus got a letter from Walburga. Harry started. Okay. Hermione spoke slowly, confusion lacing the word. And it said something about an important guest coming over during Christmas halls. Harry continued, it just sounded sketchy. Hermione filled in questioningly. Yes, exactly, I don't know. I just have a bad feeling. Harry said. It was all about how he and Draco needed to be on their best behavior and they would be punished if they screwed anything up. Hermione hummed, her brows drawn together in concern. She wasn't close to either boy, but she remembered how Walburga had treated Sirius, and she couldn't imagine the horrid women treated the other two boys much better. "What do you think, James?" Harry asked, tapping his fingers against the tabletop anxiously. The twins looked to James questioningly. He had been silent the entire time Harry had been talking. His face was pale and his lips were pressed together, but he quickly tried to school his features when they faced him. He stood up jerkily. "I have to go, James?" Hermione exclaimed. "I won't say anything, I promise, but I have to go." "I'm fine." He quickly stormed toward the exit, face ashen. Hermione and Harry share a bewildered look as he left without another word. Theo sauntered into the room whistling a jaunty tune as he passed James through the doorway. He runs his eyes down James's figure flirtatiously before zeroing in on Harry, a large grin spread across his face. "Well, hello. Don't you look handsome?" Harry looked up and smirked at the other boy, Theodore. He greeted smoothly, running a hand down the front of his robes. It was quiet for a few moments as the two stared at each other but looked away, startled when Hermione cleared her throat. Theo shot her a rueful smile and sheepishly ambled toward their desk. "Partner," he said with a tip of his head. "Theo," she said with a small smile, "I was in the library and I found this book in the restricted section. It has information about spell modification and I think we can apply this theory to our potion. I mean, technically Slughorn didn't say we couldn't use transfiguration, right?" She gently laid the tome onto the desktop and opened to the page she was talking about. She sat back in her stool as she waited for Theo to read through the theory. "I think we can do something with this." Theo hummed in agreement. He leans forward and waves his wand to light the cauldron. "Okay. Let's try this again, shall we?" Hermione said, prepping the jobber knoll feathers. Theo nodded. "Let's." Hermione wanted to wail when the potion overboiled again. The memory potion, which was supposed to be golden, was a putrid green color. She heard Theo let out a loud huff beside her. She looked up in surprise at the sound of loud shouting. Draco had shown up in the classroom to work on his project with Harry an hour ago, and they had been bickering non-stop. Hermione wasn't exactly sure why the two of them had decided to occupy the same classroom as herself and Theo, but it seemed that every time they showed up to work, so did the other two. "No," Draco shouted, his hands waving urgently. "Shut it, Black. I know what I'm doing," Harry growled back. "You can't," Draco tried again. "I can do whatever the bloody hell I want," Harry sneered in response, holding a small measuring spoon over the pair's own cauldron. "No," Draco cried out, "you can't put flobberworm mucus in a healing draft, it's going to." "Oh no," Hermione whispered, reaching for her wand, but before she could grab it there was an explosion. And white-hot blistering pain seared through Hermione's entire body. Her jaw clenched so hard that she swore she would break a tooth. So this is what the Cruciatus curse must feel like. Interesting, as he thought to herself. And then there was darkness. Chapter 7. Flashbacks. Chapter notes. I am so sorry for any and all spelling or grammar mistakes. I'm dumb. August 1997. Hermione couldn't help but laugh as she watched Luna dance with her father. The duo spun wildly around the floor. Hermione twirled past them and landed in Fred's arms. The twins had forced her out of her seat a little while ago and kept trading off dances with her. When she looked toward the bride and groom, she felt joy bloom in her chest for the first time since Dumbledore's death. She had hoped she could hold on to this peace for a little while longer, but alas, the Ministry has fallen. The Minister of Magic is dead. They're coming. The Lynx Patronus intoned in Kingsley's deep voice. Chaos ensued. October 1997. What are you doing? Ron asked, a sneer painted across his dirty face. What do you mean? Hermione faltered in her stride. Are you staying, or what? Hermione's chest clenched as she looked between her two best friends. Yes, I'm staying. Ron, we said we'd go with Harry, we said we'd help. I get it. You choose him. Ron interrupted. Ron, no, please come back, Hermione cried in anguish. Harry stood still and silent at her side, his face blank. She quickly marched after him but turned back after a few minutes. She looked to Harry, tears streaming down her cheeks. He's gone. Disapparated. December 1997, Hermione. Harry started hesitantly. I've been thinking. I want to go to Godric's Hollow. She looked up at him, but her eyes were unfocused, and he was sure she was still thinking about the mysterious mark. She said, "Yes, I've been wondering that too. I really think we'll have to." "Did you hear me right?" he asked. "Of course I did. You want to go to Godric's Hollow. I agree, I think we should. I mean, I can't think of anywhere else it could be either. It'll be dangerous, but the more I think about it, the more likely it seems it's there." March 1998. I didn't take anything," Hermione screamed. Her entire body was on fire, but she was frozen. Oui. "I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this sword?" "Where?" the Mad Witch hissed in her face, spittle flying. We found it, please," Hermione screamed again. "You are lying, filthy mudblood, and I know it. You have been inside my vault at Gringotts. Tell the truth, Bellatrix spat. "Crucio." Hermione screamed again, tears falling against her cheeks. When she opened her eyes, when had she closed them? She locked gazes with despairing gray eyes. May 2, 1998. Harry Potter is dead. Harry kept his eyes closed as he heard gasps and screams around him. He almost couldn't bear it when he heard Ginny's devastated scream. He peeled his eyes open when he heard Neville's voice boom loudly through the courtyard. "It's not over," he yelled, reaching a hand inside the sorting hat and pulling out the sword of Gryffindor. He held it in his hand confidently and moved forward. Harry jumped up as Nagini dove towards Neville, a scream on his lips as the man swung and missed. He caught Neville's eye as the snake dove once more, and sunk its teeth into his neck. "No!" he screamed, catching the attention of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. June 1998. "I have to get him out of here, Harry," Andromeda said sadly. Harry sniffled lightly and wrapped his arms tightly around the blue-haired little boy. "I understand," he whispered, swiping a kiss to the top of Teddy's head. "When it's safe," Andromeda started but paused when Harry let out a defeated huff. "When it's safe," she continued, "we'll come back." Harry nodded, unconvinced, and handed his godson to the boy's grandmother. August 1998. "You were supposed to protect him," Dennis shouted angrily, eyes blazing in Harry's direction. "He loved you, worshipped you. God, he died for you," Dennis screamed, heatedly swiping at the tears that fell traitorously. "I'm sorry, Dennis." Harry started, a forlorn frown on his face. Dennis jumped back as though he'd been burned when Harry reached toward him. He sniffed harshly, moving to leave the room. As he walked, he looked to Harry with hard brown eyes, too hard for a kid of 16. "This is all your fault," he said with finality. October 31, 1998. The fire whiskey burned pleasantly as it slid down his throat. Harry sighed heavily as he looked to the sky. The stars twinkled at him mockingly. Harry took another sip. February 1999. They were all sitting outside, arms wrapped around each other. The world around them was quiet, the sound of leaves rustling and their soft whispers the only noise. "We'll be okay, right?" Ron whispered. "Yeah," Harry said unconvincingly. Ron and Hermione both huffed small laughs, looking to their pessimistic friend with grins spread on their faces. "We'll be okay," Hermione repeated softly. Ginny smiled brightly, eyes twinkling with love. May 1999. It was pandemonium everywhere she looked. Blood and corpses and spells whizzing. Hermione was lost in the mess of duels and dead bodies. She could not comprehend what was happening. One minute they were having a normal order meeting and then someone sent a killing curse at Kingsley. No, not someone, Dennis. Dennis Creevy. And then there were pops, hundreds of pops. Death Eaters appeared from every direction, firing deadly curses with no hesitation. So many people fell. Hermione was running, pushing through the crowd to find Harry. Dark curses flinging from her wand without a second thought. Merlin, she was a mess, running through the corridors of headquartered like a chicken with their head cut off. Her clothes were all ripped and she was covered in blood and tears had been falling down her cheeks for the better part of a half hour. So many people. First was Kingsley, and then Emmeline, Arthur, Molly, Angelina, Ron, Cho, Ginny, Seamus, George, Hannah, Dean. Oh God, she had to find Harry. Merlin, what did Dennis do? June 1999. Hermione and Harry held their wands tightly, pointing them at the two Slytherins that had seconds before apparated directly into their safe house. "What are you doing here, Malfoy?" Harry asked harshly. Hermione watched warily as Malfoy exchanged an unreadable look with Nott. He let out a small annoyed sigh and brought his gaze to Harry, holding his hands out placatingly. "We don't have anywhere else to go," he said smoothly, one brow arched. "Go back to your Death Eater daddy Malfoy," Harry sneered heatedly. Malfoy's calm demeanor was stripped away instantly at that comment, his body language turning defensive. Theo stepped forward at that point, a cheerful grin on his face. Apparently the designated peacekeeper. "We're here to help," Theo pleaded. October 1999. "No, Luna," he heard Hermione scream harshly. He twisted around quickly, eyes falling to the form of a small blonde girl. Her wand was clutched tightly in her hand and she had a small serene smile on her face. And she was dead on the floor. Hermione was standing a few feet away from her with Nott flanking her side. "Avada Kedavra," she shouted, the green jet of light hitting the Death Eater. Harry let out a choked gasping noise and didn't protest when Malfoy grabbed him and apparated away. November 1999. Hermione couldn't help but cry as she and Harry sat together silently. She could taste the saltiness of the tears that were streaking down her cheeks. She sniffled quietly and brought her body closer to Harry's, stealing his warmth. "How do we do this without them, Harry?" she whispered softly, cautiously. Harry let out a loud sigh and his arm tightened around her slim shoulder. "I'm not sure, my own," he answered solemnly after a few moments. Hermione closed her eyes tightly against the flood of more tears begging to be released. January 1st, 2000. Happy New Year. The four toasted. Cheap glasses of Muggle champagne in their dirty hands. Theo couldn't help but smile as he looked around the small group of people that had become his family. And then Theo's entire body was stiff and his eyes were wide. Because Harry Bloody Potter was kissing him. His heart was racing and his hands were held cautiously at his side. And then Harry was kissing him even deeper, and he couldn't help but fall into it. The sound of Hermione's delighted squeal and Draco's grumbling fading into the background as he tightly clutched onto Harry's sweater. February 2000. Draco let out a slight sneer as he brought his gaze to his closest friend. Well, his only friend he supposed, since everyone else was dead anyways. His thoughts wandered as he watched as Theo laughed and talked with the remaining two members of the illustrious Golden Trio. Draco sat quietly, sipping his fire whiskey as he pondered his life, his future. It was seeming pretty bleak to him. He was startled out of his thoughts when the familiar form of Hermione Granger made herself comfortable next to him. "Cute, aren't they?" she whispered, gaze lingering on the now intertwined forms of their best friends. "Yeah, I guess," Draco agreed, not bothering to move his gaze from Granger's face. April 2000. Theo and Harry attempted to muffle their laughter as they looked around the corner into the sitting room. Hermione and Malfoy were screaming at each other, seeming over nothing. "God! You're such a prat, Malfoy," Hermione screeched angrily. Malfoy let out a harsh laugh. "And you're such a bloody cup of tea to be around all the time, Granger?" Hermione let out a scoff, her hair sparking as she looked at the blonde. "Well, I'm sorry that you can't stand to be in my PBLE," to finish her sentence because shortly after she opened her mouth a resolved and heated look filled Draco's face. Harry choked and looked to Theo incredulously as Draco marched forward and pulled her into him, planting a rough kiss on her lips. "Oh, Salazar!" Theo whisper shouted happily, clutching tightly to Harry's arm, as he watched Hermione pull Draco even closer. July 2000. Hermione giggled loudly, her chest shaking with her laughter. Her cheeks were flushed and her smile was wide as she watched Theo twirl Harry around the ugly kitchen. Theo was singing some random Muggle love song that Hermione didn't recognize at the top of his lungs as he dramatically waltzed her best friend around the room. Harry's face was flushed as he stared up into his boyfriend's smiling eyes and Hermione couldn't help but wish every day could be like this day. Hermione looked up when she felt eyes on her and her gaze met sparkling gray eyes. "Dance with me," he whispered. Hermione smiled softly in response. September 2000. Harry watched tiredly as a mix of dirt and blood slid down the drain of the shower. The warm water felt cool against his skin. His entire body ached and his head felt like it was splitting in half. Harry huffed an unamused laugh. He couldn't feel Voldemort anymore, not since the Battle of Hogwarts, but of course he still dealt with daily migraines. He leaned back and closed his eyes, resolving to ask if Draco is willing to brew him a pain potion. November 2000. We just have to kill the snake, Hermione, Harry voiced with conviction. Hermione sighed tiredly and wiped a hand over her face. Merlin, Harry. We've gone after that damned snake 20 times. How are we supposed to get to it? We're only 4 people against an entire army. Well, we could. Harry started. Salazar Potter, give it a rest, Draco said with a sneer, placing his hands steadily on Hermione's hips. He gifted a small kiss to the top of her curls as she leaned back into him. Drake. Theo cut in. Don't drake me, he said, we're screwed and we all know it. At this point we're just waiting to die. Harry made a choked noise of disagreement from across the room, but Draco only watched Hermione. Her lips pursed as though she had tasted something sour, but she didn't dispute his claim, just let out a small defeated huff. December 2000. Harry pulled the worn, dusty box from underneath the floorboards. He had been systematically pulling Grimmauld Place apart, room NY room, for the better part of 2 months. He was in Sirius Brothers' room, Regulus Black, when he noticed a damaged floorboard. He gently pulled the lid of the box off and set it on the floor. Sitting crisscrossed, he leaned forward to examine its content. It was filled to the brim with letters and pictures of people that Harry could scarcely recognize. He lifted the first piece of parchment in the pile softly and unfolded it. It was creased like it had been opened and read hundreds of times. A dried-up lily fell from between the pages. Harry's breath caught and his eyes widened when he saw the words scrawled across the page, the handwriting eerily similar to his own. Reg, I know that I shouldn't be writing this letter, and I'm sorry if this drudges up old unwanted memories. I shouldn't want to talk to you, to hear your voice, to feel your touch, to hear the sound of your laughter. I know it's wrong and unfair, but I needed to write you this one last letter. I'll leave you alone after this, I just needed to. I don't rightly know, to be perfectly honest. I know you're pro-baby rolling your eyes at my inability to put my thoughts onto parchment, but I just needed to talk to you, even though I know I won't get a response. I don't know if you're actually getting this, or reading it, but Merlin, Reggie, I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. For me and Sirius, for Lily. For you. Godric, I'm so scared for you. I can't help but wonder every time I leave the house to fight with the Order and I see someone in a Death Eater mask if it's you. I hope it's never you. I don't want to hurt you, or Merlin forbid, kill you. I love you. I loved you. I miss you. I'm sorry. I'm getting married next week, did you hear? It was in the Prophet a few days ago. Lily and I are good. Really good. Just found out she's pregnant and I couldn't be happier. I hope you're happy too. Your smile is too brilliant to be gone for too long. Smile for me, Reggie. Yours. JP 1979 February 2001. Duck. Hermione shouted, firing off another slicing hex. She watched with terror as a green curse sped its way to her boyfriend. She let out a quick sigh of relief as Draco dove onto the ground, firing off spells rapidly. Avada Kedavra. She heard Theodore shout somewhere to her left. Hermione turned, her back pressed to Harry's as she watched the deadly curse slam into a Death Eater. She dove away from her best friend to dodge another killing curse, firing a blood-boiling hex in return. March 2001. Draco looked out to the stars and let out a deep exhale. Smoke billowing from his mouth in a puff. The roof tiling was rough under his body. He looked behind him as a series of thumps and whispered swear world floated into the previously quiet space. Bloody buggering piece of shite, Theo grumbled, climbing noisily through the window frame and making his way to sit next to his best friend. Draco let out a soft laugh and took another puff from his cigarette. Hermione is gonna be pissed if you come inside smelling like that, you know? Theo asked rhetorically, jutting his fingers out. The blond man huffed as he placed a fresh fag in between his friend's fingers, snapping his fingers to light it. I know, he said simply. He watched as Theo looked up to the sky with a soft smile on his face. Hey, Sissa. July 2001. Harry shakily looked to Theo at his right as his boyfriend quickly sliced the palm of his hand and held it over the cauldron. Theo sent Harry an adoring smile as he passed the small knife to him. His soft green eyes were shining with a comforting aura. Harry took a deep steadying breath as trembling fingers grasped the leather handle. Harry looked up when he heard a strangled sound come from the girl standing directly across from him. Her brown eyes were wide as she stared at him, worry plainly displayed on her features. He tried to send her an optimistic smile before he too brought the blade to his palm. July 1961. "Hello my sweethearts," a soft melodic voice murmured. "Meet your baby brother and sister, James," a deeper voice whispered, deep brown eyes blinking open. "Hello, Hermione," her mother uttered with adoration. March 1963. "Ba ba ba," Draco babbled, little arms waving. "Sirius," his older brother pronounced slowly. "CC," Regulus gurgled, gray eyes bright. Sirius smiled brightly at his baby siblings. August 1963. "Come on, love," his mother murmured softly, arms outstretched. "You can do it, Theo." Theo stood shakily on little legs, arms outstretched, and wobbled a few steps. His mother grabbed him and pulled him to her chest excitedly. "Oh wonderful, Theodore," she whispered, swiping a kiss to his little head of curls. September 1966. "What are you reading, little love?" her father asked her, brushing her dark curls from her face. "Hogwarts: A History," the 5-year-old Hermione stated matter-of-factly. Charles huffed a small laugh and settled next to his little girl. "What's your favorite part?" he questioned. Hermione smiled excitedly and looked to her father. January 1968. Harry looked at his older brother with wide eyes. He was soaking wet and had a giant grin on his face, 2 teeth missing. "James Charles Potter," their mother screeched angrily. James looked down at Harry with fear in his eyes, taking off down the hall quickly away from their mother's wrath. October 1968. They were all laying under the covers together in Sirius' room, whispering to each other late at night. "Andy told me that you can see the stars every night at Hogwarts," an 8-year-old Sirius whispered. "Hogwarts is stupid," Regulus whispered hotly. Draco scoffed, "Bella's stupid." Sirius nodded his head in agreement. June 1969. Theo was sitting on a little bench in the gardens. He had snuck away while his parents were arguing with his older sister Annabeth. He had grabbed his cloak and thrown it on. Quickly shoving a quill and parchment in his pockets, he made his way outside. As he looked back to the house and the flowers, his pet Kneazle, Lady, nudged his hand. He scratched her under the chin and then he pulled the items out of his pocket and began to draw. August 1970. An owl pecked at the window in their dining room. James was bouncing in his seat as he watched their father get up to let the bird in. "What is it?" James burst out excitedly as his dad reached the owl. Hermione rolled her eyes and shared a look with Harry. They all knew what it was. Charles let the owl out and turned back to the family with a sly smile on his face. He waved the Hogwarts letter at his oldest child tauntingly. September 1970. Draco stood stoically next to his twin as they watched their mother pace the sitting room angrily. Bellatrix's letter clutched tightly in her hand. "He's a stain on our house. A filthy blood traitor," his mother spat with a nasty sneer on her face. Regulus let out a small sniff that had their mother turning sharply in their direction, her eyes lasered onto both of them. "When you both go to Hogwarts you better get in Slytherin." Draco felt his hands shaking and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. November 1970. "Happy birthday to Theo." "Happy birthday to you," his mother, father, and sister sung. The chocolate cake his mother had baked was displayed proudly on the dining table. "Make a wish, love," his mother said with a beaming smile. Theo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and blew out all 11 candles. 1971-1972. First year Hermione and Harry opened the window to let the owls in. They let out excited squeals at the twin letters. Charles and Doria sent proud smiles at their babies. "Congratulations loves. We get to go to Hogwarts together," Hermione said happily, tugging on both of her brother's hands. They both nodded their heads in agreement. Draco clutched his mother's robes tightly as they wandered through Diagon Alley. There were crowds of young witches and wizards wandering with their parents, buying their supplies for Hogwarts. Draco, Regulus, and Sirius all wandered next to their mother as she led them from store to store, calling Creature to vanish their purchases back to Grimmauld. They stopped at Ollivander's last, their mother walking haughtily to the counter. She shoved Regulus and Draco forward lightly. "First years?" the middle-aged wandmaker questioned with a bright smile. Hermione sniffed as she held onto her mother tightly. "I'll miss you, Mummy," she said sadly. She felt her mother kiss the top of her head. "I'll miss you too, darling," she whispered lovingly. "Go with your brothers. Be good, okay?" Hermione sniffed again and grabbed her twin's hand. "I will," she said with a conclusive nod. "All right," she shouted to both her parents. "Come on," James shouted excitedly. "You can sit with me and my friends on the train." They both smiled and nodded, sending their parents big grins as the three children walked together to the train. Theo was sweating as he stood in line with all the other first years. His name was going to be called soon and he was so nervous. Potter, Harry, Slytherin. His heart was racing as he looked around the big hall. He tried to focus on the stars that littered the ceiling. Potter, Hermione, Gryffindor, Rosier, Evan, Slytherin. Rosier, Pandora, Ravenclaw. Oh, Merlin, he was next. Selwyn, Theodore, the woman holding the hat called. Theo took a deep breath and locked eyes with his older sister sitting at the Slytherin table. She nodded reassuringly. Theo smiled at the professor tentatively and sat on the stool. She placed the hat on his head and it obscured his vision of the hall. Hufflepuff. Harry could feel his older brother's eyes burning into him as he made his way to the Slytherin table. He flicked his eyes to Hermione as he sat and sighed in relief when she sent a grin his way. Harry squeezed between two other first years and brought his gaze back to the sorting. He looked away when he felt someone nudge him. When he looked next to him he saw a small boy with black curly hair and gray eyes sending him a tentative smile. Regulus Black. He stated formally. Harry nodded in return. Harry Potter. Hermione choked on a laugh from where she was sitting on a comfy armchair in the Gryffindor common room. James and his friend Sirius were getting screamed at by a fiery redhead. "You Torag," the girl screeched angrily. Draco was sitting in the library by himself. He didn't know what to do since he'd been sorted into Ravenclaw. He stared down at the table, studying the grooves in the wood. "Hello," a soft voice said, startling him. When he looked up, a blonde pixie-like girl from his house was sitting in a chair across from him, wide blue eyes trained on him. "Hi," he said unsurely. She swiped a strand of long blonde hair behind her ear and smiled at him. "I'm Pandora." February 1973. Theo stood in the graveyard with his sister, tears streaking silently down his cheeks. He clutched Anna's hand tightly in his own, peering sullenly at the twin headstones in front of him. He sniffed loudly, looking from the fresh graves to his big sister's solemn frown. She smiled sadly at him and brushed some curls away from his forehead. Here lies Patrick Selwyn, May 24, 1935 to February 17, 1973. Margaret Selwyn. June 3, 1939 to February 17, 1973. "Come along then," his sister whispered, pulling his hand lightly. December 1974. "Come on," Marlene called impatiently through the door. "I don't want to," Hermione replied sullenly. The door to the bathroom swung open suddenly and Hermione gaped as Marlene stomped into the bathroom, hands on her hips. Marlene's frown softened as she looked at her friend and she sent Hermione a soft, reassuring smile. "You look beautiful." Hermione sniffled and smoothed her hands down the periwinkle gown her mother had bought for her a few weeks ago. She peeked up at Marlene shyly. "Really?" she asked. Marlene nodded decisively. "Really?" She linked arms with Hermione, her dark blue skirt flaring as she walked. "Let's show everyone at this Yule ball who's boss." Hermione giggled as Marlene sent her a wink. April 1975. Hermione moved through the library slowly, observing the students sitting and wandering. She paused as she caught sight of her brother Harry. Making a beeline in that direction, she noticed he was with his normal group of Slytherin friends. Hermione smiled shyly at Barty and Evan as she took an open seat between her brother and Pandora. She quickly brought out her transfiguration essay and her quill. "Hey, Myone," Harry whispered, pausing his conversation with Regulus to send her a smile. Hermione grinned back and settled into her seat. October 1976. Draco hurried down the corridor after his older brother. Once Draco had seen Sirius leave the Great Hall, he made sure to follow after him. Swiftly turning the corner, he grasped Sirius' wrist urgently. "Sirius," Draco breathed out. Sirius turned around quickly. "What?" he hissed back. his eyes looking pointedly over Draco's shoulder. "You can't just ignore me and Reggie forever," Draco said with an upset look in his eye. Sirius' lip curled up at his brother and he pulled his arm briskly out of his grip. Chapter 8 Chapter Summary: Hermione struggles with her new, old memories. Chapter notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. October 6, 1977. When Hermione woke, her head was pounding. She tried to blink open her eyes, but it was too bright. She could feel a soft bed under her body and a blanket covering her. The air smelled of cleaning supplies on her eyes again, trying to figure out where she was. She squinted, noting that she was in the hospital wing. There were bandages covering her arm and hand. Merlin, what had happened? Last thing she remembered, she was with Harry, Draco, and Theo. The ritual. She was at Hogwarts. But when? Why? Did it work? Why was she in so much pain? Did they fuck everything up? A splitting pain sliced through her brain, and a flood of memories that were hers but also weren't flooded her mind. She closed her eyes tightly and groaned in the splitting headache. "Oh dear." A familiar voice said, "Drink this." Hermione felt a potion be tipped to her lips and moved away instinctually. She forced her eyes open to look at the witch. A younger-looking Madame Pomfrey squinted at Hermione and pursed her lips. "Calming draft and pain potion," she said, tipping the bottles towards Hermione again. Hermione sighed and drank the potions, closing her eyes and sighing in relief when the ache went away and her head cleared slightly. "Harry?" Hermione murmured. Madame Pomfrey rolled her eyes fondly. "Your brother is just fine, Ms. Potter, he's still sleeping." "Brother?" Hermione muttered in confusion, her words garbled. She didn't know what was going on, but she was pretty sure she was an only child. She didn't have any siblings, definitely not a brother, right? And did she just call her Miss Potter? Hermione winced as her head pounded again. She could hear her heartbeat thumping in her ears. "It's all right, dear, you're safe, just close your eyes. You need your rest," Madame Pomfrey said softly, an affectionate smile on her face. "Wait, what about Draco? Is he okay?" she asked, her heart beating erratically in her chest. Madame Pomfrey's brows raised in confusion. "Mr. Black? He's okay too, dear." Good. Good. Hermione mumbled tiredly, her eyes closing against her will. Hermione took a deep breath, pain shooting down her spine as she moved to the sink to wash her shaking hands. It was strange. She could remember the life of Hermione Granger, but it wasn't hers. She wasn't her, or was she? She couldn't tell. It was almost like a dream. A very vivid, very long dream. But a dream all the same. She remembered how she felt in certain moments. The grief over her many fallen friends. The joy she felt curled up in Draco's arms. The hatred of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The anger at Dumbledore and the rest of the adults that had failed them. But they weren't her feelings. Not exactly. More like echoes of what once was. But if that were true, why was she so angry, so afraid? It was burning through her, white-hot rage. Grief threatened to swallow her whole. She didn't know how to describe it. She remembered loving Draco, but not the Draco she knows. She remembered laughing with Theo, but a different one. She remembered adventures with Harry, but he wasn't her brother. She wanted to block out all of these new memories. Old memories. She didn't know. She wanted to obliviate them from her brain. She felt like she was drowning. She wished she could forget, but she knew she couldn't. They couldn't. They were here for a reason. And they had to finish what they had started when they drank that potion. She couldn't let her loved ones die like they had in their past life. Events had already been altered by their presence in this reality, but to what extent, she didn't know. It was hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. After living 16 years as Hermione Potter, she thought she knew who she was pretty well. But now, she didn't have a clue. She couldn't figure out who she was. Was she Hermione Granger? The Muggle-born who had been fighting since she was 11 alongside her best friends, who had lost everyone to the war? Or was she Hermione Potter, the pureblood who has had a happy, carefree life with her brothers? She couldn't tell. She didn't want to be the woman she remembered, but she wasn't sure she had much of a choice. Hermione leaned her arms on the sink and stared at herself in the mirror, tears staining her cheeks. She noted all the differences between her appearances in both lives. Her glasses were falling down her nose and she used her shoulder to push them up with a sniffle. "I am Hermione Granger. I was Hermione Granger. I am Hermione Potter. 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 Merlin, she felt like she was going crazy. For what felt like the first time in her entire existence, she was entirely clueless. She couldn't find it in herself to think about the situation logically, it was all muddled. She knew, somewhere in the back of her mind, that it had only been an hour since she had woken up. That she needed time and sleep, but she couldn't bring herself to lie down and close her eyes. Because every time she did, she saw flashes. Flashes of this terrible life she lived. Unseeing eyes. Hogwarts burning. Blood. Running through the forest for her life. Deadly curses. And she felt the terror. It sent tremors through her entire body. She knew what was coming, and she was so afraid. She startled when she heard a soft knock. She swiftly dashed the tears from her face and cracked open the door. Theo was standing on the other side, brows lowered in concern and the same dazed look in his eyes that Hermione had. I think they are waking up, he informed her softly. She grabbed onto his hand without a second thought and walked into the medical wing. It was early, she had heard murmurs of her friends and family last night, but they were all gone now. Theo held her just as tightly as they approached Harry and Draco's beds. They were laying next to each other. Hermione's best friend, her brother, she mentally chided, was laying still in the hospital bed. His entire chest and left arm were bandaged and his glasses were sitting on the bedside, broken. Harry's eyes opened slowly and he smacked his lips together as he took in his surroundings. His eyes widened quickly and he made to sit up, but Hermione rushed quickly to his side and gently pushed him back down. "Wah!" Harry whispered with a wince, rubbing his forehead. "Don't sit up. Your potion exploded. You're injured," Hermione exclaimed scoldingly. Harry mumbled, eyelashes fluttering. "Potion. But I remember. Didn't we?" "Shush." Hermione hissed. "Brother, we're in the hospital wing. You and Draco were brewing a healing potion and it exploded. We can talk about everything else later." Theo snorted a humorless laugh and then rubbed his chest in pain. Hermione sent him a chiding look before turning back to Harry in concern. Harry suddenly let out a groan of pain and Hermione quickly called for Madame Pomfrey. The matron bustled over in seconds, a pain potion uncapped and ready for Harry. He quickly swallowed the potion and closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths before opening them again. He looked to Hermione and Theo, confusion clear in his eyes. "Wah!" He cleared his throat. "What happened, stupid bloody Potter?" a voice croaked. Theo's eyes went wide and he spun around. "Drake." He strode to the blonde's bedside. "Bloody hell, shut up, Theodore," Draco mumbled with a grimace. "Don't be a prat," Theo chided with a smirk. Hermione huffed a laugh as Draco mumbled something back. She turned back to Harry. "What exactly do you remember?" she questioned with her eyes narrowed. "Well, we did a ritual," Harry whispered. "It worked." Hermione let out a sigh and sat down on the edge of his bed. "Yeah, I suppose it did." He grabbed her hand. He paused, gulping. "Yeah," Hermione murmured in agreement, grabbing her brother's hand gently. Theo let out a huff as he plopped in the chair stationed between Hermione and Draco. "Well, this sucks." "No, Ed," eyes still closed. "We shouldn't talk about this here," Hermione hissed. Theo rolled his eyes. "We're not saying anything, Myone." Hermione raised a brow at the nickname and opened her mouth to tell him where to shove it. "You're awake," James said in surprise as he entered the hospital wing followed by Sirius and Marlene. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Looks like it, huh?" James's eyebrows raised in surprise at her retort, but it was Sirius who choked on a laugh and said, "Little Potter feeling like a bitch this fine morning." Hermione's mouth dropped open in offense and Marlene punched Sirius in the shoulder. She walked up to Hermione swiftly, running her hands over Hermione's shoulders with a frown. "You're okay?" Hermione gave her friend a soft smile. "I'm fine, Marles." Marlene blew out a breath and nodded, making her way back to James's side, the frown not leaving her face for even a second. Hermione went to speak but caught sight of Harry's face out of the corner of her eye. He was gaping at Sirius and James. His deep brown eyes were shining with tears, and his face was ashen. Hermione cleared her throat at her brother, and his eyes shot to her, his despair written on his face. She shook her head quickly. He let out a long huff and closed his eyes, a single tear trailing down his cheek. Hermione squeezed his hand tightly in her own and turned back to their visitors. She noticed Theo eyeing Harry with concern but shook her head, turning forward. "We're okay," she promised them. "We can leave tomorrow evening." James let out the breath he had been holding and nodded, a relieved smile on his face. "You should all be resting," Madame Pomfrey admonished as she hastened toward them. "Back in bed, you two," she ordered, waving her hands in the general direction of Theo and Hermione before turning to the visitors with a narrowed eye. Hermione slowly moved toward her bed, shooting a look at Theo when he didn't move. He rolled his eyes at her and patted Draco on the shoulder gently, moving to follow her. "You can come back during lunch. Your friends need their rest, shoo," she directed the three of them, hands on her hips. James and Sirius smiled sheepishly at the matron and tipped their heads at her. "Yes, ma'am," Sirius said with a cheeky grin. "Love you, baby sister, brother," James said affectionately. Hermione sent him a smile and a nod as they made their way to the door. "Oh, Salazar's bullocks," Theo huffed as he plopped into the bed. Hermione let out a sigh when she heard Marlene murmur, "Isn't he a Hufflepuff?" to James as they turned the corner. It was silent for a moment until, surprisingly, Draco burst into loud laughter before falling into a coughing fit. Why you cough? You're a wheeze. Huff. Snort. Hufflepuff." He continued to chuckle to himself. Hermione pressed her lips together, attempting to hold in her mirth, but she lost control of her giggles when Harry let out a loud snicker and then cut off, almost immediately, as though he offended himself by laughing at something Draco had said. Hermione had to assume that all of them were struggling with their separate identities as much as she was. It was hard for her to reconcile her relationships, and she was sure it was the same for Harry. Harry, who remembered a time when he was close friends, if not family, with Draco. And it was jarring. Because he was still black, who Harry couldn't be alone in a room with for more than 5 minutes without trying to murder. Theo let out a loud gasp. "I am a proud puff, thank you very much, plus, you're one to talk, Mr. Ravenclaw." Hermione turned to Theo and saw he had a large grin on his lips, cheeks dimpling as he looked across the room. Hermione couldn't help the soft smile that crossed her face. As much as this hurt, she couldn't help but feel a sense of victory thrum through her. They actually did it. They did it. They could do this. They had a second chance. Hermione would make sure it was worth it, no matter what. She had too much to lose, and she wasn't going to do it a second time around. The next night, the four left the hospital wing and went to their respective dormitories with whispered promises to meet in the room of requirement during lunch tomorrow, hanging in the tense air around them. As Hermione began her trek to Gryffindor Tower, she allowed her thoughts wander. They had spent most of the day asleep in the cots in the hospital wing. Well, pretending to be asleep in Hermione's case. She was pretty sure they were all pretending, but none of them were able to work up the courage to put the words out into the universe. Hermione huffed a humorless laugh, like not talking about it would make it less true. It didn't matter how much they wanted to hide from it, war was coming for them. Sooner than any of them were ready to admit. Who was she kidding? It was already here. Hermione tried not to make a habit of lying to herself, and she wasn't about to start now. She'd done that enough in her previous life. She remembered what Harry had said before his potion exploded. The Dark Lord, he had whispered, his fear palpable. Well, she may not have known what he meant then, but she certainly remembered now. Voldemort, not a man, and certainly no lord. A monster. Their own personal nightmare. Godric. The task seemed so daunting now that she'd lived so many years in peace. In naivete, a cynical voice corrected in the back of her mind. Hermione shook her head to clear away the voice that she refused to admit was a mirror of her own. She almost wanted to wish that the damned potion had never exploded so that she could go back to living in blissful ignorance, but then she remembered the way she'd been feeling in the past few months, the nightmares. Maybe they were always going to remember. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. There was no way she was going to mess up her second chance. She had a good life here and she was determined to keep it. She refused to let this world fall the way hers had. Hers. Was this how she was going to feel now? Like she was an imposter in her own life? Her hands clenched into fists by her sides, her nails digging into her palms. She shut her eyes tightly and took several deep breaths. She was startled when a cool hand grasped her own, pulling her palm open and rubbing away the crescent marks. When she opened her eyes, Draco was looking down at her, concern in his eyes. Hermione gasped and pulled her hand out of his. Don't, she hissed, don't touch me. Hermione regretted the words the second they left her lips, and her stomach dropped further when hurt flashed through his silver eyes. When she opened her mouth to apologize, his face went blank. He's occluding, she thought. A sneer touched his lips as he spoke. Sorry, Potter. Next time you're about to keel over in the middle of the corridor, I'll just ignore you. Hermione's chest hurt at his words and she sniffed, shoving past him with a sneer of her own. Good, she snapped. Fine, he retorted, voice flat and toneless. Hermione huffed as she stomped the rest of the way to the common room. Her lips trembled as she tried to hold her tears at bay. She didn't know why she was being so emotional. Yes, you do. The cynical voice spoke once more, but Hermione ignored it. She wasn't sure why she had snapped at him like that. Hermione Potter did not snap at Draco Black. They were cordial with each other. Academic rivals, one could say. But they didn't fight and yell at each other in the corridors. It was like she couldn't help her snappy reply. But even still, he had no right to touch her. She didn't want him to. She ignored the sour taste the lie left in her mouth. What was she thinking? She'd never thought about him this way, this much. But now he was costuming Hermione's thoughts. But she had thought about him this way before, hadn't she? At that thought, the memory of soft lips and even softer hands skimming her body, she shook away, vowed not to think about the future or the past or whenever it was for the rest of the night. Whether she would succeed was another thing altogether. She was a few feet from Gryffindor Tower when she stopped and turned around, walking in the opposite direction. She walked to the dungeons as fast as her short legs would take her. She pounded on the entrance to the Slytherin common room until some random third year came and opened the door. What the foo? The girl started, but Hermione stumbled past her without a word, practically sprinting to the sixth-year boys' dormitories. She sped through the hall and grunted as she slammed into someone. When she pulled back, she relaxed when she saw it was the exact person she'd been looking for. Merlin. Hermione. Harry groaned. He rubbed his chest in pain. Sorry, she choked out. What are you doing running through the Slytherin dorms? Harry questioned with one brow raised. I was looking for you. Hermione mumbled, tugging her fingers anxiously. Can I sleep here? Harry sighed and smiled in what looked like relief. He nodded. Yeah, course my own. Hermione blew out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Good. Good. She tilted her head at her twin. You all right? Harry sighed again and tugged on one of her curls. No, Hermione smiled sadly. Me either. Chapter end notes. Thank you so much for reading. I hope you're all enjoying the story so far. I've never written anything like this before, but I hope I'm doing the time travel trope justice, with a twist, of course. Please leave feedback. Definitely adding the unreliable narrator tag, because whether she admits or not, our girl is lying to herself. Chapter 9 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. October 8, 1977. Hermione walked through her morning classes the next day in a daze. She answered questions and wrote notes mechanically but couldn't process any of the information she heard. Her mind was stuck in an endless loop of infinite possibilities, each worse than the last. What if they lost? What if everyone died? What if they made it all worse? Could it get any worse? She had endless questions and no answers, but all the time in the world to overthink. She was nervous to meet with them and talk about everything. She wasn't sure what was going to happen, but she imagined there would be some arguing. She was nervous about everything, if she was honest. Her hands were shaking and her feet were tapping. She couldn't help but scratch at her forearm, a tick she pretended wasn't happening. She could feel eyes burning into her throughout her classes, but she refused to look around. She didn't want to know who was staring at her. She couldn't deal with it, so she brought out a skill she'd never used in the last 16 years. She put up walls in her mind, shoved everything into a tiny box, and locked it tight. Hermione watched with apprehension as Theo paced back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. She remembered the last time she had been in that room. The flames, the heat, the way the ash felt in her lungs. A boy falling to his death. She held her breath as a familiar green door appeared. Hermione eyed Theo warily as he swung the door open and gestured towards the three of them to go in. As she stepped into the space, she saw what she had feared when the door appeared. She blanched as she took in the dilapidated kitchen that she knew intimately. She ran a finger across the broken marble counter. When she lifted it away, her pointer finger was black with dust or dirt. She shot a look to her friend and held up her hand. "Really?" she said, raising a disbelieving brow. Theo sent her a smile painted with mischief and waved his wand. "Scourgify," he muttered. "See? All better," Theo commented with a dazzling grin, pulling Draco to sit next to him at the bar. She cringed as she surveyed the space where they had lived, broken cabinets and peeling wallpaper, shattered glass on the floor and bloodstains on the counter. She sniffed and closed her eyes, trying to keep the tears at bay. When Hermione looked over to the doorway and noticed Harry standing there, still as a statue with his mouth hanging open, she beckoned him over to her as she pulled herself up to sit on the semi-clean countertop. "Thought a little familiarity was due for this chat," Theo said brightly. "There are so many places that would have been better than this, Theo," Draco droned, his voice tight. Hermione moved her eyes from her brother over to the bar when Theo didn't respond but didn't see him. She heard the sounds of glass clanking before Theo popped up from behind the counter, a bottle of amber liquid held triumphantly in his hand. "Aha," he shouted. "Theo," Hermione scolded, "we can't drink alcohol on school grounds." Theo huffed out a laugh and squinted in Hermione's direction. "Really, Granger? We're gonna need some liquid courage if we're going to have this conversation." "Don't call me that," Hermione snapped harshly. Theo's eyes went wide at the venom in her tone, his smile dimming. He let out a sigh and took a large swig of the Muggle whiskey. It was the same stuff they'd had before. The four of them had snuck into Muggle London one night and stole an entire case of some cheap liquor, seeing as they had run out of the wizarding kind and there was no way in hell they'd survive a jaunt to Diagon Alley. Hermione shook the memory away and huffed, "If you're gonna drink, can you at least use a cup?" Theo spread his arms wide. "You see any glasses round here?" As he finished speaking, 4 crystal tumblers popped into existence in front of him. Hermione hid a smile. "Yes." Theo let out a small laugh and poured some liquid in all 4 glasses before distributing them, lingering longer in front of Harry than the rest of them, before taking his seat next to Draco. "Once more, Sue," he drawled. "We did it," Harry said finally, taking a long pull from his glass. Draco let out a scoff. "Yup, sure did." "Salazar, why are you always such an arsehole, Black?" Harry sneered at his rival. Draco let out a laugh, but it was flat. "Salazar," he said mockingly, "this is just too fucking good." "What are you taking about?" Hermione asked tightly. "We fucked it up," Draco said, sounding out the words condescendingly. "We," Harry started. "Weren't supposed to forget our entire lives, Potter," Draco said caustically. Theo stayed silent, lips pressed together and face more severe than she'd seen of this Theo. "Well, we remember now, don't we?" Harry said, but his voice broke on the question. Theo stood instantly and pulled Harry into his side before freezing, eyes wide and arms wrapped around her brother's waist. He tried to pull away, face bright red. "I'm sorry, I didn't." Harry smiled faintly at the flustered boy before settling into his side. "We can talk about that later," he whispered slyly. Theo let out a loud sigh of relief and relaxed. "Good," he said, cheeks still flaming. Hermione shifted uncomfortably on the counter, tumbler cradled in her palms, eyes darting away from the couple. Draco let out another scoff and Hermione's gaze shot to him. His eyes were already focused on her, something sad in them that she refused to acknowledge. Hermione Granger was in love with Draco Malfoy, but Hermione Potter was not in love with Draco Black. She ignored the ache in her chest and looked away. Clearing her throat, she spoke. "It doesn't matter if we forgot. We remember now." Theo clapped his hands together. "We need to get our facts straight. I don't know about you guys, but I feel a little mad, like my brain was scrambled." Hermione nodded in agreement and noticed both Harry and Draco do the same out of the corner of her eye. "So," Theo said, "it's 1977. Draco snickered. "No shit, Teddy." Theo let out a loud sigh and narrowed his eyes at Draco. "Can we leave that nickname in the past? Future? WHL it is?" Draco gave his friend a sly smirk, not a chance. Theo groaned but continued, we have, what, 3 years to fix everything. Harry hummed in acquiescence and then threw his face into his hands. Merlin, Hermione looked at her brother sadly, it seems scarier now, she admitted. Draco tilted his head, we have something to live for now, lives, families, friends. Of course it's scarier. Yeah, well, thanks for that astute observation. I hadn't figured that out yet, Hermione said with a scowl. Merlin, you're so tiresome, Draco said, running his hands through his blonde hair. And you're an ass, Hermione snapped back. Helga. It's like the year 2000 all over again. Theo whispered loudly to Harry, who stifled a chuckle. Hermione's head snapped over to them and her mouth slammed shut at the comment. She glared daggers at the sniggering duo. She took a sip of her whiskey and looked down at the glass as though it were the most interesting thing in the room. Harry cleared his throat, cutting off his laughter and smiled sheepishly. So, he started, what do you guys think we need to start working on immediately? Do we? Theo stumbled over his words, do we tell anyone? Hermione sat up straight, I don't think it's a good idea. We should only tell someone if it's an emergency. The less people that can tell Voldemort the better. Harry nodded, she's right, but we can tell them all after we murder Riddle. Theo grimaced and shifted nervously, I'm not good at keeping secrets from Charity. Draco rolled his eyes, you're a Slytherin. Theo put his hands on his hips, I am a Hufflepuff, he screeched. And, he continued in a mumble, she always knows when I'm lying, it's bloody annoying. Hermione snickered, understanding perfectly. That little Hufflepuff was a force to be reckoned with. Just try, she encouraged gently, she kinda babbles and, well. Theo let out a small laugh and nodded, yeah. Hermione hummed and looked at Harry, should we? She shut her eyes for a moment, should we tell Peter what will happen if he betrays us? I just can't imagine he'll ever do it if he knows. He loves James and Lily and everyone, he wouldn't want them to die, right? She chattered nervously, it was hard for her to see her kind-hearted friend as the traitorous rat she knew in her past life. Harry groaned and narrowed his eyes, only if he takes an unbreakable vow first. Hermione nodded, that sounds fair. She agreed. Anything else? Harry questioned solemnly. Hermione squirmed as she remembered something. Granger has got something, Draco said quietly. Hermione turned her glare on him and scowled. Stop calling me that. What is it? Harry cut in, looking to Hermione with slightly furrowed brows. Hermione turned to her brother and winced as she stared into his deep brown eyes. Brown. Brown, not green. Doesn't? She cut off and coughed uncomfortably. Didn't Regulus get the dark mark in December of 1977? She watched, her chest clenching, as Harry's face paled dramatically. She heard Draco give a choked gasp to her left but kept her eyes on her brother. The letter. He choked out. What letter? Theo asked in confusion. Harry opened his mouth but it was Draco who answered. Mother sent me and Regulus a letter early last week. She was telling us that the Dark Lord is coming for supper during Christmas halls. He said the last part sarcastically before narrowing his eyes at Harry. What I'd like to know is how you know about it. Harry opened and closed his mouth a few times and licked his lips before responding. Reggie told me. Draco rolled his eyes and let out a loud scoff. Of course he did. You've got to get him out of there, Black, Harry pleaded. He ran his fingers through his hair. Come to Potter Manor. You can both leave and stay with us. Mum and Dad won't mind, right? He directed the last part at Hermione but she was already nodding her head along with it. Tippy would have 2 bedrooms put together in minutes. She reluctantly looked towards Draco. You have to leave before that dinner happens. Tippy? Theo questioned incredulously. Our house elf. Harry answered, leaning against Theo. A shocked laugh left Theo and he looked to Hermione with wide eyes. You have a house elf? Hermione crossed her fingers in her lap primly. Tippy has been in our family for over 40 years, she scowled defensively. Theo put his hand to his forehead as though he were about to swoon. You traitor. You sound like a perfect little pureblood. He looked to her in mock offense. I am a pureblood, she bit out, that's not the point. The point is, Draco and Regulus are coming to live with us. Draco leaned back in his stool. Yeah, because that'll go over well with Sirius. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about him. Draco let out a small huff of laughter but shrugged his shoulders, not like I'm gonna give up a chance to get out of that fucking hellhole. I don't want to take the dark mark again, it sucked enough the first time around. Hermione's mouth dropped open at his response. She resisted the urge to comfort him and nodded. Good. That's good. You'll be able to convince Reg to come with you? Harry asked worriedly. I've asked him before and he always says no. Draco rolled his eyes. Don't hurt your primordial little brain. I'll persuade him. Hermione tuned them out as they bickered back and forth. She tried to remember what she could about what she knew about Regulus from the alternate timeline. He became a Death Eater during his 6th year at Hogwarts. In 1979 he finds out about the locket and goes to the cave with Creature. He died. He hid a bunch of letters in his room under TH. Bloody fucking hell. Hermione gasped loudly. Draco, Theo, and Harry all broke off their conversation and looked to her in surprise. Oh my god, she groaned. What? Harry asked in concern. Hermione closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She opened her mouth to speak but only one word came out, fuck. Are you okay? What is it? Theo asked. He grabbed her hand and tugged her to face him. Green eyes stared at her with unease and Hermione shook her head and turned her gaze to Harry. She grimaced. Do you remember those letters you found in Grimmauld? Harry opened his mouth in surprise, nodding slowly. Yeah, but what does that have to do with? He cut off his eyes wide as saucers. Holy shite. Hermione nodded in agreement. Draco cut in angrily. What are you talking about? Harry scratched the back of his neck and scrunched his nose in disgust. I found letters in Regulus' room, under the floorboards, when I was going through the whole house. Remember? Draco nodded, and... well, he cringed. There were love letters from my dad. From my dad. He choked on the words. Love letters, and then clarified, to Regulus. Draco's mouth dropped into an O shape. James came to breakfast with a hickey the other day, Hermione blurted, and then slapped her hand over her mouth. It wasn't from Lil's. She was the one who noticed and she kind of blurted it out in front of everyone. James wouldn't say anything, very tight-lipped. She babbled nervously. Harry let out a loud groan. No, 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 this cannot be happening. No bloody fucking way. Merlin, what is he thinking? Hermione whispered under her breath. Sirius is going to murder him. Draco let out a snicker, hearing her remark. I'd pay to see that. Reg is sneaking around with my... Harry stumbled over the words heatedly. My brother? Are you kidding me? What about Lily? His voice was almost hysterical. Draco continued to snicker at the revelation, but it slowly became a loud barking guffaw that was startlingly similar. Not that big of a deal, is it? Theo mumbled, a confused frown on his face. Harry's eyes went wide and he turned to look at Theo sharply. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's my best friend, and my brother. Oh Merlin, I think I might be sick. I mean. Hermione broke off with a loud snort that she tried to cover with a cough. We don't know that for sure, right? We've probably already effected things by being here. I'm not quite sure what might have been changed by our presence in this timeline. I'd have to do a bit of research. I should probably go to the library. Oh, what I wouldn't do for a pensieve. Or that book from the Black Family Library, if only I could study that ritual in more detail, she babbled, looking at Draco pleadingly as she trailed off. He shook his head incredulously but didn't say a word. Anyway, Hermione continued, looking towards her distressed best friend, the point is that we shouldn't make too many assumptions, right? Right. Theo nodded several times. Right, he repeated. Draco continued to snicker and Hermione rolled her eyes, taking another small sip of her drink. Would you stop bloody laughing? For Salazar's sake. Harry shouted suddenly, face red with anger. Draco rolled his eyes but his snickers tapered off quickly. He tapped his fingers against the bar top and tilted his head at Harry, studying him from head to toe. How you're a Slytherin baffles me, he commented. How you're not one baffles me, peeved, Ravenclaw. Really? Harry snapped back. Draco is very intelligent, Hermione said sharply, without thought. Her eyes went wide at her words and she removed her glasses, cleaning them nervously as she avoided eye contact. It was quiet for a few moments before Draco spoke, quieter than before. The stupid hat told me it was my destiny, or some rubbish like that. Didn't think much of it till now. He shrugged. Hermione's mouth dropped open and her head snapped up. It said the same to me. Harry spoke up next, me as well. They all looked to Theo and he shrugged, nope, just you three, not me. Hermione blinked stupidly at him for a moment and then he threw his head back in laughter and sent them a wink, just kidding, me four. Draco groaned, you're such an idiot, Theo. You love me? Theo shot back with a smirk. Okay. We got way off topic. What about the, Hermione broke off, the Horcruxes? Harry grimaced but nodded. Well, the diadem will be easy enough but I think we'll have to wait until after our graduation for the others. Hermione hummed thoughtfully, you're probably right. We have to wait at least 2 years before we can go to the cave to get the locket. Draco cringed, and we have to get the cup from Bella's vault. That's going to be the hardest. It's not going to be as easy to break into Gringotts now as it was during wartime. Maybe we can make a deal with the goblins. Plus you're her. Theo trailed off, cousin? So mayhaps you could just go into the vault. That's true enough, Hermione agreed. The ring should be in Little Hangleton by the time we graduate. Harry snapped his fingers and pointed at Draco. Isn't your cousin's wedding in a few months? Draco clenched his jaw and nodded. Yeah, during the spring equinox. Harry narrowed his eyes in thought. Think you could get the diary then? He questioned. Draco tilted his head and hummed. Depends if Sissa will still want me at the wedding after Mother disowns me. Hermione looked at Draco in shock. She would disown you? Draco huffed a small laugh. I'm gonna describe someone to you. Tell me if they sound familiar. About yay high, black hair, silver eyes, Gryffindor. Hermione rolled her eyes at his condescending tone but nodded. Yeah, what about him? Remember what happened to him when he ran off to your house to live with you? Draco asked. Hermione shivered at the memory of last year. Sirius falling through their flow, bloody and beaten. He was half unconscious when they found him and he just peeped one silver eye open and croaked out, I'm free, before passing out cold. Yes. She hissed in irritation. Draco waved a hand as if to say, there you go. Hermione rolled her eyes but didn't comment. She started to run her mind through the possibilities. What were they gonna do for the next year? They could train, she supposed. She hadn't really used her wand much since she'd woken up, so she didn't know if all the skills she just remembered were still ingrained in her the way they used to be. She knew that she had much more knowledge of the magical world, its history, traditions, and spells, light and dark, as much as she loathed to admit it, than she had only a few days ago. She had spent years trapped in that old house with nothing to do but plan for imaginary attacks. The one thing she had loved about the place was the Black family library. It was filled from floor to ceiling with thousands of tomes. Hermione read almost all of them. Some more than once. Suddenly classes she had previously been looking forward to seemed boring and juvenile. She could probably answer the professor's questions in her sleep. Merlin help her, she could probably teach some of those classes. Potions would be a breeze and she already knew what to do for her potions project because they had done it before. Her, Theo, and Draco had been some potions version of mad scientists during the war. They had experimented with many potions to make them more efficient. They had even developed a way to arm different potions that were normally rudimentary. And Hermione had enjoyed doing this. Experimenting, challenging the rules and laws of magic for her own benefit. It hurt her head. She felt like she was so different from Hermione Granger, but in the next moment she just was Hermione Granger. It was just a fact, like how the sky was blue, and grass was green. At the time they did the ritual, Hermione had a reputation among Voldemort's army as ruthless and dangerous. She was known to kill quickly and with no remorse. Truly, they all had. The four of them had removed over 30% of his army in the 2 years they had been together. They were feared among the Death Eaters, whispered about in the dark. The Horsemen, they had called them. And Hermione had found she quite liked the name, it was fitting. She wasn't naive enough to think the four of them were the only people that had survived. She knew for a fact that Andromeda had escaped with Teddy to America, where they weren't affected by the war. She has hoped that there were others. But they were some of the only ones actually fighting. She'd heard whispers every now and then of rebellion, but the groups were always eradicated fairly quickly. And now Hermione wondered if she could still fight like that. Like it was second nature to her, if she could twirl a blade around her fingers expertly, throw a knife and hit the target. If she could still cast magic wandlessly, wordlessly, effortlessly, she wondered if the four of them could still work together the way they had before. Before, they had been like extensions of each other, so intertwined that they could almost read each other's minds. And she wasn't talking about legilimency. But if she could, what did that make her? As much as she wanted to remain innocent, war was coming, whether she liked it or not. And was she really innocent anymore anyways? She remembered what it felt like to take a life, the rush of dark magic, the euphoria of the fight. She remembered almost everyone she ever loved dying, the tears and the screams and the blood. She can never forget now that she remembers. It was ingrained into her psyche whether she liked it or not. She didn't feel much like the 16-year-old girl she was only a couple of days ago. She feels like the hardened warrior, the 21-year-old who had seen enough death for several lifetimes. And knew no matter how many plans they put in place, people would still die. But that wouldn't stop her from trying. And she was willing to put all her dirty skills to use if that meant she got to keep this life and everyone in it. Hermione took a deep breath and looked back up, tucking the thoughts away so she could examine them more thoroughly later. She cleared her throat. What about the order? Are we joining? Draco let out a derisive snort. Not with the manipulative old coot in charge, I'm not. Theo nodded his head emphatically in agreement. Harry let out a sigh and shook his head, hurt on his face from the memories of how Dumbledore had manipulated him. Hermione groaned. As much as I would love to agree with you guys, one of us has to. Theo chuckled. How about the little lion of the group? Hermione reluctantly agreed and then spoke gravely. We can't let them die. Any of them. Any of us. We can do this together. Harry's eyes watered as he shared a look with his sister. They had been dropped right into the middle of everything. While they hadn't known exactly where they'd end up with they did. The ritual, Hermione never thought it would turn out quite like this. 24 years in the past, dealing with the same monsters. The universe must have some grudge against them because if Hermione lost even one person close to her, she wasn't sure she'd be able to pick up the broken pieces and tape them together. They needed to stop this as soon as possible. The other three nodded in acquiescence, and they resolved to continue planning in more detail another day. They quickly left the room and headed to their respective classes. Chapter end notes. Chapter posting is probably going to be super sporadic and inconsistent for the next couple months. Sorry, sad face. Chapter 10 Chapter summary. H is still in denial. October 12, 1977. What is wrong with you? Sadie questioned as she watched Hermione pace up and down the length of their dormitory. Hermione didn't answer. What was wrong with her? Everything. That was the answer. Everything was wrong with her, but that wasn't really the problem right now. The problem right now was that Hermione had 10 minutes until she had to meet Draco by the Great Hall for patrols, and she was dreading it. She didn't want to face him. It had only been a few days since they had all met in the room of requirement, and she hadn't talked to him since then. She didn't want to. If she thought he had been watching her a lot before their memories came back, she had been mistaken. Now he hardly ever looked away from her. She could feel his eyes follow her like the whisper of a touch. He watched her in class, in the halls, during meals. And she never looked back, never met his eyes. She couldn't bear to. She was afraid if she let herself look, she would be ruined. Sadie squawked, waving her hand in front of Hermione's face. What's wrong with you? Hermione let out a sigh and flopped onto her bed, throwing an arm over her eyes. Nothing, she mumbled. She heard the disbelief in her friend's voice. Nothing? Pacing around our dorm for the last 30 minutes is nothing? Hermione groaned and lifted her arm to peek at Sadie. I have patrols soon. Sadie raised an unimpressed brow, and I have to patrol with Black, Hermione said with gritted teeth. Haven't you been doing that all term? What's different now? Sadie asked, head tilted in confusion. Well, she started to blush. Sadie interrupted with a loud squeal and grabbed Hermione's hands. Oh my God. Did something happen? Did you guys? She waggled her eyebrows. No, Hermione shouted. No, she repeated in a softer voice. Nothing happened. She shook her head vehemently. Sadie raised her hands in surrender. Okay, nothing happened. She parroted, but don't you kinda have to leave already? Yes. Hermione hissed in irritation. Sadie's mouth dropped open. You're never late. Hermione shot up and waved her hand, freshening her robes. I know, she said as she stomped out of the dorm and down the stairs. Did you just preform wandless magic? Sadie called out incredulously. Hermione winced at her slip but didn't respond. She pressed faster out of the common room. Her blonde friend was right, she was never late, and she wasn't about to start now. Her steps slowed as she approached the corridor where they were supposed to meet. She took a deep breath and stood straighter as she turned the corner, her steps silent against the stone. He was standing with his legs crossed, his hip resting against the door frame. She took a moment to take him in for the first time in days. His shoulders were stiff and he had dark circles under his eyes. Hermione held in a gasp. He looked awful. She couldn't help but feel it was her fault, but she shook away the emotion and walked toward him. His face was blank as he watched her move closer, but she noticed a tightening around his eyes and his jaw clenching as she stopped little more than a foot away from him. She shuffled slightly as she stopped, taking one step back and not saying anything. She moved his gaze to his cheek as she waited for him to say something. Draco looked away from her after a moment and started walking without a word. Hermione quickly moved after him. She had to jog a little to keep up with his long strides. She huffed, "Would you slow down?" Draco stopped and turned so quickly that Hermione almost slammed into him, but she caught herself in time. "Sorry, Granger," Draco said mockingly, putting extra emphasis on her old surname. Hermione shook her head and pressed her lips together. It made her skin crawl. Hearing that name out of his mouth, she couldn't stand it. The name felt too right. It felt more like her name than Potter did, and she hated that. She was a Potter. She had to be a Potter. She couldn't afford anything else. This time, she was the one to walk away without a word. After a moment or two she heard the soft clap of his footfalls behind her. She resolved not to say a word for the next hour unless absolutely necessary. Draco, apparently, had the opposite thought. He spent the next 60 minutes peppering her with random questions and tetchy remarks that she refused to respond to. She knew he was baiting her. He'd only ever done it a million times, but she bit her tongue. She didn't want to see that smug satisfaction on his face. Draco let out a long sigh. "You can't ignore me forever," he said in a sing-song voice. Hermione bit her tongue harder but resolved to do exactly that unless the situation was dire. He let out another sigh and Hermione jolted when she felt his cool fingers grasp her wrist, pulling her to a stop. He spun her to face him. "Let go," she ground out, keeping her gaze in her shoes. She bit her lips so hard that she tasted blood. "She speaks," he uttered mockingly, walking forward. Hermione's gaze shot up as she backed up. There was a familiar cruel smirk sitting on his lips. Hermione let out a scoff. "What are you doing?" He continued to back her into the wall. "What am I doing?" he asked unkindly. "Well, I'm only trying to have a civil conversation with my prefect's partner." "About what?" she mumbled as her back hit the wall. She sucked in a sharp breath and stiffened as his body pressed into hers. She could feel the firm planes of his abdomen against her and his hand left her wrist to rest on her waist. She closed her eyes against the sensation and took a deep breath, focusing on building up her occlumency walls. She saw him lift his free hand out of the corner of her eye. One finger slowly moved under her chin, pushing her to meet his gaze. Her heart was pounding in her chest and she could only hope her inner turmoil didn't show on her face as she met his eyes. Hermione held herself as still as possible as she looked at him, towering over her. His brows were furrowed as he surveyed her face. He was scanning her. Phillips tugged into a small, barely noticeable frown. She tugged her bottom lip between her teeth and his gaze shot straight to her mouth. She released it quickly, attempting to raise a nonchalant eyebrow. "What do you want?" she spat. A small smirk took away the frown and he met her chocolate eyes again. "Such fire," he crooned. "What's wrong, love? Can't talk to me anymore?" Hermione scoffed and jerked her chin from his grasp, tilting her head up to stare back. "We're not friends, Black." "No?" he questioned, gently pushing her glasses up her nose. "I think we get along pretty well." She quickly slapped his hand away. "Stop touching me." A sharp smile suddenly appeared on Draco's pale face. "Make me," he challenged. Before he could blink, Hermione had flipped their positions. She wrenched his arm behind his back and pressed his front into the wall. She kept his wrist twisted so he didn't pull away from her hold. Hermione blinked in confusion when Draco let out a loud laugh. "Not fighting his current position. There she is," he whispered. Hermione released him as though she'd been burned and stepped back, her hands shaking. She closed her eyes tightly and pressed her hands into fists, taking a few deep breaths before she opened her eyes. She hadn't meant to do that. Well, that wasn't necessarily true. She had meant to do that, but it wasn't so much a conscious decision as an instinctual one. It hadn't taken more than a second for her to remove him from her person, and that scared her. She was trying to block out that part of her, but it wasn't working. Draco was standing before her, adjusting his cufflinks lazily. He had a smirk on his lips and his eyes were bright with mischief. Nicely done. Love. Knew you still had it in you. Hermione ground her teeth together and glared at the smug blonde. Stop calling me that, she hissed. She shook her head angrily and continued on down the corridor. The faster their patrols were over, the better. No matter how much you may wish to deny it, it all happened. Draco sung behind her. It won't, she vowed. He's right, you know, Harry said finally, having sat quietly and listened to his sister rant for the past hour. What? She screeched. You're supposed to be on my side. You hate him. Harry let out a huff. I love you, my own. I really do, but he let his sentence trail off. Hermione groaned and flipped back onto the crimson couch. They were in the room of requirement, which had been modeled after the Gryffindor common room. But not the one she had been living in for the past 5 years. She tried to ignore the twinge of nostalgia as she looked around the room. He started hesitantly, it'd be wrong to act like none of it ever happened. Hermione let out a scoff at her brother's word and opened her mouth to argue, but shut it at the stern look her twin threw her. It happened, Hermione. Whether anyone else remembers or not. Ron, Ginny, Luna, I don't want to forget about them. We're the only ones that remember them, and it would be a disservice to pretend that they never existed, that they never died, Harry continued, his tone dejected. Hermione felt a stabbing pain in her chest as he said the names aloud. She closed her eyes tightly and tears burned beneath her eyelids. She sucked in a sharp breath and exhaled slowly. Ginger hair and a crooked grin flashed through her mind, and Hermione shook away the image as quickly as it had come. I wasn't, she started to protest. You are, he said, giving her a serious look. No matter how much we may want to pretend it was all a dream. It wasn't, we experienced all of it and it's not over yet. He's still out there. Hermione frowned at her brother. I know, but I just don't want to, she trailed off. He gave her a commiserating smile, bumping their shoulders together. I know. But we don't have a choice. Hermione huffed. When did you get so wise? She questioned. Harry sent her a cheeky grin. Always have been. You were just too busy noticing my faults. How have you been? Hermione swiftly changed the subject, blinking away the tears she refused to let fall. She leaned her head against his shoulder, letting out a small snort when he tugged on her curls. I'm okay, he assured her, worried about Reg is all. Hermione nodded in understanding. Do you? She cleared her throat, twisting her fingers in the hem of her jumper. Do you think they'll come live with us? Harry huffed. They'll have to. That's gonna be. She paused for a beat. Interesting. Harry snickered. That's one word for it. Something occurred to Hermione at his words and she let out a gasp, sitting up and grasping her twin's jumper. What's James going to do? Harry snickered louder. Panic. He drawled. Hermione slapped him in the shoulder. It's not funny. Harry sent her a wide-eyed look. Maybe if he didn't start fucking serious, little brother, he wouldn't have this problem. Hermione's mouth dropped open and she choked on her breath. Don't be crude. She tried to smother a snort. It's true, he retorted, his complexion slightly green. They're in love. It's sweet. Hermione cooed at her brother. Harry looked seconds away from being sick and Hermione couldn't hold in her giggles any longer. She exploded with mirth. He sent her an unimpressed look and groaned. It's disgusting. Hermione rolled her eyes. Whatever. It's not your best friend our brother is shagging. He mumbled. They were silent for a few minutes. What if something goes wrong? Hermione asked worriedly, after her mirth had passed. Then we'll figure it out, he said confidently. Forever the optimist. Hermione huffed. Harry's mouth fell open in mock horror. I am a realist. Hermione let out a snicker and rolled her eyes. Sure. They both turned as the door to the room opened with a loud creak. Potters. A cheerful voice echoed through the space. Hermione smiled slightly at the sight of Theo in the doorway. He was dressed in a pair of muggle denims and a royal blue jumper. Theo. Harry greeted, standing quickly and wiping away invisible lint from his shoulder. A flirty, borderline inappropriate, grin sped across Theo's face as he crossed the room toward her brother. Aw. My favorite Potter. Theo said happily, no offense. He said, shooting Hermione a wink. Hermione waved her hand dismissively and smiled, pulling her brother back down onto the couch as Theo made himself comfortable in an armchair. None taken. Harry sent her a sheepish smile as he settled next to her, a rosy flush on his tan cheeks. So, what are we talking about? Theo questioned, blowing a brunette curl away from his face. Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but Harry beat her to it, leaning toward Theo and waving a dismissive hand. Oh, nothing important. What are you doing here? Theo pressed his hand to his chest in mock offense. I need a reason to come visit you? Why no? Of course not. Harry bumbled, blushing profusely now. Hermione giggled lightly at how easily Theo seems to fluster Theo when, less than a week ago, it was completely reversed. She supposed she could see a slight difference in all of their behaviors, and one of those things was Harry's awkwardness when faced with any kind of flirting. Not that she'd really paid much attention to his romantic endeavors in the first place. And apparently, Theo's confidence was bolstered by his memories when it came to his feelings for her brother. Theo sends her a wink at the sound of her laughter before looking back at Harry. So, he says with a loud clap, there's a party in Hufflepuff Friday night and you're coming. Hermione clears her throat obnoxiously and Theo's eyes dart to her. You too, he says with a grin. Hermione rolls her eyes. Thanks. She replies sarcastically. Enthusiastically, that sounds fun. I've never been to a Hufflepuff party, but I've heard things, he says with a wiggle of his brows. Hermione smiles at him and nudges his shoulder. Everyone has heard things, has. She nods at Theo. We'll be there. Theo frowns. What is has? Hermione grins and opens her mouth, but Harry shoots her a look. Family nickname. He mumbles. Theo hums with a nod. Well, good. Draco will be coming as well. Hermione's brows shoot up at his comment. How do you convince him to do that? He hates going to parties. Theo smiles salaciously. I asked nicely, he says, holding her gaze. Hermione swallows a lump in her throat and looks down as though her lap was suddenly the most interesting thing in the room. I do not want to know. Harry mumbles, running his fingers through his hair. Anyway. Theo stands abruptly, sending Harry another flirty smile. I'll be seeing you around. Harry gapes as the other boy heads towards the exit. Why yeah, he says shakily. Theo catches Hermione's eyes as he steps out. See you in the morning, partner. Yeah. Hermione sighs tiredly, pinching the bridge of her nose. And just like that, Theo is gone almost as quickly as he came. Hermione can see why him and Charity get along so well. They carry the same chaos in them. Harry lets put a dreamy sigh before turning to his twin with a wistful smile. He's amazing. Hermione ruffles his hair and smiled indulgently. So, we're going to a party, Harry says excitedly. I'll have to invite Reg, Barty, and Evan. I suppose so. Hermione concedes after a moment. It'll be fun, Harry says, shaking her lightly, a bright grin on his face. Hermione hums, unconvinced, and already lost in her thoughts of how to avoid a certain blonde. Chapter 11 Chapter Summary. Some deep thoughts and then cheeky bitches. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. May 12, 1999. Hermione felt a small smile curl her lips as Ginny nudged her shoulder playfully and wiggled her brows. A throat clearing caught Hermione's attention and she schooled her features quickly, gazing toward the head of the table where Kingsley stood. She curled her hand into a fist as she listened. Let's begin. Team just got back from the reconnaissance mission of the Bristol camp. They have reported at least, he started, his voice echoing loudly through the room. Avada Kedavra. A voice shouted suddenly, cutting off their leader's briefing. Hermione watched as if in slow motion as the green curse flew across the table and slammed into Kingsley. She choked out a gasp as she watched the life leave his eyes. She couldn't move for some reason. She knew she had been trained for situations such as these, but she was in shock. Her gaze shot to the left, where the curse had come from, and she felt herself pale as she saw who had fired the curse. She barely had a moment to comprehend what was happening before loud pops filled the large room they had gathered in. Dennis. Sweet innocent Dennis. Not so sweet or innocent anymore. Hermione startled when fingers grabbed her wrist roughly and she met the frantic gaze of Ron. He was pulling her out of her chair and shoving her behind him, spells firing from his wand rapidly. Come on, Myone, he said, his voice shaking. That shook Hermione from her fog, and she reached for her wand and brought herself back to back with Ron, her eyes flitting through the room. She didn't see Ginny anymore, even though her friend was next to her only moments ago. It was filled with silver masks and black cloaks, so many that she couldn't count. Many of her friends and comrades were in similar positions as herself, but she could already see familiar bodies on the floor. Curses flew from the tip of her wand at the speed of light, green, and red, and purple. Everything was hazy in battle, and she was already feeling drained. It could have been minutes of hours before Ron turned back to face her. "Come on, we have to go and find Harry and Ginny," he said, blood covering his freckled face. She looked similar, messy and tired, splattered with dirt and blood. Okay, she conceded, nodding, and moving to scan the room. She turned back at the sound of her best friend's choked gasp. She looked into his eyes, finding his blue eyes wide in shock. "Hermio," he slurred, face paling rapidly, his hands covering his abdomen. "Wah!" Hermione cried out. "What's wrong? Wah, what's going on? Are?" She fumbled through her words, scanning his body, and she let out a sob as she noticed blood rapidly spreading down his shirt. "Ronald!" she screamed as he fell to his knees. She quickly began waving her wand in precise movements, although slightly jerky. "Vulnera sanantur. Vulnera sanatura. Vulnera sanantur," she repeated melodically. "MMMMIONNNEE. HHH Harry." He slurred again, eyelashes fluttering. The wounds were not closing, and he continued to bleed. She fell to her knees in front of him as he collapsed. "No, Ron, no. HMMNHHNNRRRUUNNNNHG." Ron mumbled, eyes closed. Hermione choked on a sob, her body shaking. October 13, 1977. Hermione awoke with a loud gasp, sweat clinging to her entire body. She felt the cold wetness of residual tears clinging to her cheeks. She twisted onto her back and opened her eyes. She didn't bother to wipe away her tears, gazing blankly at the red and gold canopy. Her hands were shaking and her entire body felt freezing. Even though she was covered in sweat, her clothes were clinging uncomfortably to her body. She closed her eyes tightly for a moment, her breathing harsh. She couldn't help but let out a small whimper as she laid in the sixth-year girls' dorm. Her curtains were closed, so she knew her roommates wouldn't be able to hear her. Hours after her memories had returned, she had made sure to put a powerful silencing spell on her bed. She had suspected the nightmares would return, and she was right. Merlin, was she ever right? The image of Ron's pallid face as he bled to death was burned into her retinas, and she trembled at the memory. She continued to cry, letting her pillow catch her grief. She couldn't do this, she needed to get out. She shot up into a sitting position abruptly, opening the curtains with a flick of her wrist. With another wave, a familiar little bluebell flame appeared in her palm. The dorm was still completely dark, and she could see that all three of her roommates were still fast asleep. She summoned her wand and murmured a quiet, "Tempus." 4:12 a.m. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting out a little sniffle. She wiped her face, grabbing her glasses and shoving them up her nose. She then wordlessly transfigured her pajamas into muggle-running clothes. Thick leggings and a sports bra. A pair of sneakers. She didn't have time to change, and when she could use magic, why would she waste even a second? She tried to run her fingers through her tangled curls but gave up when they kept getting stuck, shoving her hair into a messy bun. Without giving it a second thought, she stormed out of the dorm and through the castle, stowing her wand in the pocket of her leggings. The halls were silent, not a teacher or ghost to be found. Her frantic footfalls echoed harshly on the stone as she made her way towards the forbidden forest, her steps muscle memory. Panic threatened to swallow her whole, and she picked up her pace, now full on running through the castle. She made her way outside in record time. Her breath fogged as she panted. She knew it had to be cold, but she couldn't feel it. She conjured a jumper anyways and settled it over her bra-clad body. She leaned against a tree to catch her breath as she zipped the jumper. She winced as she felt a sharp pain in her ribs. She had run all the way from Gryffindor Tower without stopping, and she didn't have the stamina she used to. She hadn't done much exercising in this lifetime, but she vowed to run every strength for what was to come. She started a slow jog as the pain subsided and made her way through a small trail just past Hagrid's hut. The sun was just beginning to rise as she loped down the slightly overgrown path, the sky painted in deep purples and pinks. She took a few deep breaths and let the freezing air and the view calm her frazzled nerves, a comforting burn beginning in her muscles. She spared a look behind her and saw the castle fading. Her thoughts raced as she sped up. She couldn't help but think of what Harry had been saying a few days ago. He was right. Of course he was. It would be wrong to pretend, but she still couldn't help but want to hold on to her faux innocence for a little bit longer. She knew it was a naive notion, but she couldn't help it. But she also couldn't deny the fact that even if she faked it throughout the day, she had no control throughout the night. All the things she wanted to forget mercilessly hounded her in her dreams. She hadn't slept more than 15 hours throughout the last week, and it showed. Not in her schoolwork, of course. Her grades were as pristine as ever, if not a little better than normal. But in her appearance, in her bloodshot eyes and tired face. She tried to keep a veneer of composure, but she knew her friends had noticed. They had to. She had been withdrawn since she'd left the hospital wing, scarcely speaking unless it was with Harry. Sadie and Marlene had repeatedly expressed their concern, but everyone else just watched her, a furrow between their brows. Except for James. Hermione's older brother was distracted, to say the least. Honestly, he was about as subtle as a brick through a window. Though, maybe she only thought that. Because she knew what to look for. The wandering eyes and flushed cheeks. The rumpled clothing and stuttered excuses. The lack of flirting with a certain redhead. She had also noticed said redhead watching James with pursed lips and a shrewd look in her green eyes. Lily looked almost jealous when she looked at him, and Hermione could only hope that didn't end in disaster. Hermione followed the trail deeper into the forbidden forest, the path narrowing and the grass growing more and more unkempt. She took slow deep breaths and picked up the pace once more, her thighs burning pleasantly. She could feel a light sheen of sweat coating her body, and several curls tumbled from the confines of her bun. Hermione's thought of her conversation with Harry from a few nights ago continued to bombard her. They had talked a little bit more after Theo left, before they had went their separate ways. Harry was anxious to start the process of destroying Riddle's Horcruxes. He was adamant that the sooner they started, the faster they could kill him. But Hermione could tell that he just needed something to do. A mission, a goal. Harry Potter did not sit around and wait. He didn't make overly detailed plans. It was something that had driven her barmy more than once. She supposed it was too much to hope that his supposed Slytherin instincts would override his need to jump into danger headfirst. Even in this timeline, her brother had been reckless. And with even more memories of hundreds, if not thousands of hair-brained schemes, she knew he was feeling even more impetuous. And, well, where Harry went, Hermione followed, no matter what. Brother or best friend, now or in the future. She would go after him. But things were different here. They had to be extremely fastidious in their actions. One wrong move and everything could fall apart. Not to mention Hermione's own lack of research on current events in the last week. She knew the basics, of course, but she needed to take time to compare her memories of what she knew from the original timeline and compare it to the current timeline. Perhaps she could ask her parents to borrow their pensieve. She was sure they wouldn't mind. She just had to come up with a believable excuse as to why. Her mother was a Slytherin, after all, and tended to know when her children were lying. Not that Hermione's brothers were very good liars to begin with. No, definitely not. She resolved to do just that in the summer. She would make copies of certain memories and compare the events. She wondered if it would be a good idea to ward a journal so that only she could read it. She knew it would be useful and quite easy to make. She slowed as she reached a small clearing and closed her eyes. Tilting her face towards the sky, she took a few deep breaths as the sun warmed her and listened to the calming sounds of the forest. She could hear some birds chirping and the wind howling. The air smelled crisp but also damp. It was comforting. The trees rustled lightly and Hermione could almost feel their presence as if they were alive, but she wouldn't be surprised as she were to find out the forbidden forest was sentient. There were still many mysteries in the magical world, and Hermione wondered if she should go to the library and see what they had about the forest. Surprisingly, that was one topic she had never researched in her time at Hogwarts. In both of her times. After her breathing had calmed, Hermione veered back in the direction she had been coming from, sparing a single glance at the small clearing. She began to make the journey back to the castle, moving into a fast jog as she went. Her chest was rising and falling at an even pace, and her thoughts had begun to slow. Perhaps she was a bit like Harry in the way that she needed something to keep her mind occupied. And while her classes and independent studies would usually fulfill that need, suffice it to say, it wasn't cutting it. She found it all so pedestrian. She could do most sixth-year material in her sleep, and she found herself craving a challenge. She knew they couldn't start hunting for Horcruxes, not yet at least. But they could plan, and maybe deal with some other problems on the side. Hermione's heart sped up at the thought, and a devious smirk curled her lips. Once the four of them had trained and prepared, nobody would know what hit them. Memories of the deadly quartet filled her head, and she wondered once more if they could still fight together like extensions of each other. Entirely in sync. She shook her head to clear the thought as she finished the rest of the way to the castle and a languid walk, her body's protests finally catching up with her. She shivered as she made her way into the castle, the perspiration cooling on her skin. She made her way through the corridors, nodding at the few students that she passed. A few people gave her strange looks, and Hermione could only guess what she looked like. The Potter girl in Muggle exercise clothing, covered in sweat and grime, with a rat's nest for hair. She let out a humorless huff at the thought and shook her head once more. She made her way past the doors to the dining hall and sped up as she climbed the stairs. She must have been in the forest for longer than she had thought, because she noticed more and more students flooding the halls as she went. She rolled her eyes as a loud whistle sounded. "Looking good, little Potter," an obnoxious voice shouted sarcastically. Hermione took a sharp breath and frowned as she met gray eyes and a cheeky smile. Sirius winked and slung an arm around her shoulder, but Hermione shoved him off and kept walking towards the portrait hole. "Bugger off, Siri," Hermione snarled as he reached out to tug on her curls. She smacked his hand away lightly. Sirius gasped in mock hurt and cradled his hand to his chest. "Evil," he pouted. "Kiss it better, my moonbeam." That's when Hermione noticed Remus standing just behind Sirius with a smirk on his face as he watched them. Hermione rolled her eyes as Remus moved forward and laid a slow kiss on Sirius. "Injury." "Gag." Hermione groaned as she walked away, trying to hide the small smile that curled her lips as she observed them. "You love us," Sirius shouted with a wide smile, letting Remus lead him away from her, sending her a small wink as he went. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Eomum fortium." She mumbled the password to the portrait of the fat lady. "Very good, dear," she chirped as Hermione passed through the threshold. "There you are," a relieved voice called out as she entered the Gryffindor common room. Hermione frowned as she looked up and saw Sadie, Marlene, and Mary standing by the couches and watching her with relief clear on their features. "What?" She frowned as Marlene walked up to her, already dressed in her uniform, albeit slightly out of regulation. Hermione's blonde friend frowned as she took in her appearance and shook her head, her light green eyes sharp. "Slim said you weren't in bed when she woke up. It's been like 2 hours. Hermione narrowed her eyes at Sadie and huffed a small laugh when her friend gave her a slightly guilty smile and shrugged. "I went for a run," Hermione said simply, shooting a chastising look at Sadie. Marlene threw her arm around her younger sister's shoulder and gave Hermione a disbelieving look. "You went on a run?" Hermione crossed her arms defensively. "Yes." Mary huffed out a laugh and coughed to cover it, but Hermione shot her a look at the slip. "What? I exercise." "When?" Marlene drawled with one brow raised. Hermione floundered as she tried to think of an answer that would make sense them, but drew a blank. She swallowed a frustrated groan and huffed a loud sigh, closing her eyes. Once she had calmed slightly, she shot her friends a look. "Whatever. I have to go get ready." "We'll wait for you," Sadie chirped with a small smile, pulling Marlene onto the sofa with her. Hermione smiled tightly. "You don't have to do that." Mary flopped next to the other two girls and waved a hand dismissively. "We want to." "No rush, love." She spoke as she began to braid Sadie's blonde locks. Hermione nodded sharply and made her way up the stairs to her dorm. She quickly stripped off her sticky clothing as she stepped into the bathroom. The shower turned on with a wave of her wand, and she went to grab her uniform as she waiting for the water to get hot. She sighed as she made her way through her morning routine, swapping her standard stockings to a thicker pair and putting on her winter robes, as the castle was getting quite chilly. It hadn't snowed yet in this part of Scotland, but she suspected it wouldn't be long, once October transitioned into November. She waved her wand to tame her curls and spent a few minutes putting on light makeup and some glamours to hide the bags under her eyes. Grabbing her bag, she quickly made her way back to her friends and pasted on a bright smile. "Ready?" she asked them when she made it to the bottom of the stairs. "Yup," Marlene said, linking her arm through Hermione's and sending her a searching look that Hermione chose to ignore. The four girls quickly made their way towards the Great Hall, chattering amongst themselves quietly about the party happening the next day. Sadie let out a small squeal. "We can all get ready together, Lils too." She jostled Hermione slightly in her excitement. Hermione couldn't help the amused grin that crept up her face at Sadie's enthusiasm. Her best friend loved a good party. And Hufflepuff happened to throw legendary parties, if rumors were to be believed. Which she did, of course. They continued to make a plan for after their classes that night as they entered the Great Hall. It was filled to the brim with chattering students, and Hermione jumped in surprise when someone threw an arm over her shoulder, jolting her into Marlene. Hermione let out an irritated sigh as she met her twin's eyes. He smiled at her cheekily as he led her towards the Gryffindor table. "What are you doing?" she grumbled as Harry pulled her down next to him across from James. She heard her other friends make their way to where Lily was sitting a few feet down. Harry didn't acknowledge her question, leaning forward to set his elbows on the table, and resting his chin in his hands as he stared straight ahead. Hermione watched in confusion and repeated her question, but he didn't answer, sneering slightly as he stared intently at their older brother. James' mouth fell open as he looked up and noticed Harry's intense gaze. He shot her a questioning look. "Well, what's going on?" he asked. Hermione shrugged and looked to Harry in question. When her twin still didn't speak, Hermione let out a sigh and began to fill her plate. She watched on blandly as she buttered a slice of toast. James let out a gulp and began to look around the table, doing anything to avoid his younger brother's shrewd stare. Hermione had almost finished her plate, ignoring the chatter around her, when her brother finally spoke. "Why are you wearing a Slytherin tie?" Harry questioned with complete seriousness. Hermione looked at James in confusion, frowning as she noted his standard-issue Gryffindor tie. She sent Harry a questioning look, but he only shook his head. James stuttered, eyes wide. Hermione choked slightly on her pumpkin juice as she watched James's face pale, his gaze shooting towards the Slytherin table, then to Sirius, before darting down to look at his clothing. He seemed to let out a huge sigh of relief as he noticed that Harry had been lying, but it only lasted a moment before he paled further, staring up at Harry with fear clear on his face. Harry simply tilted his head and tsked before looking to Hermione with a smile. "Are you finished eating?" Hermione started in confusion. "Good," Harry chirped, grabbing Hermione's bag and slinging it over his shoulder, and then grabbing her and dragging her towards the Slytherin table. "Wha?" Hermione asked, sparing one last look for her older brother. He was staring at his plate with wide eyes, his palms resting flat on the table as though he were about to push himself up out of his seat, but he rested his hands back on his lap as Sirius patted him on the shoulder and said something. Hermione turned forward in bewilderment as she heard a small snicker fall from Harry's lips. It got louder the closer they got to his house table. Did you see his face?" he asked with a wheezing laugh. Yeah?" Hermione answered questioningly, feeling slightly dazed. "What the fuck was that?" Hermione asked once her brother's laughter had calmed down. Harry's face sobered and he stood slightly straighter, continuing to walk towards his friends. "Until James tells us about his relationship with Reg, I'm gonna fuck with his mind," he replied with complete seriousness. Hermione stopped in her tracks and gaped at Harry's back in bafflement. Her brother turned and looked at her with a raised brow when he felt her stop. She paused. "You're what now?" Harry sent her a smirk. "You heard me." He pulled her behind him once more and Hermione only stared at him as she followed and sat next to him. She said distracted greetings to Dorcas, Barty, Evan, and Regulus and heard them murmur their acknowledgement in return. As she settled into her seat, she felt someone else settle on Harry's other side. She looked up to meet the bright eyes of Theo, tossing grapes into his mouth as he sat. "Potters," he greeted after he finished chewing. "Theo." Hermione and Harry responded in unison. I hate it when they do that," Barty mumbled from across the table. Hermione crossed her arms defensively and opened her mouth to tell him where he could shove it when Theo's head shot up at the sound of Barty's voice. A slightly lascivious smile spread across the Hufflepuff's face and he leaned toward Bartholomew. He purred lewdly. Barty let out a groan at the greeting and gave Theo the middle finger. You know that's not my name, Selwyn. Theo smirked in response. Selwyn? He said with mock offense, so formal. That hurts. Hermione's eyes pinged back and forth between the two and she felt Harry tense next to her. Barty rolled his eyes. I don't care if it hurts, Theodore. LLY. Theo hummed, eyes sparkling with mischief. You know I love it when you talk dirty to me. He batted his eyelashes at the disgruntled Slytherin. Barty narrowed his eyes in response, leaning forward slightly. Okay. Harry interrupted, clapping his hands. What are you doing here, Theo? He said with his jaw clenched. Hermione watched as Theo languidly scanned Barty before slowly dragging his gaze back to Harry with a slightly taunting smirk. Just inviting everyone to the party. Just in case you didn't get round to it. I told them yesterday. He gritted the words out, staring at Theo intently. So you're all coming? Theo asked, not breaking eye contact with Harry for even a moment. They all quietly murmured their assent but neither boy reacted, continuing their staring contest. So, Hermione cleared her throat, you and Barty know each other? Theo's eyes shot to Hermione's and he sent her a wink. Oh yes. Bartholomew and I are quite acquainted. Hermione struggled to formulate a response as the tension at the table skyrocketed. Harry's fists were clenching on the table and Hermione could see Evan and Regulus surveying the conversation with keen interest. Though, she noticed Evan's eyes were flicking between Theo and Barty with swirling intensity. Hermione let out a small cough and met Theo's eyes, which were shining with excitement as he watched Harry. Of course Theo would provoke Harry on purpose. He seemed to be loving the jealousy coming off of Harry in waves. Hermione rolled her eyes and stood up quickly. She did not want to deal with this right now. She grabbed her bag from her brother and waved. I'm going to the library before class. Bye. Theo waved brightly. See you in potions. Nobody else responded as Hermione left the hall, making her way to the library. Hermione frowned as she entered the potions classroom. The desks had been pushed together and it looked like they were going to be working in groups of 4. Theo was already seated at a station alongside Charity and Hermione swallowed a groan as she noticed Charity's potions partner. Lucinda Brown was sitting primly across from Theo with a flirty smile on her features as she talked to him. If Lavender had been rude and vapid then Lucinda was a mean girl monster. Hermione's time as Lucinda's roommate could almost make her miss Lavender and Pavarti's shallow chattering. Hermione let out a huff as she meandered to her seat next to Theo, sending a small smile at the two Hufflepuffs in greeting. Charity smiled brightly and jumped out of her seat to hug Hermione. Look at us, she said with a nudge, working together. This will be so much fun. We should do this more often, huh? Hermione snickered lightly and shared a fond look with Theo as Charity continued to titter in excitement. For some reason that was beyond Hermione, she couldn't find it in herself to be annoyed in the small girl's presence. Hermione's attention was drawn to the front of the classroom while Slughorn shuffled around. All right, he said with an excited clap, today will be an exciting class. He waved his wand and revealed a large cauldron at the front of the classroom. It was full of a familiar pearlescent potion. Hermione sucked in a deep breath and the professor continued. Can anyone tell me what potion this is? He asked. Charity's hand shot up but Hermione couldn't bring herself to do the same as she stared into the cauldron. She ignored Theo's confused expression. Miss Hampton. Slughorn called, pointing at the Hufflepuff girl. It's Amortentia, Charity answered excitedly. Murmurs and whispers filled the classroom as Slughorn nodded. Correct. That's correct. 10 points to Hufflepuff. And what is Amortentia, The most powerful love potion in the world, Hermione murmured. That's right, Miss Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione looked up in surprise and winced. She didn't think he would hear her answer. And what are some properties of this particular potion? Slughorn asked enthusiastically. It has a mother of pearl sheen. One student answered. The steam rises from the potion in spirals. Someone else added. It smells different to everyone. Another person said. Slughorn clapped his hands excitedly. Today you will all be brewing Amortentia. More whispers, but before you do that, I want each of you to come up and inspect the completed potion. Come on. Come on. Give it smell, and tell everyone what you smell. Student after student went up to the potion and Hermione's heart was racing as she stood behind Theo. Only a few more people before she would have to go up there and smell it. She bit her lip as she watched Theo go up to the potion, giving it a few stirs before leaning forward and taking a deep sniff. "I smell," he started, a small, private smile curling his lips. "I smell treacle tart, broom polish, and patchouli." "Very good," Slughorn said. "Miss Potter," he cajoled. Hermione closed her eyes and took a breath, stepping forward and stirring the potion just as Theo had done. Her movements were stiff and mechanical. She did not want to do this. This lesson was much more exciting the first time around. She leaned forward reluctantly and took a small sniff. A familiar scent flooded her nostrils. It invaded all of her senses. She could almost taste it, feel it. She swallowed a lump in her throat as she straightened her up and pursed her lips. "Miss Potter," Slughorn prompted. Hermione cleared her throat and looked to the professor. "I smell mahogany, peppermint, and dark chocolate." Slughorn nodded his approval and Hermione hastened back to her desk, staring down at the grainy wood. Theo hummed next to her, fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. "What?" Hermione hissed, not looking up. "Oh, nothing," Theo drawled, and Hermione could hear the smirk in his voice. She closed her eyes tightly and grimaced. "I'll get the ingredients," Hermione said, standing up quickly. "He hasn't told us," Charity started worriedly, biting her lip. Hermione patted the girl's hand reassuringly. "I know what to get." She moved away without another word, and went into the ingredients closet. Once the door had closed behind her, she scrunched her eyes shut and clenched her hands into tight fists. She took a couple of deep breaths, trying to get the scent of the potion out of her nose, even if it was replaced with the smell of a dusty cupboard. She shook her head and opened her eyes, quickly locating the ingredients they would need. She had the instructions memorized. She's brewed this potion many times. The real challenge would be her and Theo figuring out how to brew this potion together without seeming as advanced as they were. Her and Theo used to be able to brew most potions together with their eyes closed. She didn't doubt they would still be able to. After a few minutes she made her way out of the cupboard and brought a few jars over to their table. She sat down with a huff and listened to Slughorn finish instructing the class about the importance of the timing. "All right. You may grab your ingredients and begin. I will be here to assist you if any of you should find you need it," Slughorn said finally. Hermione quickly began prepping the rose thorns and she saw Theo doing the same out of the corner of her eye with the ashwinder eggs. A calm descended over Hermione as they started making the potion and she let her mind clear, her movements precise and methodical. "Let's do this," Theo murmured under his breath and Hermione grinned. Chapter end notes. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing and I don't know how this FIC is going to end up, but I hope you're all enjoying the ride. If you have any ideas or feedback, please share them with me. I love to hear your thoughts. Also, I hope I'm doing Hermione justice. It's a bit hard for me because my ADHD had my thoughts bouncing like crazy and I think it comes through in well, not exactly right. Chapter 12 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. October 14, 1977. Hermione left the charms classroom quickly and made her way to the dining hall, avoiding a certain Ravenclaw whose eyes she could feel burning into her back. She was acutely aware of his attention during their shared classes, which thankfully were only 2 of them, but that also meant she had to sit in a classroom with him almost every day. Not to mention the prefect's patrol she had to endure most evenings, which he'd seemed to make a game of by teasing and taunting her relentlessly for the better part of the hour. She tried her best to ignore him, but it was proving difficult to say the least. She knew she'd have to suck it up eventually, but until it was absolutely necessary she was going to keep evading him. She rolled her eyes and let out a sigh as she felt someone settle next to her. "What?" she snapped. A dark chuckle sounded next to her and Hermione did her best to conceal her shiver. "When are you going to stop ignoring me, Granger?" Draco drawled as he kept pace with her stride. "Shush," she hissed. "Stop fucking calling me that. Come on, Hermione. Are you really going to pretend that it never happened?" "It did. We did," Draco said with a snarl in his voice. "Listen, Draco." She turned to look at him sharply and startled when she saw Pandora floating on Draco's other side, an amused smile on her face as she watched them. What was he thinking, talking about this in the corridors? "Oh, don't worry," Pandora says dreamily, waving a dismissive hand, "I know everything." Hermione felt her jaw drop as she stared at the two blondes. She quickly rounded on Draco, poking a finger into his chest. "You told her?" Hermione screeched. Draco frowned down at Hermione and rolled his eyes. "No. Of all the foolish, idiotic, how could you?" Hermione paused and narrowed her eyes as his response filtered in. "You didn't?" she questioned. Draco went to respond, but Pandora spoke first. "Of course he didn't tell me. You told him not to." Hermione's mouth dropped open and she looked to Draco incredulously, but he only shrugged. "I've learned not to question it," he murmured, grabbing a hold of her as she went to pull her hand back to her side, rubbing small circles on her inner wrist with his thumb. She swallowed a gasp as gooseflesh erupted on her arms. It was only then she realized how close she was standing to Draco, only inches between their faces. She swallowed a lump in her throat and ignored the butterflies in her stomach. She stepped back sharply, pulling her arm from his grasp and sniffed. "I don't want to talk about this. And you still need to stop calling me that name. How would you like it if I called you?" She paused and looked around, voice lowering to a whisper. "Malfoy." A small sneer twisted his lips before he schooled his features and gave her a blasé shrug, continuing to walk, Pandora humming and skipping next to him. Hermione scoffed under her breath and crossed her arms, moving after them reluctantly. They walked together to the great hall for dinner, Draco and Pandora chattering mindlessly while Hermione was lost in her thoughts. As Hermione mindlessly walked towards her house table, she heard Draco call after her, "See you tonight, Potter." It was both a promise and a threat. She pretended not to hear him. Hermione let out a huff as she sat down across from her elder brother and his friends, her back to the other tables. "What was that all about?" Sirius asked with one raised brow. He had a small frown on his face as he looked past Hermione's shoulder at his younger brother. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Nothing." James piped up. "Didn't look like nothing," he teased. "Are you going to the party tonight?" Hermione asked, changing the subject quickly. "Of course we are," Sirius whooped, throwing an arm over James's shoulder and jostling him. "It isn't a party without us, now is it, Promsy?" "Course not, Padfoot," James answered just as enthusiastically, mischief twinkling in his hazel eyes. "Oh Merlin," Hermione groaned, "what do you two have planned?" "Us?" James asked incredulously. "Whatever do you mean, little sister?" "Whatever. Never mind, I'm sure I don't want to know," Hermione said, filling her plate and ignoring the two clowns sitting in front of her. "Don't want to know what?" A voice piped up, causing Hermione to smile and turn towards them. Lily let out a small huff as she planted herself next to Hermione, Marlene clambering down on her other side. "Whatever havoc my brother is planning for tonight," Hermione answered after she had finished chewing her food. She pointed her fork at her brother. "Don't mess with Harry or Reg tonight." "Well, I never," James exclaimed dramatically, pouting. Hermione sent him a stern look. "I'm serious, leave them alone tonight." "No, I'm serious." Sirius piped up, a wide grin on his face. Hermione rolled her eyes but couldn't help the small grin that appeared. Lily let out a scoff. "That joke stopped being funny 5 years ago." "I think it's funny," Peter added from Sirius' side, and Hermione couldn't stop the eye roll. "Course you do, Pete," Marlene inserted, her tone slightly condescending. "Marls," Lily chastised quietly. Hermione let out a huff and turned back to James and Sirius. "I'm not joking." Sirius rolled his eyes and raised his hands in surrender. "We won't mess with the ickle snakies." Hermione scrunched up her nose in distaste. "Ew, don't call them that." "Call who what?" Remus questioned as he approached them, scooting between Peter and Sirius. "Don't you worry, we won't fuck around with any of the Slytherins. I solemnly swear," James promised her, eyes widened in false innocence. "Just telling the littlest Potter we won't mess with her friends in silver and green," Sirius informed Remus with a mischievous grin. Hermione rolled her eyes. "My friends in silver and green," she mumbled under her breath in disbelief. "You mean our brothers and their friends?" she asked sardonically. The skin around Sirius' eyes tightened in irritation, but he kept a carefree grin on his face and shrugged. Hermione brought her gaze back to James and she narrowed her eyes. "Godric." "Okay. No touching the snakes." James relented. "I promise." "Sure about that?" Hermione mumbled under her breath and choked on a laugh when Remus' wide eyes caught hers, obviously hearing her. She wondered if he knew. If she went by the way he was staring at her, she'd have to assume he did. And if the way his gaze kept darting to Sirius, a worried look in his eyes was any indication, he was keeping it a secret. Hermione couldn't help but wonder how long James had been dating his best friend's little brother. "What?" James asked around a mouthful of food. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Nothing, we have an agreement. As long as you don't target the Slytherins, I couldn't care less about what you guys have planned." Sirius put a hand to his chest in mock offense. "Unless it's Snivelus," Peter added with a smirk, but paused and winced at Lily apologetically. Lily shrugged, looking down at her plate with a small furrow between her brows. "I doubt he'll be there, anyway." Hermione almost gaped but caught herself before she could. How Hermione had forgotten about Severus Snape in all her panicked thoughts about the future, past? She didn't know. She supposed he had never really been relevant to Hermione in this life, other than comforting Lily as she cried over him, calling her a mudblood, and listening to both of her brothers complain about the greasy git. Hermione choked back a small laugh. If there was one thing both of her brothers agreed on, it was their dislike for that particular Slytherin. Hermione couldn't blame them. He was just as much an asshole in this time as he'd been On's professor. She shivered at the memories. Slughorn may have been a bit superfluous, but at least he wasn't verbally abusive. That's not to say James and Harry didn't get along, they did. They just weren't as close with each other as Hermione was with both of them. After Harry had been sorted into Slytherin, James had taken it pretty hard. He had spent the entire summer after his first year racing about how amazing it would be when they were all sorted together, and he'd been devastated when they were separated. And with Sirius whispering in his ear about how evil Slytherins were, James hadn't put in much effort to preserve their close relationship, and it didn't help that Harry and Regulus had become attached at the hip by the welcoming feast. At least James didn't shun Harry the way Sirius had with Regulus when he was sorted. Well, honestly, Sirius had cut off both of his brothers with little hesitation or remorse, even though Draco was sorted into Ravenclaw. Something for them to work on. Their mission would be much easier if everyone could get along, rocky history or not. "Yeah," James agreed. "Snape is fair game." Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to look at Lily. "Are you getting ready with us?" The redhead grinned. "Yeah, Slim told me earlier." Hermione returned the grin. Of course she had. Sadie was basically bursting with excitement this morning when they had spoken about it. "Speak of the devil." Marlene drawled, and Hermione turned to see Sadie walking towards them, a big smile on her face. "Eek!" she squealed, sliding to sit between Lily and Marlene. "Tonight is going to be so fun." Hermione sent her a smile. "Theo told me that all of the upperclassmen years were invited, so it's certainly going to be interesting." Sadie let out a dreamy sigh. "Theo?" she asked. "That's your potions partner, right? He is Kuuti." Hermione started, trying to think of an appropriate response when someone interrupted her. "Why thank you, sweetie," Theo drawled, plopping next to Hermione with a smirk. Hermione snickered when Sadie jumped, letting out a loud gasp, and put her hand to her chest. "Merlin's saggy tits," she exclaimed. Charity appeared next. "I don't think Merlin had tits," she said conversationally, sending a smile at Hermione while she settled next to her fellow Hufflepuff. Theo batted his eyelashes at Sadie. "So you think I'm cute?" Sadie stuttered. Just well, Hermione smacked Theo in the back of the head without thinking. "Stop flirting with my friend, Teddy." Theo's head popped up and he stared at her with wide green eyes, clutching to his head. "What the fuck, Myone? That shite hurt." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Don't be such a baby, Theodore. You're evil, woman," Theo said to her with a scowl, before looking at everyone else. "Evil, I tell you. Don't make me tell Harry on you." Hermione goaded, huffing a laugh when Theo's eyes went wide. "You wouldn't dare," he exclaimed, wide eyes darting to the Slytherin table. Hermione rolled her eyes and looked away from Theo, only to find several people gaping at them. "What?" she asked in confusion. "Did you just call him Teddy? That's so cute," Charity asked excitedly. "Did he just call you Myone?" James added, scratching the back of his head and watching her with a perplexed expression on his face. "Since when do you hit blokes you barely know?" Lily added in confusion. "Barely know?" Theo cried out. "I'll have you know that I've known Hermione for—" He cut off when Hermione grabbed his hand, squeezing tight. Theo cleared his throat. I'll have you know that I've known Hermione for 2 months. We're pretty much best friends now. Hey. Charity piped up, blue eyes narrowed. Theo swiveled in his seat and sent her a dazzling smile, tugging on her strawberry blonde locks. Triangle, remember? Charity rolled her eyes and smacked his hand away. Of course I remember, I came up with it. Anyway, Theo said, throwing a lengthy arm over Hermione's shoulder, we're besties, ain't that right? Hermione rolled her eyes. Sure. What the fuck is happening? Sirius mumbled to James, who shook his head in confusion. So, Remus interjected, thank you for inviting us. Peter nodded happily, never been to a Hufflepuff party before. Charity grinned and reached across the table to grab Peter's hand. You're in for a treat. Hermione hid her smile when Peter's face flamed and he gulped loudly. Why yeah. No problem, Professor Lupin, Theo said, stealing Hermione's tea and downing it before standing up, dragging Charity up with him. I must be off. Things to do, people to see, shit to prepare. You know how it is. See you tonight. He rambled as he walked off toward the Ravenclaw table. Hermione felt the blood drain from her face when Remus murmured, Professor Lupin. Suits you. Sirius grinned, waggling his brows suggestively. Hey, maybe later tonight after the party we can. Okay. Hermione cut in. We should go find Mary and Alice so we can start getting ready. She directed her words at the 3 girls on her right. She did not want to hear the rest of that sentence. Yes. Sadie agreed excitedly, hopping up. Come on. Hermione sent a stiff smile to the boys and followed quickly after her friends. All done, Mary said, spinning Hermione around so that she could see her hair and makeup in the mirror. Hermione swallowed a gasp as she saw her reflection. The last time she could remember being this dolled up had been during Yule Ball during 4th year. Wait. No, that wasn't right. It had been only a few months ago. She had attended the Black Summer Solstice Ball with her mother and her twin. Her mother had done her hair and makeup and she had worn a beautiful set of robes. Hermione focused on the mirror, but when she blinked her dark curls were honey, her caramel skin was pale, and her dark brown eyes were haunted. She closed her eyes for a moment to shake away the image, taking one deep breath before opening them again and taking in her appearance. Hermione could admit that Mary and Marlene had done a very good job with her looks. Mary had pulled Hermione's dark brown hair into 2 French braids and tied them off at the base of her head. Her curls were springing out and hanging to midway down her back, but they were smooth and tamed. Her lips parted on a gasp as she inspected her face. Marlene had opted to do a gorgeous smoky eye, but her lids had been painted in a golden sheen. Her cheeks had a light blush on them that could pass for natural and her cheekbones had been highlighted, shining softly. She had a nude gloss on her lips, making them appear extra pouty. So? Marlene asked excitedly, wringing her hands together in the reflection of the mirror. Hermione smiled widely at her friend in the mirror. It's perfect, Marles. She spun quickly towards Mary. The hair too, she added, looking back at her reflection. Time for the dress. Alice squealed and Hermione stifled a groan. She was slightly afraid to see what her friends had picked out for her to wear, and she knew she was right to feel that way when she turned to look at it. Sadie was wearing a wicked grin as she held up the dress. The dress, if one could even call it that, was but a scrap of burgundy fabric. At Hermione's incredulous look, Sadie let out a loud sigh and shoved the fabric into her hands, herding her to the bathroom. Just try it on, she begged. I bet you'll love it. You'll look hot, Lily added as she fastened her earrings. Trust us, Alice said in a deceptively sweet voice. Hermione raised her eyebrows and eyes the dress hanging off of her finger, unconvinced, but went to the bathroom anyways. Hermione couldn't contain her gasp as she scanned herself in the mirror. The deep red rayon fabric fell just above her knee and clung to her curves. The striated her modest bust and there was a slit that ended mid-thigh. She conceded to Sadie's previous comment, she did love it. The way it accentuated Hermione's pear figure made her feel beautiful. She quickly opened the bathroom door and walked to the center of the dorm. They had decided to get ready in the head dormitory so that they would have privacy. Hermione's friends burst out into exclamations the moment they saw her and Hermione couldn't help a nervous laugh that fluttered out of her. She had never worn anything quite like this, that was for sure, and though she felt good when she was alone, the thought of walking into the Hufflepuff common room in this getup made her queasy. "Oh my God!" Lily exclaimed, walking straight up to Hermione, familiar green eyes wide as she regarded her attire. Sadie let out a girlish squeal that made Hermione grin. "You look so good. Theo will be drooling." Hermione blanched at the last statement and her brows drew together in confusion. She noticed Marlene nodding her head in agreement. "I do you," she said with a wink, giving Hermione a very thorough once-over. Hermione shot them all an incredulous look. "What?" she screeched. "Theo and I are not, oh my God." "No." She opened her mouth to tell them that Theo was with Harry but snapped it shut before she could go spilling secrets that weren't hers to share. Sadie looked at Hermione with one brow raised. "Really, because earlier." Hermione held up a hand. "Really?" She could not believe they thought. She didn't even want to think it. She would ask Harry to obliviate her later or something. "You misread the situation," she said simply. Lily, Marlene, Mary, Alice, and Sadie exchanged incredulous glances and Hermione rolled her eyes and put her hands on her hips to scold them. Then, a sly smirk spread across Sadie's face. "Oh. Well," she said, tapping a finger on her cheek, "there's your thing with Draco Black." Hermione's mouth dropped open and her eyes went wide. She felt her face and chest heat up at the insinuation, and the dress she was wearing wasn't exactly full coverage. She was pretty sure they'd noticed the blush. She ducked her head as she tried to stutter through her denial. Denial. Merlin, she had to be going mental. Maybe she needed to see a mind healer or something. Okay. Well, not maybe, definitely. She definitely needed to see a mind healer. A problem for later date. "You have a thing with Draco Black?" Lily gasped, one hand flying to her mouth while the other held Hermione's arm in a vice grip. Hermione winced at the sharpness in the question. She noticed both Mary and Alice were gaping at her. "No," she squeaked finally. "Why would you think that?" She directed the question to Sadie with wide eyes. "Well," Sadie said, sitting on the bed, "I am in your charms and history of magic classes, and I happen to sit really close to you, in case you forgot." "He stares at you. Like a lot." She twirled a strand of blonde hair around her finger and tilted her head at Hermione speculatively. "And sometimes you stare back. Plus I do live with you." Hermione shook her head. "Nothing is going on between me and Draco Black." She swallowed a lump in her throat as she looked at her friends and ignored the ashy taste of lies on her tongue. "Trust me," she stated. They all watched her for a few moments before Lily cleared her throat and turned away, bending down to grab a box and handing it to Hermione. "I think these will go good with your dress." Hermione smiled tightly as she pulled open the box to find a very beautiful pair of gold heels. She looked back up at them, this time with a genuine smile. "Okay. I know we're Gryffindors, but what am I? Your mascot. What's with all the red and gold?" "You have the mane for it," Mary joked, leaning down to fasten her shoes. Lily rolled her eyes and sniffed primly. "Those colors look really good with your skin tone." Hermione shared an amused look with Marlene before she gave them all a look. "Well, I think we look pretty damn good, don't you?" Hermione looked at her friends, taking in their appearances. Marlene was wearing a royal blue halter dress that clung to her curves, the silk falling to her mid-thigh. Her blonde hair was left down, but it had been straightened and rested neatly against her collarbone. She had also done a smoky eye, but her eyelids were painted a deep blue to match her dress, and she had an electric pink lipstick. She was wearing a multitude of silver necklaces, bracelets, and rings. So many Hermione could count. She also towered over Hermione in a tall pair of black heels. Sadie was wearing her hair in a high ponytail and her dress was a bright bubblegum pink bouffant dress complete with lace and frills. She had on an equally pink pair of heels on that had to give her at least 5 inches of height. Her makeup was light and natural. She always knew how to become the center of attention, and if this wasn't an attention grabber, then... Hermione didn't know what was. Lily was wearing a flowy aligned dress that was a deep emerald green. It sat prettily on her curves and accentuated her hips. Her hair had been left down and it was curled into soft ringlets. If Hermione didn't know any better, she would think Lily was barefaced, but she had watched the girl apply all of her makeup less than an hour ago. She was wearing a pair of black sandals that tied around her calves. Alice had decided to wear a leather skirt that had obviously come from Marlene's closet and a tight long-sleeve blouse that was bright blue. Her dirty blonde hair had been charmed into beachy waves and her makeup was light and natural. She was wearing a pair of leather boots that also seemed to have come from Marlene's wardrobe. Mary has teased her curls into an afro and had chosen to forego makeup, apart from eyeliner and some bright red lipstick. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder, long-sleeve dress. It was black but it shimmered in the light. She had paired it with a pair of beat-up combat boots that looked like they had seen better days. "That we do," Sadie agreed, winking at their reflection. "Let's get this party started." Marlene whooped and Hermione laughed as Lily and Mary clapped. Suddenly, surrounded by her closest friends, she didn't feel very nervous anymore. Hermione couldn't help but think about the original timeline for a moment. She'd never really had any girlfriends. She could admit now that she'd been a little harsh in her judgments of the girls in her class, but it didn't do to dwell on it. Lily and Sadie each grabbed one of her arms, linking their elbows as they made their way towards the Hufflepuff dormitories. A warm feeling filled her chest at the thought of her life here. She had her friends and her family, and she wasn't going to lose them. No matter what, she would keep this life no matter the cost. When they entered the common room, it almost made Hermione wish she'd been sorted into Hufflepuff. Somehow, in her total of 12 years of schooling at Hogwarts, she'd never seen the Hufflepuff common room. It had vaulted ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows. The walls were made completely of stone bricks. Marble, she thought. There were plants everywhere and furniture that looked as though it could be the most comfortable place on earth. She'd have to get Theo to show her during the daytime when it wasn't jammed full of rowdy, drunk teenagers. The party was in full swing by the time they walked in. "I'm gonna get some drinks," Marlene shouted over the music, already weaving through the crowd towards the refreshment table. Hermione tugged on her dress self-consciously as she allowed herself to be pulled through the room towards the couches. And the nerves were back in full force. It felt like everyone's eyes were on her. She knew they weren't but Merlin if she didn't want to tuck tail and run back to her dorm. "Come on," Lily squealed. "I see Remus over there." Okay, Hermione said, following Harry to see Remus sitting with a few others. Music was pumping loudly in her ears and she smiled at a few familiar faces as she made her way through the crowd. She could see Pandora dancing around with Barty and Dorcas, arms thrown in the air and eyes shut. As she got closer to the couch she could see Harry and Draco sitting there side by side. That didn't seem like a recipe for disaster or anything like that. Mary and Alice quickly joined the dance floor as soon as Marlene went to get drinks, so Hermione plopped onto the sofa with Lily and Sadie on either side of her. She huffed out a laugh when she noticed Remus sitting in a lone armchair, legs crossed, and a book open in his lap. Hermione fought the urge to do the same as him. "Drinks?" Marlene hollered as she danced her way towards them, hips shimmying dramatically. She all but shoved the cup of fire whiskey into their hands. Hermione smiled in thanks and sipped her drink, enjoying the familiar burn as it made its way down her throat. She looked up, intending to talk to Harry, sitting on the couch across from her, but blanched when she made eye contact with Draco, who was sitting right next to Harry, whose eyes were blazing as he watched her. She bit her lip as she caught his eyes and they fell to track the movement immediately. She had a feeling tonight was going to end in pandemonium. Chapter endnotes. Get ready for a Draco Pov next chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter notes. First, I know this was going to be a Draco Pov, but I got stuck trying to write it and decided to just keep this FIC in Hermione's Pov. We might still get a Draco Pov in the future as well as a few other characters, but for the most part it will be Hermione. And second, I'm so sorry for the gap in posting. I've just moved to a different country and I've been crazy busy with all of that, but I will try to keep updating as consistently as I can. Thank you for reading my work and I hope you enjoy. October 14, 1977. Hermione's words got caught in her throat as Silver met Amber and she could swear her heart started beating twice as fast. She was caught in his gaze and couldn't find it in herself to look away just yet. "Hermione." Draco greeted with a small smirk, his jaw clenching subtly as he took in the dress her friends had forced her to wear. Hermione held in a small, dreamy sigh at the way her name rolled off of his tongue, and from the look on his face he knew it. "Draco." She greeted without thought, her voice breathy even to her own ears. She ignored his smile. She knew she shouldn't, but she took a few moments to pull her gaze from his and survey his appearance. He was still wearing the school-issued slacks and button-up, but his tie was missing and his sleeves had been rolled up to his elbows. The top few buttons of his shirt had been undone. She watched as his ringed fingers tightened around the glass of amber liquor he was holding. She sucked in a gasp as she met his gaze again and tried to will away the blush on her cheeks. He was deliciously disheveled and his hair was falling temptingly across his forehead. "See something you like?" he taunted, a single eyebrow raised as he watched her inspect him with something akin to delight in his eyes. Hermione scoffed and rolled her eyes. "In your dreams, Black." "Undoubtedly," he drawled, dragging his gaze over her so slowly that it felt indecent. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat for a moment, ignoring the snickers coming from Sadie at the exchange, before turning to Harry and Regulus, who happened to be watching them as though it were the World Cup. "What?" she snapped defensively as she met her twin's eyes. Harry snorted a laugh, mischief shining from his brown eyes, and for a moment Hermione swore they shined bright green in the light, but a split second later it was gone. She blinked away the illusion and focused on her brother's words. "Nothing, Myone just had the strangest sense of déjà vu." Hermione's eyes narrowed at his cheeky response and disregarded the deeper meaning behind his words. "You can't ignore me forever, Granger." A prim but weary voice echoed in the back of her head, but Hermione pretended not to hear it. "Déjà what?" Regulus asked, inserting himself into the conversation, his brows creased in confusion. "It's a Muggle term. A phenomenon where someone feels like they've seen or heard something before." Lily piped up, answering him before she turned her bright green eyes to look at Harry questioningly. "How do you even know that phrase?" Harry flushed as all eyes turned in his direction. I read about it somewhere," he mumbled defensively. Hermione huffed a laugh. "You don't read, Has?" she said reflexively, but winced when she caught Harry's wide eyes. Of course he had no way to explain how he knew Muggle sayings. It's not like he could just come out and say he had lived as a Muggle for the first half of his life. Everyone would look at him like he was crazy. Well, everyone but herself and Draco. "Sorry," she mouthed, and he shook his head mutely and sighed. "Dunno, must have heard it somewhere then." Hermione let out a single sigh of relief as everyone seemingly accepted his answer and moved on to a new topic. "So, Lily, how's being head girl going? Potter treating you well?" Regulus inquired casually, engaging in small talk, but Hermione could sense a deeper meaning behind his words. Lily, for what it's worth, only gaped momentarily at the younger Black brother's question before launching into a rambling answer, her hands wringing nervously. "Oh well, it's been quite wonderful. I always wanted to be head girl, so it's like a dream come true. Of course, I was worried James the First mean Potter wouldn't pull his weight, but he's actually been utterly brilliant, so that's been nice, of course. He's been extremely helpful and kind and well, he's wonderful with the firsties, and he even gave Sirius a detention, so," she babbled nervously, looking over her shoulder as through the head boy would appear at any moment. It was only halfway through her answer that Hermione realized who exactly Lily was practically gushing about James to. James's boyfriend. James's secret boyfriend. Hermione's eyes shot to Regulus, searching for any signs of jealousy, but only found a soft smile and satisfaction shining in his gray eyes. "That's nice," Regulus murmured, holding Lily's gaze intensely that Hermione almost felt like she was intruding on a private moment. Perhaps there was more going on with the three of them than meets the eye. "Why yeah," Lily stuttered, her cheeks flushing as she stared into Regulus' eyes. Hermione was observing them so intently that she almost jumped out of her skin when a throat cleared from behind her. She spun around to see Theo standing with a bright, carefree grin on his face, Charity at his side. "My lovely friends," Theo shouted, one arm wrapped securely around the shorter Hufflepuff and the other spread wide, "welcome to my humble abode." He grunted as Charity shoved her elbow into his ribs. "Our humble abode," she corrected, giving Theo a glare before turning to the group with twinkling blue eyes. "Hey." Hermione smothered a laugh and smiled at the bubbly girl. "Hello, bestie," the girl screeched, eyes zeroing in on Hermione before she threw herself over the back of the sofa and landed heavily on Hermione and Sadie's laps. Hermione grunted as Charity splayed herself across the couch and shuffled until she seemed to get into a comfortable position. Draco snickered and looked up at Theo. "There's another one of you." Theo put his hand to his chest and smirked. "Aren't you lucky, then?" before making his way around the couch to shove himself between Harry and Draco in a slightly less obnoxious fashion than his counterpart. Sadie drawled, looking at the girl laying on both of them. "'Scuse me. Hermione is actually my best friend, so." Instead of being offended, Charity grinned and squealed. "You can join our It's a Square, I suppose." "Huh?" Sadie said, confusion lining her face. Before Charity could answer, Theo's loud voice added, "A pentagon. Drakey Poo is a party of this too." Draco let out a groan as everyone snickered and turned to look at Theo. "Really, mate? If you call me Teddy, I call you Drakey Poo, we're even," Theo crowed loudly, tossing his arm around Draco's shoulders and giving him a side hug. "Missed you, mate," he murmured. Hermione watched with a wistful feeling as Draco leaned into Theo and smiled gently. "You too," he said with a pat. It felt like years ago since she'd seen them like this together, but also yesterday, and she almost couldn't take it. Her heart felt full as she watched them banter with happy smiles on their faces, but she also couldn't help but feel sad for the years that they had missed, all of them. As if sensing her train of thought, Draco looked up sharply and caught her gaze with a penetrating stare for the second time in less than 30 minutes, but this time she could see understanding and sincerity shining on his face. She blinked as she felt tears spring up in her eyes. Draco's eyes widened and he looked as though he were seconds away from springing up from the couch. Hermione quickly looked away before he could, looking to the three girls she was sitting with and tossing them a forced smile. "You ladies up for a dance?" Charity squealed again excitedly and launched off the couch almost faster than Hermione could track. "Yes," she shouted, grabbing a hold of Sadie and dragging her into the throng of people dancing. Hermione stood, wiping her hands on her dress before turning to Lily. "Shall we?" she asked demurely, holding out her hand to the redhead. "We shall," Lily replied with a cheeky wink, grabbing Hermione's hand and pulling her into the crowd after their friends. She pretended she didn't feel Draco's gaze burning into her back as she made her way through the mass of gyrating bodies. "Little Potter," Marlene shouted, her drink spilling in her hand, "come dance with me." She beckoned Hermione closer with her hand while she continued to whirl to the music. Hermione let out a loud laugh as Marlene stumbled into her and felt a true smile spread across her face as they began to sway and dance together, Sadie, Lily, and Charity joining them soon after. As they danced, Hermione let her eyes dart back to where they had been sitting, letting out a silent sigh of relief when she noticed that Draco was occupied with conversation. Barty, Evan, and Pandora had taken their seats when they had gotten up to dance, and the large group seemed to be in an extremely enthusiastic debate. She closed her eyes and tried to lose herself to the music the way her friends around her had, but she couldn't help but lose herself to her thoughts instead. What if they couldn't do everything they needed to? They had 3 years. 3 years to train and research and save everyone's lives and destroy the most evil wizard of all time. Easy, right? She knew, logically, that the groundwork was laid out for them already. They had all of the information they could possibly need to accomplish their mission. They were warriors. Failure wasn't an option. They were an almost perfect team of deadly individuals, and she needed to remember that. She resigned herself to spending a few hours a week to retrain her body. She needed to be in the best possible condition if she was going to do this. She needed to be the smartest, the strongest, the most ruthless. Fuck. She needed to be Hermione Granger. Hermione shook herself from her thoughts and opened her eyes, wincing at the pounding in her ears. "You okay?" Sadie shouted over the music, a concerned look on her face. All of her friends had turned to look at her with worry, and it was then Hermione realized she had stopped dancing. She didn't know how long she had been standing still with her eyes closed, but it seemed to be long enough to alarm her friends. "Yeah," Hermione responded, shooting them what she hoped was a reassuring smile. "Just need another drink," she called, pointing and making her way towards the makeshift bar at the other end of the common room. "Okay," Sadie said, brows furrowed. "Want me to come with?" she asked. "No, it's all right," Hermione said, waving off her friend's worries. "Go dance." Sadie nodded and Hermione made her way through the crowd towards the bar. She smiled at a few familiar faces as she went. She quickly grabbed a decanter of elf wine and poured herself a generous glass, immediately taking a sip. She closed her eyes and savored the bitter liquid. "All right," a smooth voice drawled in her ear. Hermione held in a sigh as she felt Draco's warm body settle behind her. "Must you accost me in every given opportunity?" she whispered tiredly. Draco gripped her hips and spun her to face him, a scowl marring his features. "Accost you? Well, what else would you call it, then?" Hermione asked with a scowl, resolutely keeping her gaze just over his shoulder. "I'm only trying to have a conversation with you," Draco said, his voice hoarse. "Did you ever think that maybe I didn't want to talk to you?" Hermione retorted sharply, her defenses rising. She did not want to have this conversation right now. She could only be strong in the face of his conviction for so long. Cool fingers grasped her chin and tilted her face up, and there she was again, trapped in his gaze and unable to look away, no matter how much she tried to convince herself to. Hermione tried to feel irritated at his uncanny ability to mesmerize her, but all she felt was yearning as she listened to him speak. Yes, in fact, I did. However, you'll have to at some point. Draco persisted, his tone warm in the face of her iciness. His eyes roamed over her face as though he were looking at some grand artwork. Hermione said dumbly, her brain fixated on the way his fingers lightly stroked her jawline. Draco's lips curled and his eyes twinkled as she leaned into his touch without thought. Talk to me, he whispered pleadingly, eyes riveted on her. I can't, she whispered back. Please Hermione, I need to talk to you. I need to tell you that, Draco started. No, Hermione cut him off, pulling herself from his grasp and taking a large gulp of her wine. Just leave me alone, Draco, she said firmly. I won't, Draco said coldly, towering over her as he leaned forward. You're mine, love. You can tell yourself you're not all you want, but it'll never be true. I'm not yours, Hermione said pathetically, shivering as Draco drew his fingers across her collarbone teasingly. He smiled as goosebumps erupted on her skin. You are, he said simply, as though it were a God-given fact of life. Hermione huffed and shoved past him, fuming. She ignored the concerned looks from her friends as she tumbled past, walking to the exit as fast as her short legs would take her. She couldn't do this. She needed to get out of here. She needed some space. She raced down the corridors until they came to stand in front of a familiar portrait, though she had never seen it in this life before. She quickly looked around to make sure she was alone before they tickled the pair and made her way through the narrow passage that sat behind the painting. As she made her way into the kitchen, she heard a startled squeak and started at the sight of two house elves standing in the kitchen. And they were making a 3-tier cake. Young miss. Is there anything Vina can be doings for miss? The smaller elf spoke in a high-pitched voice. Oh no, thank you Vina. Do you mind if I just sit with you? Hermione asked politely. Oh yes miss. Sit, the other elf rasped, corralling Hermione into a stool at the counter. Thank you. Hermione trailed off questioningly. Twinkle, miss. The raspy-voiced elf answered, already back to baking. Thank you, Twinkle, Hermione said with amusement lacing her tone. Head over her stool and observed the elves quietly as they worked. She took comfort in the chatter and let her thoughts drift. She was startled from her musing when a plate of apple crumble appeared in front of her along with a glass of pumpkin juice. When she looked up, the elves were resolutely not looking at her, focused on the task at hand. Hermione felt a soft smile cross her face as she tucked in. Thank you, she murmured softly. She quietly ate and was startled again when her plate disappeared almost the second she was finished. You would think she'd be used to elf magic after growing up with one, but she still found herself perplexed at their abilities. After thanking the elves again for the food and the delightful company, Hermione slowly made her way to her dorm in Gryffindor Tower. She noted Sadie was still not back and decided she owed her friend an apology for abandoning her at the party. After stripping off her dress and taking a quick shower, she climbed into the comfort of her 4-poster bed and fell to sleep almost immediately. Hermione's nose scrunched as she rose to consciousness. Her face twitched as something soft tickled the skin of her cheek. Her nose scrunched again as she felt the same sensation on her neck. Crooks? She mumbled with a soft groan. Crooks? A voice echoed questioningly. Hermione blinked her eyes blearily and reached for her glasses, putting them on clumsily. When her eyes focused, she saw Sadie kneeling on her bed, a large feather in her hand. Morning, Sadie said cheerfully, fluttering the feather in her face. Hermione sputtered and sat up, pushing her friend's hand away from her. What in Merlin's name are you doing? Where did you even get that? Sadie smiled again, undeterred by her friend's grumpiness. I like to keep Gumbo's feathers sometimes. She shrugged and waved her hand dismissively. And you decided to what? Pet me with it? Hermione asked irritably, scowling. Sadie shrugged again, flipping her blonde hair over her shoulder. I wanted to wake you up. You missed so much last night after you made your big dramatic exit. She was bouncing on her knees and running the feather up and down her arm absently. Hermione's eyes went wide. I did not make a dramatic exit, she protested. Sadie huffed out a laugh and rolled her eyes. You stumbled your way out of the room like an erumpent was chasing you about. Hermione goggled at her friend for a moment before shooting her a menacing glare. An erumpent? Really? Sadie snickered again. Just saying. She raised her hands defensively. Your departure did not go unnoticed. Especially since Black spent the rest of the night brooding like someone kicked his puppy. Hermione crossed her arms defensively and opened her mouth to retort, but Sadie interrupted. Look, it's really none of my business. You can tell me when you're ready. I want to fill you in on all the juicy shit you missed last night. She rubbed her hands together conspiratorially. Hermione rolled her eyes and bit her lip to hide her grin. Go on, she said with a flourish of her hand. Sadie's grin lit up her entire face and she began to bounce again as she spoke. Some of the Muggleborns figured out this charm so we could do karaoke and it was incredible, she said with a laugh. Hermione snorted. Oh, Merlin. Who? She asked. James and Sirius did a duet, she said gleefully, mirth shining in her eyes. Oh. What song? Hermione groaned, already able to imagine the show her brothers would have put on. Don't go breaking my heart, she said through her snickers. It's a Muggle song. Hermione couldn't help the grin that sped across her face as she pictured it. And obviously the most important question is, who was the girl? Sirius. Sadie answered, of course. Hermione smirked, of course. And we can't forget the way Remus mauled Sirius shortly after. Merlin, they were practically shagging on the dance floor. Sadie whispered conspiratorially. What? Remus was reading a book last time I saw him, Hermione gasped. Sadie smirked. After a few drinks, reading was the last thing on Lupin's mind. Oh Godric. Hermione laughed, her giggles shaking her chest. Any other interesting indecent behavior on the dance floor? Sadie's eyes went wide. No, but that Hufflepuff bloke that you're friends with, what's his name? Theo. Hermione supplied. Sadie beamed. He decided to get up on a table and serenade your brother, James? No, not James, silly, Harry. Anyway, he sang some other Muggle song and gave your little twin a lap dance. Oh my God, Hermione gasped, and then Harry kissed him. What? Hermione squealed, and I missed it. Sadie gave her a taunting smirk. That's what happens when you storm off early in a huff. Hermione rolled her eyes at her friend's words and bit her lip. She'd interrogate Harry at a later date. Any other noteworthy tales? Hermione inquired. Oh yeah, Sadie said with a snap of her fingers. James broke his arm. What? Yeah, he's in the hospital wing. He fell off the table he was dancing on, Sadie said nonchalantly. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Hermione groaned before bursting into loud laughter. Chapter 14 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. December 18, 1977. School fell to the wayside over the next 2 months as Hermione allowed the overwhelming need to research to take her over. November came and went in a tedious fashion. Hermione spent most of her time sequestered away in the library or the come-and-go room, avoiding everyone for different reasons. Only Sadie, Marlene, and Remus had been exempt from Hermione's systematic escapes. Aside from mandatory meetings for school-related activities, Hermione was nowhere to be found. She, instead, surrounded herself with books and notes and research and timelines. Mountains of parchments had piled up in the small room she had created in the Room of Requirement. Ancient spells and dark magics and anything else she thought could be useful in the fight ahead. She continued to run every morning, strengthening her stamina. She'd come a long way over the past weeks and she couldn't help but wonder if her fellow time travelers were doing the same. Since she'd have to talk to them to find out, she decided to wait. As well as giving herself a rather thorough occlumency refresher, she'd spent multiple hours during the night reacquainting herself with the mind magic. She also practiced her dueling skills, even going as far as to throw in a few dark spells that she never would have dared utter before her memories returned. Hermione Granger, however, was well acquainted with said spells, and after a few malfunctions she was performing with a terrifying accuracy. She made a concentrated effort to hold back during defense against the dark arts, and she had noticed Harry struggling similarly. She had also made use of her memories as Hermione Granger by sneaking out of the castle and illegally apparating to London so she could buy herself a beautiful dagger set, that of which she had spent the last month aquatinting herself with. Now the only thing she needed was someone to spar with, but seeing as she was stubbornly steering clear of the only 3 people that were able to keep up with her in a fight, she figured it could wait. Her classes was barely a whisper of a thought in the back of her mind, and she knew her friends were beginning to become concerned for her, but she couldn't seem to pull herself out of her own head. The material was easy and simple, things she had already read about or learned, but she couldn't find it in herself to make the effort. She knew everyone was worried, even her teachers had begun to send her searching looks when she refrained from raising her hand in her classes. She was still receiving outstandings on almost everything, but she knew her lack of interest was becoming apparent to everyone. She couldn't consent the words so mundane compared to the magical texts she had been reading lately. Hermione, Theo said with a tap on her shoulder. Yes? Hermione asked softly, turning to look at her partner. Class is over, he informed her, eyes scanning her face. He worried his lip and tapped his foot as he watched her. Hermione quickly looked around the room and noticed that Theo was correct. They were the last 2 people standing in the room. Oh, Hermione said slowly. She stood up and waving her hand and wandlessly sending her books into her bag. She moved towards the door and Theo hovered right over her shoulder as they left the classroom. Are you okay? Theo asked, moving to stand at her side. Of course I am, Hermione snapped defensively, huffing out an irritated breath. Silence followed her sharp retort and Hermione chanced a glance at Theo. His eyebrows were raised and his eyes were wide, but he didn't pause in his stride. Sorry, she started, I'm fine. It's just everything well, you know. Hermione heard Theo let out a sigh from beside her. Yeah, I know, he said, and his words were sad. It was quiet for a few minutes, only the distant chatter of students and the echo of their footsteps filling the chilly air around them. How do you think we did? Best potions project in the class, Theo joked, chuckling awkwardly. Hermione smiled softly and knocked her hip against his as they walked. Of course, I'd expect nothing less of us. It only took a few explosions and hey, at least your eyebrows have finally grown back, she joked. Theo rolled his eyes. I still maintain that was your fault. If you had dropped the mandrake leaves a moment earlier, he trailed off. Hermione let out a snort. Whatever you say, Teddy. Theo smiled at the nickname softly before he spoke up again. Harry wants to have a meeting after dinner tonight. Hermione turned to look at him questioningly and winced internally when she noticed that her friend looked as though he were bracing himself for another one of her outbursts. She let out a small sigh before she answered him. Room of requirement? She questioned softly. Theo sent her a small smile. Yeah. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. I get to pick the room this time. Your privileges have been revoked. Theo let out a mock gasp before he smiled again. Whatever you want, Granger. Hermione rolled her eyes and let out a small laugh. It wasn't until halfway through her charms class that she realized that Theo had called her Granger, and she hadn't reacted. Hadn't snapped back at him. She hadn't even noticed. Instead of going to the Great Hall for lunch, Hermione decided to grab a sandwich from the kitchens and sit out by the lake. She knew she had to get it together. That the war wouldn't wait for Hermione's emotions and mental state to heal. She knew she couldn't avoid her 3 companions for forever. But she couldn't help but dread their upcoming meeting. Students would be leaving the castle for Christmas halls in 3 days, and though she was looking forward to going home and seeing her parents, she knew that it signaled the true beginning. The beginning of the First Wizarding War, and the beginning of the changes they planned to make to this timeline. Once Regulus and Draco were safely at Potter Manor, everything would be different. She wouldn't be able to pretend it wasn't happening, she wouldn't be able to evade. They would have to work together, and to do that they would have to settle their differences. She would need to settle her differences with Draco, which meant finally talking to him. She couldn't explain exactly why that felt like the hardest thing she would have to do in the next few years. But at the thought of speaking to him had her heart pounding and dizziness threatening to overcome her. She was sat enjoying the chilly winter air for a few minutes before a warm body settled down beside her. They sat silently for a few minutes, Hermione scarfing down the remainder of her sandwich while Pandora oohed and awed at the giant squid swimming around a few meters in front of them. Hermione took a few seconds to wonder how the lake had not become frozen in the frigid Scotland air before realizing Dumbledore must have put some kind of permanent warming charm to combat the ice. She was certain the giant squid and the merpeople appreciated it. Why he couldn't do it to the whole castle, she'd never know, but students and teachers alike were walking around the castle bundled up tightly, their warm breath fogging the air around them. Hermione sighed and turned to her blonde friend. "What are you doing out here?" she asked tiredly. Pandora tilted her head, her blue eyes shining with confusion. "Sitting with you, of course." Hermione let out a sigh. Why she had expected a response other than that, she didn't know. Like mother, like daughter. Before Hermione could ask another question, her friend spoke up once more. "I noticed you weren't in the Great Hall for lunch and figured I would find you here." Pandora added loftily. "I brought you this," she said, handing Hermione a blueberry scone. "Oh." Hermione breathed in surprise. "Thank you, Dora," she said, feeling guilty for her annoyance with the witch that reminded Hermione achingly of her old friend. "It's the Nargles," a new but painfully familiar airy voice stated in the back of her mind. Hermione held in a small sob at the sound of her long-dead friend's voice in her head, and for a moment, all she could see was Luna. Luna, dancing and spinning. Luna, putting flowers in Hermione and Harry's hair. Luna, skipping around in the forest, her fair floating around her. Luna, bleeding and dying on the floor. Her breath caught in her throat as the images flashed behind her tightly shut eyelids. "It's okay," Pandora murmured softly, her hand clutching Hermione's. "It won't happen this time." How?" Hermione stuttered, her eyes flying open. Pandora only smiled serenely before changing the subject. "I haven't seen much of you lately. Are you all right?" she asked softly, her Irish accent soothing to Hermione's ears. Hermione winced, shooting her friend an apologetic smile. She couldn't find it in herself to snap at Pandora's gentle question the way she had been doing with everyone else lately. With a huff, she answered, "I'm sorry, I'm okay. Just a bit stuck in my own head, you know." At Hermione's words, a bright grin settled on Pandora's face. "I'm rather familiar with that particular feeling," she said, booping Hermione's nose. Hermione snickered at the blonde's antics and sighed. "I suppose you are, aren't you?" she asked rhetorically. Pandora nodded happily before turning to look at Hermione seriously. "When I'm lost under the waves, I let my friends guide me back to the surface. You must do the same, before you drown," she said gently, but with a warning in her tone. Hermione grimaced at the chastisement but nodded her head in agreement. "I know," she answered, suddenly feeling guilty for her actions since her memories returned. Her mind unwillingly turned to the thought of Draco for what felt like the millionth time in the past few months. How he had tried to talk to her and how she had rebuked him repeatedly. She shook away the thought. "I'm sorry," she said again quietly. Pandora hummed but did not respond. Hermione turned her focus back to the lake. Lost in her guilt, she didn't notice anyone approaching them until Pandora spoke again. "Hello, Theodore," Pandora greeted in sing-song voice. Hermione turned sharply and noticed that Theo had stopped a few feet away. His face was ashen and he was gaping at them. "Lou?" he whispered, shock coloring his tone as he gawked at them. Hermione inhaled a sharp breath as he spoke, her eyes snapping shut at the pain in his voice. She opened them just as fast and looked at her friend. "This is Pandora, Theo," she informed him softly, as though not to upset him. Emotions displayed on Theo's face. While there had only been about a 4 or 5 month period where they were all together before Luna had died, and during that time Theo and Luna had formed a bond that was unlike anything Hermione had ever seen. Her death had haunted Theo. It had been almost a full year before the nightmares had stopped. When Theo finally stopped waking up screaming, her name on the tip of his tongue. "Pandora," he repeated, coming back to himself a bit. 1977. She heard him whisper to himself before he pulled himself forward and plopped down between them. "Good to meet you," he said slowly, holding his hand out for Pandora to shake. His eyes were filled with fondness as he watched her. Pandora smiled at him as though they were sharing some great big secret, a pleasure. Theo huffed out a laugh and turned to Hermione, his cheeks dimpling. "What are you two lovely ladies doing out in the cold?" he asked, his breath fogging and his cheeks turning an almost alarming shade of red. "Just wanted to enjoy the snow, I suppose," Hermione answered with a shrug, pulling her robes tighter around herself. "And let our thoughts freeze and float away in the wind like a snowflake," Pandora added dreamily. Hermione let out a snicker at her comment and shared a look with Theo. He grabbed both their hands and pulled them up to stand. "Come along," Both of your noses are so red they look like they could fall off at any given moment, Theo said with a wink, pulling both girls towards the castle. Hermione rolled her eyes and rubbed her nose, which was, admittedly, quite numb. Are you doing anything exciting for the halls? Pandora asked, skipping along at Theo's side. Probably just spend it with my sister, Theo answered quietly, a small smile on his face. You should come to Potter Manor. I'm sure my parents wouldn't mind and I know Harry wouldn't, Hermione said with a wink. Theo grinned at the idea. Maybe, he said with a twinkle in his eyes. What about you? Anything fun planned? Hermione asked Pandora. Pandora grimaced. My family will be attending the Black Family U's annual Christmas Eve gala. But I will get to see my friends, so perhaps it's not so terrible, she answered thoughtfully. Hermione scrunched her nose. I forgot about that. Maybe they'll decline to invite the Potters this year. We are blood traitors after all. Theo snickered. A girl can dream. Hermione rolled her eyes and shoved Theo with a laugh. I'm going to the library. See you guys. Bye, Pandora said with a lofty wave. See you tonight, Theo said, cheeks dimpling happily. Hermione let out a weary sigh as she trudged her up way to the 7th floor. Her shoes clacked quietly on the stone floors and echoed throughout the empty corridor. As she turned the corner, she came face to face with Harry and Draco, leaning against the wall silently. Theo was nowhere to be found, so she figured he was running late. Hermione cleared her throat as she walked closer. Hello, she muttered, adjusting her glasses nervously. My own, Harry shouted, pushing off the wall and grabbing her by the shoulders in a hug. Where in Merlin's name have you been? Hermione frowned in confusion and pulled out of Harry's arms. Am I late? Theo said after dinner. Harry rolled his eyes and flicked her on the forehead. Not that, you numpty. I've barely seen you in weeks. Hermione raised her hands in defense. I'm sorry, but I'm here now, aren't I? Harry snorted, S'pose. I'm here, Theo shouted breathlessly, skidding to a halt in front of the twins. Theo. Harry greeted happily, nabbing Theo's hand to pull him into a proper snog that went on for way too long, in Hermione's humble opinion. Theo groaned into the kiss, pulling Harry closer. Hermione cleared her throat and her wide eyes shot to Draco, who had yet to speak. Draco only rolled his eyes and sneered half-heartedly at the intertwined pair. Can't say I missed that, he quipped under his breath. Okay, she shouted with a loud clap, startling Theo and Harry from their kiss. She quickly moved to pace 3 times in front of the wall before a door appeared. Grabbing the handle, she turned to her companions. Shall we? She asked. She entered the room swiftly, not looking behind her to make sure they followed. It was the same room she had holed herself up in the past few months, and Hermione winced as she surveyed the space. It was a mess of paper and tomes stacked so high that they were teetering. Maps were splayed messily across the coffee table. There was a half-full cup of cold tea sitting next to the couch along with a pile of broken quills. Harry hummed from behind her. Been busy? He asked cheekily. Hermione grimaced and spun around. All 3 men were looking at the room with varying emotions. Theo seemed to be in a state of shock while Harry looked around in awe. Draco, on the other hand, only looked troubled. His eyebrows were furrowed and his lips were pursed, as his eyes took in the area she had conjured for their gathering. Hermione cleared her throat. Yeah, just trying to get all of our ducks in a row. Theo's brows shot up. Our what in a what now? Hermione rolled her eyes and Harry snickered. Muggle saying, he said in lieu of an explanation. Ah, Theo said in understanding before he plopped clumsily on the couch. Draco let out a huff of laughter and sat beside his friend. When did you become so graceless? Theo crossed his arms defensively. Hey, he shouted. Draco grinned and shook his head. I'm just saying. Well, don't, Theo said, sitting back petulantly. I can't help it, he mumbled. Okay. Hermione interrupted, turning to look at Harry. You called us here. Harry nodded and sat down in the armchair closest to Theo. I figured we should talk before we all go home for the holidays. He ruffled his hair nervously. Theo nodded in agreement and Draco sighed. But obviously, Myone has been busy. Harry added, gesturing at the coffee table laden with research. What's all this about? Hermione shifted awkwardly as they all turned to look at her. Tucking a curl behind her ear, She sighed. I've just been refreshing my memory. Practicing my dueling skills and such. Classes have just been so, mind-numbingly dull. Theo filled in with a scoff. Yes. Hermione shouted, folding her hands in her lap. I just needed to occupy my mind and well, I figured it couldn't hurt to prepare. Even if we won't be able to do much for another 2 years. We can train and iron out the details. Especially once we're all under the same roof. She added the last part with a wary look in Draco's direction. He returned her look with a roll of his eyes. I have a plan to get Regulus to Potter Manor without too much fuss. You'll both come right. And you'll bring the book about the ritual we used? You promise? Hermione asked worriedly without thought. Draco rolled his eyes and smirked. You'll get your book, don't you worry. Hermione sighed in relief. Being able to study the ritual from a book that wasn't damaged and half burnt to a crisp would give her peace of mind, which she needed, rather desperately. She hadn't counted on forgetting her entire life. Nor did she anticipate the difficulties she would have balancing both her personalities, even inside her own head. It was as though Potter and Granger were battling for dominance in her mind, but they were both losing. She was losing. Okay, and after the break I'll talk to Peter about everything. Hermione murmured thoughtfully, shooting Harry a sheepish look as he groaned. We can always obliviate him, if nothing else. That seemed to pacify Harry enough that he stopped grumbling under his breath. Maybe he can still join the Death Eaters though, be our little rat instead of Voldemort's. Theo hummed THLD, be good to have someone. Draco scoffed. What's to say he doesn't turn around and betray us instead? Harry nodded her head in agreement as though he weren't the one who suggested it, and Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. What about Snape? Theo asked suddenly. What about him? Harry sneered. I bloody hate that git. He could be our inside man, Theo said. Hermione bit her lip. I don't know, she said worriedly. Theo shrugged. Nobody else I can think of, really. Draco hummed, a thoughtful look on his face. What? Hermione inquired curiously before she could help herself. Draco's gaze shot to hers and pain flashed in his eyes before he waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. Just a thought. What thought? Theo prodded, watching Draco speculatively. His lips were pursed in a frown as he waited for an answer. Draco rolled his eyes and smirked. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it, Theodore. Theo grinned. You think I'm pretty? He asked flirtatiously, distracted by the accidental compliment. Shove off. Draco huffed, shoving his friend lightly. Hermione wordlessly and wandlessly summoned her blades while she listening to Theo and Draco bicker back and forth. She was twirling them in her hands absently when Harry spoke. Merlin. Where did those come from? He asked, gaping at her with wide eyes. She set them nimbly in her lap and crossed her arms. Draco opened his mouth before Hermione could speak up. Oh come on, Potter. You know how much Granger loves her daggers. Theo snickered. Don't we all? He asked with a wistful look in his eye as though he was replaying a fond memory in his head. She had a feeling she didn't want to know what he was thinking about. I wanted to see if my fighting abilities would transfer. Hermione snapped defensively, pulling her blades close. Draco's head tilted curiously. Have they? Hermione let out a huff as he looked at her searchingly. Somewhat, she admitted reluctantly. I had to go through some training exercises, but it all came back to me fairly quick. Draco hummed quietly and continued to stare at her, flicking his eyes from the blades in her lap to her face and back. Harry grinned and held his hands out to her. May I? He asked. Hermione wrinkled her nose at the idea but reluctantly handed them to him. She might have had a slight problem when it came to her weapons. She was as possessive of her knives as she was her own wand. As Hermione watched him handle her blade with easy confidence, and she was suddenly reminded once again that she wasn't the only one warring between their identities. Harry palmed the knives with a sort of comfortable familiarity that echoed in Hermione, probably in all of them. Harry quickly flipped the blades and looked at them with a critical eye. He tested weight of it in his hands before turning to look up at her. Muggle? He asked, examining them again. Yes. I can't very well ask our parents to let me get some goblin-forged blades from our vault, can I? She answered softly. I've already put on a few charms and such, she added. Harry produced his wand from thin air and waved it gracefully, humming as he examined the results. Nice. he said finally, giving his sister a grin before throwing both blades at her direction in quick succession. Hermione's instincts kicked in immediately and she caught both blades in her hands expertly, snatching them from thin air. Jesus Christ, Harry, Hermione griped, narrowing her eyes at her smug twin. What the fuck, Potter? Draco growled at the same time. Hermione turned to look at him in surprise, but his eyes were steadfast, narrowed onto Harry. Hermione looked at Theo with wide eyes, but he was snickering under his breath as he watched the room. What? Harry asked sharply. I knew she would catch them. And what if she didn't, huh, Potter? What then? Draco growled back, fury thick in his tone. Well, I did, so it's fine? Okay. Hermione interrupted, watching the blonde warily. I've been practicing the last few weeks. So this is where you've been vanishing off to? You weren't in the library the last few times I checked. Theo piped up suddenly, his laughter tapering off. Yes. Hermione admitted reluctantly, her teeth gritted. This was the one place she could escape from the rest of the world. The one place where she knew nobody would find her. After the break we can all come here and train. Myone's got it right, just because we can't get the Horcruxes doesn't mean we can't prepare, Harry said firmly. Theo stood up abruptly and dropped himself into Harry's lap with a lascivious smile. Oh, we can prepare all right. He purred, running his finger up and down Harry's chest. Oh Godric. Spare me, Hermione groaned, slapping a hand over her eyes when Harry pulled Theo into a heated kiss. Ouch. You prat. Theo hissed, jumping up and clutching his thigh. He sent a narrow-eyed glare at Draco, who was casually stowing his wand in his pocket. Focus. Draco drawled, rolling his eyes. So we start meeting up next term? Hermione nodded weakly in agreement. She should have let Theo conjure the room. We can talk more over break, also. Speaking of the break, we should warn you that Potter Manor will be crawling with Gryffindors. Harry added, wrinkling his nose. Oh. You love us, Hermione cut in, shooting her twin a glare. I love you, not you along with Sadie, Marlene, Lily, Remus, Sirius, James, and Peter, Harry said with a groan. Well, Remus isn't coming until after Christmas. Sadie and Marles are our neighbors, and Pete isn't coming at all, so you haven't much to really complain about, Hermione said with a scowl. Harry raised his eyebrows dubiously. James and Sirius aren't enough? Hermione huffed a laugh. Not Lils? Harry waved a hand dismissively. She's fine. Well, I can see we have much to look forward to. Draco cut in, interrupting the twins' debate. Oh yeah. Theo added. So much. Chapter endnotes. Hope you like it. I know everything's super slow right now, but things will be speeding up soon, winking face. Chapter 15 Chapter Summary. Hermione and company head home for the Christmas halls. December 24, 1997. Hermione's blood ran cold as she heard a loud crash from upstairs, the sound of glass breaking deafening in the otherwise silent house. Harry? Hermione called worriedly, biting her lip and palming her wand nervously. She started up the stairs when she heard another loud bang. As she opened the door she dove to the side with a shriek as a giant snake lunged at her. She quickly began waving her wand and blasting Nagini with the curses. She continued to send spells at the snake while Harry rose from the floor, screaming in agony. He's coming, Hermione, he's coming. Hermione's blood ran even colder at his words. December 21, 1977. Hermione woke with a start, her chest heaving as she panted for breath. She closed her eyes and bit her lip, pressing a palm against her thumping chest. Her throat burned from screams and tears fell steadily down her cheeks. She attempted to calm her nerves, listening to the chatter of her dorm mates getting ready to leave Hogwarts for 2 weeks. If the way her throat was aching was any indication, it was a good thing she had already put a permanent silencing charm on her bed frame. It wouldn't do to have her roommates listen to her scream bloody murder all night long. At this point, it was hard to even remember a time when she didn't wake up gasping for air and crying silent tears. Strange dreams. Pandora had told her. More like paralyzing memories that sent terror racing through Hermione. Since her memories had returned, she had found herself in Harry's bed more times than the last 5 years combined, and she had vowed earlier this month to stop relying on him. She could do this. She could deal with it without crawling into her brother had a bad dream like a child. She was 21 bloody years old for Merlin's sake. Wait, no. She was 16, she reminded herself. A 6th year at Hogwarts. Still too old to be sneaking into her brother's bed, nevertheless. She groaned aloud at the annoying train of thought. Hermione had become entirely too familiar with the feeling of confusion lately. For the first time in her entire existence, her brain felt like her enemy and she despised that feeling. Her intelligence had always been the thing that set her apart from others, but now everything was muddled and she couldn't see through the smog filling her head. She clenched her eyes shut, tears still falling down her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began organizing her thoughts. Putting anything pertaining to the future in a box and hiding it away. It was time to focus on now. She was going home today and she would get to see her mum and dad. It would be good for her. Hermione stifled a gasp as her curtains were ripped open suddenly. Light flooded into the space and her eyes snapped shut. "Wakey, wakey, up you get," a familiar voice called, far too cheerfully, in Hermione's opinion. Hermione let out a groan and grabbed her pillow, pulling it over her face. "Go away," she growled. "Come on," Sadie yelled, climbing obnoxiously into Hermione's bed and yanking her blanket away. "The train leaves in an hour." "An hour?" Hermione screeched, sitting up with a start. She quickly waved her wand, casting a tempest. 9:30 a.m. "Oh, God. I cannot believe you let me sleep in," she yelled, throwing her glasses on and looking at her friend with a scowl. Sadie waved her hand nonchalantly and narrowed her eyes at Hermione. "You packed everything up last night, anyway." Hermione sent her friend a scowl as she got out of bed. "How would you know that?" Sadie rolled her eyes, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. "Because you do every year? Duh." Hermione let out another groan and glared at the other girl. As she stood up she noticed the dorm was empty except them. "Where are the other two?" "Mandy went to meet her boyfriend before the train leaves and the Wicked Witch is off who knows where," Sadie answered, sprawling out on Hermione's bed. "Hurry up and shower so we can go meet Marley and the girls." Okay. Merlin, calm your tits," Hermione said with pursed lips, making her way towards the ensuite bathroom. After a quick shower and change of clothes she made her way back into the dorm where Sadie was still laying in Hermione's bed, reading a magazine. "Which weekly? Why do you even read that garbage?" Hermione's huffed with a laugh. Sadie's mouth dropped open. "Garbage?" she screeched. Hermione laughed again. "I said what I said. Utter tripe." Sadie scowled, standing abruptly. "You have no taste." Yeah, Hermione said, waving her hand dismissively. She subtly flicked her wand at her trunk and it shrunk so she could fit it in her pocket. When she looked up Sadie was gaping at her. "What?" she asked defensively, summoning her trunk and slipping it into the pocket of her robes. "Okay. That is not the first time I've seen you do something like that since the beginning of the year. Since when can you do a wordless shrinking charm? Since when can you do wordless magic at all? We don't even learn that until later this year," Sadie rambled, staring at Hermione with wide and questioning eyes. Hermione's brain stuttered at her friend's words and she struggled to come up with an excuse. She really had to be more careful, it wouldn't do to draw any more attention to herself. "You know I like to study ahead," Hermione answered defensively. "Yeah," Sadie drawled with one brow raised. Hermione started to defend herself but was interrupted by a loud and boisterous voice. "Are you bitches ready?" Marlene shouted excitedly, startling both Sadie and Hermione from their conversation. The blonde strode confidently into the room towards them, a mischievous grin on her face. She threw her arm over her younger sister's shoulder and sent a cheeky wink at Hermione. Sadie quickly threw Marlene's arm off of her and strode toward her bed, grabbing her trunk and wand before turning back to her sister. "We're good to go. Right?" she directed the last part at Hermione. Hermione nodded quickly, sending a smile at Marlene. "Let's blow this popsicle stand," Marlene crowed, grabbing onto both of the younger girl's arms and pulling them out the door and down the stairs. A giggle burst from Hermione's mouth at the familiar Muggle phrase. She was still snickering when they made it to the common room. Mary and Alice were stood near the exit, waiting with Remus, Sirius, and Peter. Finally, Sirius groaned as they stepped into his line of sight. "Let's go," he said, grabbing onto Remus' hand. He began walking towards the portrait, everyone else following soon after. "Where are Jamie and Lily?" Hermione murmured as they made their way out of the common room. "Head duties." Marlene answered with a skip in her step. "I'm sure we'll see them on the train." "Well, I'd hope so. Lils is coming home with us, after all," Sadie teased with a small smirk. Hermione rolled her eyes as Marlene and Sadie started bickering, sharing a commiserating smile with Mary as the sisters' voices got louder and louder. Someone would have to break them up at some point, but it wasn't going to be Hermione. She quickly jogged ahead, wiggling her way between Remus and Sirius. "Hello there, little Potter," Sirius drawled in that aristocratic tone of his, a smirk crossing his face. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Hello, Siri," she mocked. "Whatcha doin' up here with us lowly peasants?" Sirius asked, his smirk growing wider. "Escaping that," Hermione said, pointing behind her at the two blondes who were both waving their hands wildly as they bickered. "Ah," Sirius said, barking out a loud laugh. Hermione grinned and turned to look at him. "Excited to see Mum and Dad?" she asked softly. "Hells yes," Sirius said with a grin, "and Tippy, of course." "Of course," Hermione agreed with a laugh. She almost groaned out loud of the thought of the food Tippy will have prepared for dinner. She shivered as they made their way out of the castle and towards the carriages, snow crunching under their feet. Hermione smiled as she saw Harry with his friends ahead of her. She went to call out to him when her eyes fell to the carriages to his right and a gasp tore from her chest. Right there, a few feet in front of her, were a herd of skeletal horses that made Hermione's skin crawl. Her blood ran cold as she stood frozen, staring at the creatures. Of course she would see Thestrals, she had seen death. But even with all the overthinking about the future, it had somehow slipped her mind that she would be able to see them. Faces flashed across her mind. Hundreds, if not thousands of faces, friend and foe alike. Dead. Tortured. A cold sweat broke out on Hermione's face and she struggled to breathe. Her vision was fading in and out and her head was pounding. How could she have ever forgotten? How could she have let herself forget? Guilt and shame ate at Hermione as she slammed her eyes shut, gasping for air. She bent over as though hit with a physical blow, bracing her hands on her knees. "Whoa," she heard Sirius say distantly. Hands touched her back and arms, supporting her, but she couldn't focus on that. She was lost in memories. The things that she had been forcing behind her occlumency walls rushed to the surface and Hermione was left stumbling at the force of it. She wanted to scream at the pain, but she was paralyzed. She felt dizzy with it. She could feel a commotion around her and she could hear the shouting, but she couldn't ground herself, no matter how hard she tried. "Myone. Hermione. Hermione. Potter. Granger," a voice shouted, startling her. Hermione's eyes shot open and she saw Draco kneeling in Fys shining with concern. She gasped, her entire body shaking. I know. I know." Draco soothed, gently running his thumb across the back of her hand. Hermione choked down a sob. "I can see them. I can." Draco winced at her words, his face sad. "I know," he said again, his haunted eyes darting behind her. Hermione took a deep breath, focusing on the feeling of his skin touching hers. He was always so cold, his hands like ice. She had always found that comforting. Even though she knew she should have pulled away, she allowed herself to enjoy the feeling for a few extra seconds. She shivered as his icy fingers gently swept a curl behind her ear, his hand lingering on her cheek for a few seconds. "What the bloody fuck is happening right now?" Sirius shouted incredulously, startling Hermione enough that she ripped her hands from Draco's. She held in a wince at the hurt look on his face and looked at Sirius. He was gaping as his eyes were darting between his younger brother and Hermione, confusion and worry shining from the gray irises. Hermione opened her mouth to respond but was interrupted by Harry descending on the group. Without a word he drew her into a bone-crushing hug. Hermione's entire body went lax as she stood in her best friend her brother's arms. She could feel him shaking slightly and she realized that he must have been feeling similar to her. "Are you okay?" she whispered in his ear shakily. She felt him nod his head and sighed. "Me too," she whispered again. Harry squeezed her tightly once more before releasing her and turning to the stunned crowd. Everyone was standing in a semicircle around Hermione, their gazes a mix of confused and concerned. "I must steal my sister, if you don't mind," he said, turning away without waiting for an answer. She saw Draco and Pandora following quickly after them as they walked towards a carriage. Hermione avoided eye contact with everyone until she had situated herself in a seat next to Charity and Theo. Harry, Draco, and Pandora climbed in shortly after. What a strange picture they must have made. Hermione sent a strained smile at Theo when she met his eyes, and he returned it with a look of deep understanding. When they had made it onto the train, they all jammed into a compartment together. Hermione lost herself in her thoughts during the journey. At some point she must have fallen asleep because she awoke to Harry shaking her lightly. She quickly sat up and fixed her glasses, which were sitting crookedly on her nose. "We're here," he mumbled softly. "Oh," Hermione gasped. Looking around the empty compartment, she looked at Harry questioningly. "Theo's waiting on the platform. His sister said he could stay for Christmas. Pandora and Draco went to sit with Reggie and the others a while ago." Harry answered her wordless inquiry. Hermione nodded in understanding, standing up and exiting the train arm in arm with her twin. "There they are." Charles Potter's boisterous voice boomed from a few feet away. He was stood just behind Hermione's mom, his arm wrapped tightly around her waist as he waved his two youngest children forward. "Dad!" Harry hollered back, letting go of his sister's hand to give both his parents a hug, Hermione following shortly after. "Hi, Mum." "Dad." Hermione greeted with a smile. "Now then." Charles started, gesturing to the lone Hufflepuff. "Your friend Theodore has already introduced himself. I hear he's staying with us for the holidays." His brown eyes were sparkling as he spoke. Harry stuttered, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "So's. I must have forgotten to tell you." He laughed anxiously, his cheeks bright red as he flicked his gaze from their parents to Theo and back. Theo had a bright grin on his face as he watched the interaction, his cheeks dimpling happily. "Oh, pish-posh. That's quite all right, love," Doria said, patting Harry gently on the shoulder. Harry visibly deflated with relief, and Hermione couldn't help the laugh that burst forth. At the sound her mother's gaze shot to her and narrowed. She waved Hermione forward, pulling her into a hug once she was close enough. Pulling back, she pinched Hermione's cheeks. "You haven't written me a single letter since September," she scolded gently. Hermione winced guiltily and smiled apologetically at her parents. "Sorry. This year's been crazy," she mumbled, pulling out of her mother's arms. James quickly slung an arm around her shoulder, giving her a cheeky wink. "Now, any other strays we should know about?" Charles asked playfully, lips twitching. "Only Sirius," Harry quipped, ruffling his messy hair and sharing a look with Hermione. "Oi?" Sirius protested, his mouth open in mock hurt. Harry rolled his eyes and made his way to Theo's side, sharing a smirk with the puff. Theo grabbed Harry's hand, softly intertwining their fingers. Hermione saw their mother's eyes go wide at the gesture, but she didn't say a word, just gave a gentle smile and followed after Charles. "All right, children. Let's go," Charles instructed, leading the way towards the flow. Hermione let out a relieved sigh as she stepped through the flow, into the sitting room. She felt her body relax as she took in the familiar space. Some might think it was ostentatious, but Hermione only felt comfort flow through her. The entire manor kept to a similar color scheme. Deep purples and emerald with silver weaved strategically through. An homage to their mother's Slytherin roots. The embroidered couches and armchairs complemented the space nicely. Hermione longed to grab a book from the library and sink into one of them. An antique grandfather clock sat near the doorway, ticking softly. If Hermione remembered correctly, it had been in their family since the early 1700s. Hermione let out a laugh as James and Sirius piled obnoxiously onto one of the sofas, kicking each other as they moved to get comfortable. She saw Doria roll her eyes at the display and couldn't help but repeat the gesture. "Move your bony ass, Padfoot," James said, shoving Sirius lightly. "Language," their mother scolded. Sirius, ever the dramatic, flew off the couch and landed in a heap on the floor. "My ass is not bony," he shouted with a pout, rubbing said ass softly. "You're juicy," he whispered reassuringly. "Are you talking to your butt?" Hermione asked incredulously, staring at her pseudo-brother in shock. Why she was shocked, she didn't know. She probably should have been used to his antics by now. "What?" Sirius retorted, sending James a small glare. He hurt her feelings. Her? Harry squawked, inserting himself into the conversation. Theo's face was bright red with suppressed laughter, and he had a beaming grin on his face as he watched the older Black. Oh Merlin, she would need to keep them away from each other. She could already see the mischievous ideas churning behind Theo's eyes. That was sure to end in disaster. They were definitely kindred spirits, and Hermione didn't even want to attempt to imagine the kind of schemes they could come up with together. All talk of serious backside ended as a loud pop sounded through the room. Tippy stood in the doorway, tea towel in her hands. Young masters and mistress are home. Tippy has made them yummy supper just for them. Yes, she has. Come, come. Tippy can. Takes the bags, she can. Go on, go, she exclaimed happily, ushering them into the dining room. With a snap, all their trunks had disappeared, presumably going to their rooms. Once they had all been seated at the table, Tippy snapped her fingers again, plates upon plates of food appearing instantly. Hermione groaned at the smells that greeted her. There would never be anything better than Tippy's cooking, of that she was certain. Thank you, Tippy, she murmured, several voices echoing her gratitude. Tuck in, Charles instructed. Now then, how is this year going, James? He prompted. Great, James said, his mouth ftted softly in response, giving her oldest son a narrow-eyed glare at his lack of manners. Sorry, he said after swallowing, smiling apologetically at their mother. It's been really good. So you're enjoying your position? Doria asked indulgently. Our Jamie's a natural, Sirius crowed enthusiastically. Even gave Lil Olme detention a time or two. Doria's eyes narrowed instantly. And what did you do? Sirius' face paled, but he quickly threw a bright grin on his face. Nothing, he said innocently. Doria hummed skeptically, taking a dainty bite of food. James cleared his throat. I am, he said simply. Good, good. And how is the young Miss Evans treating you? Charles inquired teasingly. Hermione watched with amusement and small bit of confusion as a flush filled her older brother's face. He nervously ruffled his hair. Gee, good. Oh? Doria asked, one eyebrow raised. Only good? James stumbled over his words as he tried to think of a response. Hermione stifled a giggle at his flustered stuttering. The rest of dinner passed similarly, Charles and Doria peppering the 5 children about their last few months at school. After dessert, Hermione hurriedly rushed to her room. She laid in bed for over an hour, staring at the ceiling. She was lost in her thoughts when someone knocked lightly on her bedroom door. Come in, she called, not moving from her position on the bed. She looked away from the ceiling as her door creaked open. Harry appeared, smiling sheepishly as Theo trailed in behind him. Mind if we join you? He asked softly. Just as Hermione began nodding, Theo launched himself forward, landing partially on her as he splayed himself across her bed. Oomph! Hermione groaned. God's Theodore. Get the fuck off me. Theo laughed merrily as she shoved him away. Hermione rolled her eyes and looked up at Harry, who was hovering at the edge of her bed hesitantly. Hermione looked at him in confusion. Get in here, Has, she mumbled. Harry smiled and laid down beside her. Hermione grumbled as she settled between the two boys. Her bed was barely big enough for the 3 of them, and Hermione was tucked snugly in the middle. They laid in silence for a few moments before Theo sighed loudly. Well, this is boring. Hermione scoffed as Harry exclaimed, Theo. What? He retorted. It is. What do you suggest we do then, Hermione inquired dryly. It was silent before Theo sighed again, louder. I don't know, he whined. Hermione rolled her eyes. Stop being a baby. We could go flying. Theo offered after a few moments. Harry snorted loudly. Good luck getting my twin on a broom. Hermione's first instinct was to agree with Harry. She opened her mouth to do so, vehemently, before the words caught in her throat. She had conquered her fear of flying during the war. She'd had to, as it had become one of their main modes of transportation. She'd even gone a step further. She'd enjoyed it. After the first few times, she'd finally understood where all her friends were coming from with their broom obsessions. I could fly. Hermione blurted before her brain had caught up with her mouth. Her heart pounded in her chest at the thought, but not in fear, no, in excitement. Theo whooped enthusiastically, hopping out of the bed quickly. What? Harry asked incredulously, sitting up. You hate flying. Hermione hesitated for a few seconds before responding primly, Hermione Potter does. Harry raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Hermione sighed and shook her head. Hermione Granger, however, learned to enjoy it. I thought, Harry started, his brows furrowed. I know. Hermione cut him off, but you were right. About? Harry drawled questioningly. Hermione huffed. Everything. I can't just pretend none of it happened, she said haltingly, bile rising in her throat. Harry nodded, apparently satisfied before he got out of the bed and stood next to Theo. Come on then, he said, holding a hand out to his sister. Soon the three teenagers were flying above the field behind the estate. Hermione had conjured some floating lanterns so they could see in the dark. Hermione let out a loud laugh as she looped around Theo before flying forward, Harry racing beside her. She could hear Theo shouting indignantly behind them as he sped to catch up with them. Just as he had, Harry dove suddenly, dropping from the air like a bullet before pulling up suddenly. Hermione could feel a wide grin on her face and she heard Theo laughing below her as he followed after his boyfriend. Hermione let out a sigh as she breathed in the cold winter air, her breath fogging the air in front of her. She let the broom she was borrowing hover as she took in the view. The large Victorian manor stood proudly under her and she could see her mother's garden just behind it. The stars were twinkling brightly in the sky, nary a cloud in sight. She leaned forward, her chest hovering parallel to the broom handle as she took in the sights. It truly was a beautiful night. Hermione squealed and almost fell of her broom as Harry appeared suddenly in front of her. She put a hand on her chest in fright. Merlin, Harry, don't do that. He grinned cheekily, his hazel eyes sparkling with mirth. Sorry, he said without remorse. Hermione shot him a glare and leaned back, watching as her twin circled slowly in front of her. She ignored him and turned her gaze back to her home. She'd never seen it at this angle. Both of her brothers had tried their hardest to get her on a broom, but they'd never been successful. It's strange, isn't it? Hermione turned to Harry, her brows furrowed in confusion. What is? Harry huffed and gestured below them. He ruffled his hair nervously. All this. Being here, I suppose. I mean fuck. Hermione snorted. Mum would smack you if she heard you speak like that, she said primly. Harry rolled his eyes. Well, Mum's not here, is she? And I won't let you change the subject so easily. You're not subtle and I am a Slytherin after all. He said snarkily, smirking and shrugging in an unaffected manner so reminiscent of a young Draco Malfoy it was almost startling. She vowed to keep that thought to herself. Harry would have a cow if he knew it had crossed her mind, even fleetingly. She wrinkled her nose at her brother. Now that was strange. Godric, I obviously. Know you're a Slytherin and I've never had an issue with it. Quite the opposite actually, but fuck, it's weird now that I remember everything. Harry let out a small laugh. You're telling me? Hermione wiggled her eyebrows. Is this what you would have been like if you'd been sorted into Slytherin the first time, you think? Harry scoffed, crossing his arms defensively. I never would have been put in Slytherin, no matter what that nasty hat said, he said scornfully, his nose turned up in offense. Hermione had to hold in a laugh at the thought that instead of a young Draco Malfoy, he now eerily resembled a young Hermione Granger, head tilted back and nose in the air in righteous indignation. She bit her lip to contain her smile. Never mind, he was a Slytherin now. The chosen one could never be a snake. Hermione rolled her eyes and scoffed at her twin. Sure. Harry raised an eyebrow in silent demand. Merlin. Yes, it's weird. Okay. But the weird thing is that it's not weird at all. It just feels like my life. Don't get me wrong. I love you, Harry, but you're not really my best friend. Anymore, she said, wincing a bit as she spoke. Harry laughed lightly. Don't worry. You didn't hurt my feelings. I know, I feel the same way. Though I'd wager we're closer now than before. In a way. She agreed, humming in thought. Hermione turned sharply as something caught her eye. Someone was sneaking over the property line, towards Marlene's house. She squinted, flying closer as subtly as possible. She saw Theo fly up corner of her eye. As that? She heard Harry sputter. What is he doing? She questioned, looking at the figure that was her older brother. Who? Theo asked, looking around in confusion. James. Harry answered, and is that Merlin's balls? Hermione gasped as she saw a familiar redhead jog out to meet James, the two meeting in a romantic embrace. "I thought he was with Regulus," Theo said, his brows furrowed. Harry's features were set in an angry frown. "He is," he gritted. Hermione gripped the handle of her broom tightly as she turned to Harry, thinking back to that party in October. She held in a wince. "I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. We don't even know anything for certain." Harry released a deep breath, nodding, but didn't move his eyes from James and Lily. The two were heading towards the house, hands intertwined. "You're right," he admitted finally, although Hermione wasn't fully convinced that was true. While she was sure there was more going on than meets the eye, she couldn't help the sting of hurt that Lily nor James had confided in her. "We should head inside," she said, turning to fly away before either boy could respond. The smoothly dismounted, landing on her feet and walking forward without stopping. She quickly strode through the back door. She could hear Harry and Theo's footsteps, both boys jogging to catch up with her. "Hey," Harry called, grabbing her wrist to pull her to a stop. "What just happened?" Hermione bit her lip and attempted to pull her arm from his grasp. "Nothing, it's stupid," she mumbled, turning to look at him when he pulled on her arm once more. Harry raised his brows in silent demand. Hermione groaned, looking to Theo for help, but she was only met with a small shrug and worried green eyes. She huffed, her shoulders slumping in defeat. "I just thought," her nose scrunched, "I thought they'd talk to me. I mean, she's one of my best friends, and well, I thought that she'd tell you." Harry finished with a small sigh. "Yeah," Hermione said, grimacing. "Stupid. I know. Especially since I'm keeping even bigger secrets than that from her." "It's not stupid," Theo said, sending Hermione a soft smile. Hermione smiled at her friend shakily, pulling her wrist from her twin's grasp. She hummed noncommittally. "Hey," Harry said, his words laced with bitter amusement. "If anyone knows how you feel, it's me." Hermione looked at her brother in confusion before understanding hit her. "Regulus," she scowled, "is our brother dating both of our best friends?" Harry huffed out a startled laugh and sent her a commiserating smile. "I suppose he is. I just hope he knows what he's doing. If he hurts Reggie, I'll gut him." Hermione's mind flashed to the way Regulus was looking at Lily during the Hufflepuff party they all went to. She hummed again in thought. "I'm sure everything will work out," she said mysteriously. Harry sent her a shrewd look. "What are you, Trelawney, now?" Hermione snickered and waved her hands mystically. "Well, I do know the future." Harry and Theo both rolled their eyes at her, Theo wrapping his arms around her brother's waist. "Let's go to bed, love," Theo purred. Hermione fake gagged as Harry's cheeks flushed, and he nodded numbly. A Slytherin-worthy smirk crossed Theo's face and he began leading Harry to their wing. Hermione rolled her eyes as she followed after them, tuning out their disgusting flirting. "Good night," she called as she made her way to her door. "Night," they called together, giggles slipping from their lips. Chapter 16 Chapter Summary. Christmas Eve dinner does not go as expected in the Potter household. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. December 24, 1977. The next few days passed quickly. Hermione spent most of the time sequestered away in the library or her father's potion lab, pretending that she wasn't almost as advanced in the subject as her dad himself. She had found some very interesting charms and transfiguration books from the 12th century, and she was certain they would be incredibly useful to them in the coming years. With a bit of experimenting, she had found a way to bind jewelry with glamour and portkey charms. She had made enough for each of them to have 2 glamoured identities and a reusable portkey. All they had to do was choose their glamours and a passphrase for each face, as well as charge the trinkets. For each of them she had fashioned a simple bracelet, and she had charmed them so they wouldn't fall off or break. Each item also had anti-theft and disillusionment charms. She had decided not to tell Harry or Theo about them until Draco was safely at the manor so that they could charge them together. She had read that the magic used to charge them was costly and would drain all of them. It was blood magic, but she was past the point of caring. She had also found an interesting book on deadly poisons that she had subsequently hidden away in her trunk. She had loved experimenting with different poisons during the war, and she couldn't help the bubble of anticipation as she stored the book away. She'd spent an inordinate amount of time charming her trunk, similarly to how she had her beaded bag. Her trunk now had multiple rooms, including a library and potions room, as well as a training gym. She'd added the same anti-theft charms and a notice me not so that nobody went snooping. And in the case that failed, she'd added a handy little hex that would temporarily disfigure whoever ferreted around. It was quite handy that she could still perform magic outside of Hogwarts, but she supposed growing up in a magical household had its benefits. She also took a few minutes to charm a leather bag that had sat in the back of her closet for the last few years with undetectable extension and stabilizing charms, as well as a modified muggle-repelling charm. She tweaked it a bit so that only those she permitted would be able to see it. After she had finished with the, admittedly, quite complicated feats of magic that took close to 5 hours, she had crashed in her bed for 19 hours. Only waking up after James shook her to tell her to come downstairs for dinner the next evening. She'd made a mental note to take a trip to Muggle London and buy a few more weapons to train with, as well as some fighting clothing and gear. She'd also need to buy new clothes to suit each glamoured identity. She'd already decided which faces she wanted to use, even though she hadn't programmed them in yet. She let out a sigh as she sat comfortably on the sofa in the small sitting room she had conjured in her trunk. It was the first room you entered once you climbed down into the magically enlarged space. It was decorated warmly, a beautiful combination of different shades of browns, greens, and reds. It achingly reminded Hermione of the Grangers' living room from the 1990s. There was a beautiful stone brick open hearth fireplace, which was currently blazing. She had to give it to herself. She had done an incredible job transfiguring and charming the furniture. It had taken a few hours, but she was finally satisfied. She had already filled a quarter of the library with some rather unsavory times, but well, that was her life now, she supposed. Soon she would have to start getting ready to head down for Christmas Eve dinner. She had been thoroughly delighted when she had heard that the Potters had been left off the Black Christmas Ball invite list. Though she had hoped, she hadn't really thought she'd be lucky enough for it to actually happen. She quickly nipped to the bathroom and changed into her dress robes, charming her hair into twin braids. As she looked in the mirror, she couldn't help the satisfaction at her appearance. Even though she'd only just started working out and training again, her body was already showing results. She quickly smoothed out her robes before leaving the bathroom. She shrieked when a loud knock sounded from above her. She used her wand and made her way up the ladder, shoving the trunk open while grumbling under her breath. When her head popped out, she saw Harry standing above her, head tilted with a mischievous smirk. "Shut up," she grumbled half-heartedly, smoothing her dress robes nervously as she avoided her brother's eyes. "Been busy?" he teased, wiggling his brows at her. He loosed a sharp whistle as he peeked down at her trunk before Hermione waved her hand and slammed the lid shut. "Nice," he said simply, not prying. "Thanks," she said, laughing. "Now escort me to dinner," Hermione drawled primly, hooking her elbow with Harry's. Harry rolled his eyes at her tone but did as she asked. The walk to the dining room was spent in a comfortable silence, their footsteps echoing on the wood floors. "Ah, my darling children, come, sit," Charles greeted them jovially as they stepped through the doorway. He had a wide smile on his face and his deep brown eyes were sparkling with happiness. Hermione couldn't help her returning smile as Harry pulled out her chair and sat next to her. Theo was sitting on his other side, chatting animatedly with James and Sirius. "What have you been up to all day, darling? I've barely seen you." Doria's soft voice sounded in front of her and Hermione looked up with a soft smile. "Just catching up on some reading," she answered, clearing her throat nervously at her mother's scrutiny. She was never very good at hiding the truth from her mother. She ignored Harry's snicker from beside her and focused on Doria's face. Her mum sent her a fond look and shook her head lightly. "You need to get out more, love. Why don't you invite Marlene and Sadie over after Christmas?" "Absolutely. Wonderful idea." She stuttered over her agreement, nodding her head vehemently. Doria sent her a searching look which Hermione ignored, choosing instead to shove an elbow in Harry's gut to silence his laughter. "How was Remus today, then?" Charles inquired, interrupting James's conversation with Theo and Sirius. "Ah, absolutely marvelous. Strapping young lad. Gave me a good proper snog." Sirius started loudly, a dreamy smile on his face. "Erg. Padfoot," James groaned, wiping a hand down his face in exasperation. "What?" he retorted. "He did." "I know," James said, disgust lacing his tone. "I was standing not 2 feet away from you." Sirius rolled his eyes. sending James a leering grin, like you complained. Hermione couldn't help but scrunch her nose and roll her eyes at their words. Charles cleared his throat loudly, sending both boys a look. James straightened up, smiling at their father. He's well. Looking forward to coming here in a few days, he answered with a grin. Doria let out a sigh and turned to Hermione, her eyes wide in mock horror. We're outnumbered. Merlin, help us. Hermione agreed with a decisive nod. Hey, Charles, James, and Sirius shouted in unison, mock offense in their words. Theo and Harry were too busy whispering to each other, and from the flustered look on Harry's face, she didn't want to know what. Tippy appeared with a loud pop, snapping her fingers. Plates upon plates of steaming food appeared with a clink. The group murmured their thanks to Tippy before quickly digging into their meals. They were only a few minutes into their meal, chattering happily as they ate, before they heard the flow activate in the sitting room and a loud bang sounded. The 7 occupants of Potter Manor quickly shoved out of their seats and strode to the door. Hermione's heart dropped in her chest at the sight that met her when she made her way into the room. She heard several people gasp, heard her mother mutter about healing potions. Before leaving the room, but her eyes were on the figure kneeling on the floor sobbing. Alone. Only a small trunk by his side. Regulus Black was bloody and tattered, disheveled in a way that Hermione had never seen him before. And he was crying, weeping, even. She could hear the pain in his wail and she felt her blood run cold. Regulus, Harry called worriedly, shaking as he stared at his best friend. Hermione could see James next to him from the corner of her eye, his face pale and ashen. Then, suddenly, Regulus stood up, dark fury displayed plainly on his face. And then he was screaming. Screaming so loud that Hermione's ears were ringing. He grabbed the chair closest to the fireplace mantel and slammed it into the ground angrily with a loud crash. And then the other. And then he pulled his wand out, blasting the coffee table into pieces. Stupid fucking idiot. Bloody dense bastard. Fuck, the boy shouted, his voice echoing around the room loudly. Oh my. Hermione heard her father mutter. Regulus fell to his knees, a sharp keening noise leaving his chest. He was pulling urgently on his hair. His breaths coming louder and louder until he was hyperventilating. Sirius and Harry tried several times to get his attention, but it was as though he couldn't see or hear anything around him. His eyes were darting back and forth rapidly as though he were seeing something that wasn't there. It wasn't until James spoke, a soft whisper of, "Reg, my love," that Regulus' head snapped up, his eyes wild and tears spilling frantically down his cheeks. James was approaching him slowly, his hands held out in front of him as though he were approaching a wild animal. Hermione supposed he was in a way. She saw Sirius gaping out of the corner of her eye as Regulus fell into James's arms, their arms grasping each other tightly. James was whispering something in Regulus' ear, rubbing circles on his back soothingly. Regulus tucked his head into James's neck, his shoulders shaking with his cries. James dropped a kiss on the younger boy's hair before looking to their parents with wide eyes. Doria had paused in the doorway at the scene, but she quickly bustled forward at her oldest son's look, snapping into healer mode. Everyone was standing around in shock, but only one thought was crossing Hermione's mind, over and over. Where the hell was Draco? Hermione felt her heart pounding and she could do nothing but stare at Regulus, her throat tightening. She attempted to swallow but found herself choking instead. They were supposed to come together. Where was he? And why was Regulus crying like that? Where was he? Where the fuck was he? Oh God. Oh God. She was freaking out. Hermione was freaking out. Where? Hermione choked out. Where is he? Where is he? She was completely hysterical now, not nearly as bad as Regulus, but she was getting there. Harry shot to her side, his eyes shining with concern. Where is he? She screeched shrilly, her heart pounding. She ignored the feeling of her knees buckling under her. Her scream caught everyone else's attention and they all turned to her with worry. Regulus was staring at her with blank eyes and Hermione felt anger flood her veins. Where is he? Where is Draco? Hermione yelled, staring Draco's twin in the eyes. Harry started murmuring at her to calm down, but she shot him a murderous look, silencing him immediately. Well? She scowled when the boy didn't immediately answer. Regulus looked at her, confusion shining from his gray eyes as tears fell down her cheeks steadily, but answered. He pushed me through. He took my place. Regulus said numbly, eyes unseeing. Hermione sucked in a sharp breath. He what? That wasn't the plan. Why? That wasn't a part of the plan. Hermione's breaths came faster and faster and soon she was on her knees, a mirror Regulus. Harry sank to the ground just as James had out his arms around her, squeezing tightly. What the bloody hell is happening? Sirius shouted, his chest heaving as his eyes darted between the two pairs. He tried to cover the worry in his eyes with anger as he looked at his little brother but failed miserably. Every time he looked at James and Regulus, his lip would curl into a sneer and his fists would tighten. Yes, as he met Hermione's eyes before anger took over once more. No, Hermione was mumbling under her breath, her entire body was shaking in dread. He said, took my place. Hermione knew what that meant and from the look on Harry and Theo's faces, they did too. Theo's face was grave in a way Hermione hadn't seen in so long, and it saddened her to see it again. His brows were lowered and his eyes were shining with unshed tears. Harry just had a grim frown on his face, his hands tight in hers as he stared at his best friend. He had a plan to escape before the Dark Lord came. He told me a few days ago. Regulus started again shakily. Mother caught us, he said grimly with a sniff. Hermione felt a sharp pain in her chest as she imagined what Draco was enduring right now. Something that was probably all too familiar to him. Oh gods! Hermione wailed, her emotions going haywire. Regret, sadness, fear, guilt. They were all eating at her. Here darling, drink these. Should help a bit. Doria interrupted softly, floating a red and blue vial towards the injured boy. Regulus sniffed. No, thank you, he said stiffly. Love, please. James said pleadingly, grabbing the potions from the air and pushing them towards Regulus. The black-haired boy rolled his eyes but drank the potions without complaint, other than a small grimace as his various bruises and scratches healed. James sent him an approving smile to which Regulus scowled. Love? Sirius yelled, waving his hands wildly. Why are you calling him Love? What the fuck is he even doing here? James winced and looked up at his best friend, an apology painted on his features but Sirius only scoffed in response. Nobody else answered his questions, everyone only gaped. Come on. We should get him to a bed. Doria murmured softly, ushering James and Regulus up and out of the sitting room efficiently. The rest of the room was left standing in shock before Hermione shot up from the floor and ran to her room as fast as possible. She heard footsteps from behind her but she wanted to be alone. As soon as her door shut she waved her wand and preformed a series of complicated locking and silencing wards. Good luck getting through that, she thought smugly. Soon though, despair took over once more. She laid in her bed, her thoughts racing when a tap on her window startled her. Her hand was shaking as she made her way to the window, opening it with a small creak to let the proud eagle owl in. She untied the parcel from its ankle and let out a small gasp as it automatically enlarged. Handy bit of magic. She let out a shaky sigh as she opened it to find a familiar old tome and a small note. Told you you'd get your book, didn't I? Hermione let out a choked sob as she read the familiar cursive script. She could almost hear the snark through the page. Relief and anger warred in her mind as she traced the delicate handwriting. At least she knew he was okay. Well, okay enough to write her a short note. It was enough. She huffed and grabbed the book gingerly, opening it and flipping through until she found the familiar page. In contrast to its future counterpart, this tome, while old, was clearly well taken care of. Magic had been used to preserve the pages, and for that, Hermione was grateful. She sighed and began to read. The words were unburnt and legible, but not helpful. Tot mundos et tempora ad iter castor, be warned. This spell is experimental and may have untold consequences. It went on to explain how the potion was brewed, the ingredients needed, and the incantation that needed to be spoken as the casters spilled their own lifeblood. It was aggravatingly identical to the future book, no additional information that had been hidden by charred pieces to help Hermione make sense of all that was going on around her. She let out a sad sigh. She should have known by now not to have too much hope. Disappointment was almost always around the corner. She needed to shake off the childish mindset and remember to be vigilant. She couldn't lose focus on what needed to be done. She ignored the voice that said she was still a child, no matter the memories and secrets hiding in her mind. Well, she had the spell they had used, but at what cost? Eventually the knocking on her door stopped, but Hermione stayed up for hours, scouring the tome from front to back. 3 times. Searching for any useful information, and failing. Before she finally fell asleep, tear stains on her cheeks. December 25, 1977. Hermione woke the next morning to someone rubbing her back softly, murmuring sweetly in her ear. "Wake up, little love." Her father's warm voice penetrated the fog in her sleep-addled brain. "MMMNGH." She groaned loudly, pulling her pillow over her face. Charles chuckled softly. "It's Christmas." Hermione shot up at his words, excitement thrumming through his veins before the events of last night caused a frown to form on her face. Her father gently brushed a finger against her cheek and handed her her glasses. "No frowns today, little love. Come on, your mother and brothers are already downstairs." Hermione huffed and stood quickly, casting a quick cleansing charm, before following after her father. As they left her room, a thought came to her. "How did you get into my room?" she asked, her brows furrowed. Her father chuckled again. "Your wards must have fallen once you were asleep." He sent her a searching look, "Which we will be talking about later, young lady." Hermione smiled sheepishly and mumbled her acquiescence. Hermione stood shock still at the sight before her. Regulus was curled up on the couch next to James, staring at his nails as he avoided Sirius and Harry's eyes. Her older brother looked supremely uncomfortable, fidgeting and squirming in his seat. His eyes were darting around the room and Hermione's lips twitched slightly in amusement. Her amusement faded, however, when her eyes caught on Sirius' form. He was on the other side of the room, crammed between Theo and Harry as he sent scowls at the other 2 occupants of the room. His face was hard as stone and his fists were clenched tightly in his lap, his scorn evident. Hermione felt a pang in her chest as they caught his eye and she saw the hurt in his gray orbs. It was decidedly somber in a way Christmas had never been before in their house. She didn't like it, but she couldn't say she was feeling too much holiday cheer herself. Just as Hermione was about to inquire about where she was, Doria bustled in, a bright smile on her face. "Come. Sit," she ordered her only daughter softly, hot chocolates floating behind her. Hermione cautiously made her way into the room, sitting on the floor near her older brother. The tension was almost suffocating, but their parents was doing a wonderful job of pretending it wasn't. Opening presents was a stifled affair. Harry and Theo were trying their best to be enthusiastic, but Sirius' countenance was enough to cancel out their forced cheerfulness. James and Regulus were both quiet, sharing small intimate looks when they thought no one was looking. Sirius let out a loud scoff when he caught them the first time, but after a few minutes he settled for glaring only. Hermione could only hope that Remus would smooth everything over once he arrived the next day. He was the peacemaker and right now they needed him. Rather desperately. Hermione immediately felt guilty at her train of thought as she remembered what Remus had gone through last night during the full moon, and the pain he was probably in this morning. She winced slightly but let her attention drift to the large pile of presents under the Christmas tree. They alternated between each other as they opened their gifts. Hermione's mood changed as she opened present after present, and she couldn't help her smile. She had always loved Christmas, even when she was starving and living in a tent. Her mum had given her a few new sets of robes and some quills, and her father got her some new obscure potions and charms books. Together, they pawned Harry rings. Hermione shot her parents a confused look as the ring resized to fit her finger. It was a beautiful ring with a gold princess-cut band. And a marquise ruby stone. It was breathtaking, a little flashy for her tastes, but she would wear it anyway. Her father looked at both children seriously. "As you both know, the Potters are descended from the Pervels. These are the Pervel family signet rings. Usually they would go to a married couple, but we figured it suited you two as you are twins." He smiled warmly as he finished speaking. "You must wear them at all times," Doria added softly. "They have several protection charms on them, many that of which have been lost to time." Hermione examined her ring with renewed interest. She made a mental note to analyze it later. "Thank you," she said softly, smiling at her parents. James had gotten her some bookmarks charmed to not fall out and a new perfume that smelled like jasmine and rain. Hermione had to admit it was a lovely scent, even if it was unlike what she usually wore. Sirius and Remus had gotten her some new records and candy from Honeydukes. Peter had gotten her a voucher for the sweets shop and some more books. Lily, of course, got Hermione some Muggle jeans and jumpers. She couldn't help her glee at seeing the items. While pureblood Hermione Potter hadn't really worn jeans much, Hermione with her memories was practically desperate to put them on. The redhead had also sent her a parcel with a couple of decidedly racy Muggle novels that caused Hermione to blush and clear her throat uncomfortably. Sadie and Marlene had gotten her some new makeup and some simple jewelry, as well as a new dress. It was a soft pink sundress. She rolled her eyes as she opened them, knowing the sisters were probably trying to tell her something. She'd gotten a few different knickknacks, jewelry, clothes and books from Mary, Amanda, Alice, and a few of her other Gryffindor friends, as well as smaller gifts from Harry's Slytherin mates. Pandora had gotten Hermione a lovely leather-bound journal that could only be opened with a drop of blood. It also had an extension charm on it so she would never run out of pages. The second she'd read the letter explaining how the diary worked, she'd pulled out one of her daggers, seemingly out of nowhere, and pricked her finger, opening the book. It clicked open with a whoosh of soft familiar magic, and Hermione realized that Pandora must have charmed the journal personally. She'd also sent her a self-filling quill which would be useful. She almost couldn't believe she hadn't thought to make a warded journal while she'd made everything else. It was essential. She had all but forgotten she was using blood magic, which was technically considered dark. Not that Hermione gave a shit, really, surrounded by her family until she heard startled gasps and Theodore's stifled laughter. She looked up from the journal sheepishly, wandlessly healing the small cut and slipping the knife out of sight. That's dark magic. Sirius scowled, looking at Hermione worriedly. Who sent it? Hermione scoffed, not answering the question, and set the journal aside, ignoring everyone's gaze and motioning for Harry to open the next gift. It took a few awkward seconds before Harry got her cue, or rather, Theo elbowed him to get his attention. Hermione winced as she met her parents' eyes but was relieved when her father just looked confused while Dory looked intrigued, if not a bit concerned that her daughter had cut herself without much thought. Regulus only seemed to be curious about where the knife had come from, his gray eyes flitting from her hands to her lap searchingly. He sent her a raised brow and a smirk when she caught his eye. She only rolled hers in return, turning away. The only people who seemed upset about the magic were Sirius and James, who both looked equally put out and worried. Hermione ignored them both. Theo had gotten her a set of breathtaking throwing stars and harnesses for them. They had been a favorite of hers in the alternate dimension. That was what she had decided to call it. She had to pick something, and after some thought it seemed to be the most apt description. She felt her lips twitch and her fingers itch to pick them up and inspect them, but Hermione quickly shut the box before anyone else could see, sending Theo a wide-eyed look. The Hufflepuff only smiled brightly, gesturing as if to say, "Ta-da." Hermione rolled her eyes and stifled her giggle, sending Theo a nod in thanks. Harry had gotten her a wand holster that would adjust in size and a few different fiction wizarding novels that she'd been eyeing. Her heart raced as she opened Harry's last gift, his glee and unrestrained excitement causing Hermione's nerves to burst. She gasped loudly when she opened the box. A tiny, orange half-Kneasel kitten that was so familiar, Hermione's heart ached. Though she'd never seen him this little, she'd know that smooshed face anywhen. She quickly lifted the small creature from the box, tears running down her cheeks. She held him to her chest as though he were the most precious thing in the world. "Crooks," Hermione murmured into his soft fur, her body shaking. She looked up at her twin with wide wet eyes. "How?" she choked out. Harry smiled softly at her, his eyes twinkling. He shrugged. "Well, I saw the ugly thing and I knew he had to be yours." Theo was grinning next to her brother as Hermione scowled, holding the little kitten tighter. "Crookshanks is not ugly," she bit out. Harry's grin widened at the words he'd heard too many times to count. "What kind of name is Crookshanks?" Sirius muttered, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Hermione's gift. "Oi!" Hermione snapped back defensively, nuzzling the creature. Sirius deflated, eyeing the cat in distaste before looking at Harry with a frown. "You had to get her a cat." "He's half-Kneasel," Hermione and Harry both corrected, though Harry seemed to be mocking his sister more than anything. "They're very intelligent," Hermione continued, cooing as Crookshanks purred in her lap. Sirius snorted, eyeing the baby Crookshanks with disdain. "Sure. he said doubtfully, his chest rumbling. Hermione raised a brow at him, stifling a laugh. Are you growling? She asked him incredulously. Her lips twitched as she watched panic flit across Sirius' face before he schooled his features, scowling slightly. No, of course not. Peeved. Sirius started defensively, the growl dying in his throat. Although Sirius knew that Hermione was aware that Remus was a werewolf, her figuring it out pretty early in her second year, she wasn't supposed to know about their animagus forms and she couldn't help but tease them a little every once in a while. When she heard a small meow, more of a squeak, she looked down at the ginger kitten. I love him. Thank you. So much, Hermione said with a sniffle, interrupting Sirius. She eyed Harry meaningfully, hoping he understood how much this meant to her. Her twin smiled indulgently, eyeing the cat with fondness. Hermione realized that, perhaps, Harry was equally as comforted by the familiarity of the tiny beast. Just keep him away from Waz. I don't want a dead snake on my hands. Harry joked lightly, gesturing to the python Regulus was holding. Crook's purr was like music to Hermione's ears. A sound she never thought she'd hear again after he ran away during Bill and Fleur's wedding. She hadn't even thought to try to find him in this time. Hermione couldn't help but snuggle the little creature tighter. She tried to ignore the fleeting ache in her heart when she didn't open a gift from Draco. She didn't want to admit that it lingered on her mind. But oh, did it? She couldn't stop thinking about him, worrying. Chapter end notes. I'm so sorry for any grammar mistakes and random words popping up where they don't belong. I try to proofread but I have god-awful ADHD and it ends up happening anyway. Thanks Fooies are enjoying the content. Chapter 17. Chapter summary. The Potters host their annual New Year's Eve ball. Shenanigans ensue. December 31, 1977, January 1, 1978. After Christmas, Hermione tried to distract herself as much as possible, forcing herself not to think of Draco. He was smart and she was sure he had a plan, even if he had neglected to tell the rest of them when they'd met up before the holidays. She took her mother's advice and invited Lily, Sadie, and Marlene over. The four girls spent most of their time together cooing over Hermione's new, old, familiar or exploring the grounds. They laid in her bed gossiping and giggling and Hermione couldn't help but feel grateful that she had such close female friends in this timeline, something that was sorely missing in the original one. Hermione made it a point to steer clear of the other inhabitants of the manor outside of mealtimes. Even after Remus arrived, Sirius continued to ignore both James and Regulus, no matter how many times Remus tried to convince him otherwise or James cornered him, begging for a chance to explain. The poor werewolf looked completely torn but had spent most of the holiday with Sirius, soothing his fury and hurt as best he could. Hermione had a sneaking suspicion that Remus had already known about the relationship and obviously hadn't said anything to his boyfriend. Not that she was going to say it out loud, they didn't need any more tension in the group. Harry and Theo spent most days sequestered away in Harry's room and Hermione didn't want to think about what they might be doing in there. She imagined they were getting thoroughly reacquainted with living under the same roof and if memory served her she should stay far away unless she wanted to be scarred for life. Well, even more scarred. She pushed away the stinging jealousy she felt at the thought. Occlumency had truly become her greatest tool, though she was sure the others would disagree. The household was seemingly divided and the tension was almost unbearable. The only time she had seen the so-called marauders fight like this had been during her 5th year, and while she hadn't known the details at the time, she did now, and she could only hope they wouldn't take months to reconcile as they had then. Hermione had also noticed that Lily seemed particularly anxious but decided not to pry. There had been a few times where she'd been unable to find her redhead friend in the house and Hermione could only assume she was with James and Regulus. New Year's Eve found Hermione getting ready for her family's annual gala, Merlin these. Pure bloods and their bloody parties, with Lily, Marlene, Sadie, as well as Charity who had been invited last minute at Theo's request. They had all finished their makeup an hour prior, beauty charms making it much easier and faster than if they had been doing it the Muggle way. Though both Lily and Charity argued that the Muggle way gave better results. Hermione stayed out of that debate as she had never really been interested in makeup one way or another in either life. Hermione let out a loud giggle as Marlene struggled to get the enthusiastic Hufflepuff to sit still while she styled her hair into an intricate braid. I will stun you, Hampton. Marlene threatened as the girl twisted her head to look at herself in the mirror for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. Marles. Lily scolded, don't threaten the new girl. Marlene rolled her eyes but Charity only grinned brightly, her bright blue eyes twinkling. Oh no, that's all right Lily. I know it comes from a place of love. Hermione couldn't help but snort as she shared a look with Sadie who was charming Lily's red locks into an elegant chignon. Marlene pursed her lips and her eyes narrowed slightly as she tugged on Charity's strawberry blonde hair a tad harder than was necessary. Hermione found it slightly humorous how annoyed her best friend was with the girl whose personality was virtually identical to Marlene herself. She had just finished charming her curls into soft, shiny spirals when a gentle knock sounded on her door. Hermione looked up as her bedroom door swung open and smiled as she met her mother's warm hazel eyes. Her mother was seemingly done getting ready. Her makeup was light and accentuated her sharp features and bright eyes. She was wearing a beautiful set of burgundy dress robes that hugged her curves and complemented her pale complexion. Her gold heels clicked softly against the hardwood floors. Hermione thought she looked beautiful but giggled softly at the fact that her Slytherin mother was decked out in full Gryffindor colors, surely her father's doing. Hey Mum, what's up? Hermione asked as Doria swept into the room, a few parcels floating behind her. Hello dears, I'm just delivering your gowns, Doria said sweetly, smiling amusedly as she surveyed the chaos that was 5 girls getting ready together. Oh no Mrs. Potter, I couldn't possibly. Lily started to protest but trailed off when Sadie elbowed her. Doria smiled at the young girl indulgently, waving a dismissive hand. Nonsense, I insist. Thank you, Mum, Hermione asserted before Lily could protest again. Her stomach twisted at the conflicted look on Lily's face and she felt for the girl. She knew the Muggle-born didn't know that it would be more impolite to refuse the gift than accept it. Without complaint, and also knew she would have done the same in her original timeline. But the knowledge that came with a pureblood upbringing had changed Hermione's views on a lot of things that she wouldn't have thought twice about as a Granger. She sent a reassuring smile at her friend before turning back to her mother. If you could just put them on the bed, that'd be wonderful. Doria waved her wand elegantly, sending the packages flying to her bed. I hope they'll be to your liking, she said, still smiling. I'm sure they will, Doria, Marlene said cheekily, sending the Potter matriarch a wink. You never miss. Thank you, dear, Doria said adoringly. Marlene and her 3 sisters had practically grown up with the Potters and Hermione knew Doria saw all the girls as quasi-daughters. Now, do you ladies need any help with anything? She asked kindly, tilting her head towards Sadie who seemed to be struggling to style her hair into soft waves. Hermione looked around and saw her friends shaking their heads. No, I think we're all right, thanks Mum. No problem, darling. People will be arriving at 9 o'clock. She warned them softly, I'll just go check in on the boys. Good luck, Hermione called jokingly. Doria chuckled as she glided elegantly out of the room, her parting words floating through the door. I expect you to be downstairs to greet the guests with your brothers in a half hour. Hermione groaned loudly but didn't respond. She shot her laughing friends a glare before she turned her attention to the dresses on the bed. Charity sighed dreamily as she stared towards the closed door. I want to be your mum when I grow up. Hermione huffed a laugh at the almost worshipping look on her new friend's face and grabbed the parcel with her name on it. She giggled when Crookshanks meowed in protest as she pulled away the tassel he was chewing on, which just so happened to be attached to her package. Hermione and the little Kneazle kitten hadn't taken long to bond and Hermione was half convinced that Crooks knew exactly who she was and where she was from. She certainly wouldn't be surprised, they were smart creatures after all. Crookshanks even smarter than most, she definitely wasn't biased when it came to him. She smiled softly as she pulled the dress out, quickly tossing the tassel back to Crookshanks after she had untied it. She recognized the packaging as a very high-end wizarding boutique in Paris that her mother loved and frequented often. Holding the gown up to survey it, she almost squealed at what she saw. It was a gorgeous A-line floor-length gown with a square neckline. Color that looked like it was almost glowing. She could tell from the feel of it that it was pure acromantula silk and she didn't even want to think about how many galleons it must have cost. A stunning pair of silver heels that looked as though they were made from pure crystal accompanied the dress and Hermione couldn't wait to put them on. There were also a few signature jewelry pieces that she recognized as a part of her great-great-grandmother's collection on her father's side. She looked up as she heard a loud whistle and saw all 4 girls staring with wide eyes. Marlene, who had whistled, let out a laugh. You'll look hot. It's beautiful. Sadie sighed out, walking closer to inspect the gown, seemingly finished with her blonde locks. It is, Lily piped up, Charity nodding slowly in agreement. Ooh, I can't wait to see what she picked out for me, Marlene squealed excitedly, patting Charity's shoulder to let her know she had finished with her hair. Marlene quickly moved closer to the mirror and waved her wand intricately, charming her hair into an elegant half-up half-down style in less than a minute. Here, come grab yours. Hermione instructed everyone, a large smile on her face. Lily looked unsure as she walked closer. I really shouldn't. I brought my own. What? Sadie squawked indignantly. You would insult Mrs. Potter that way. Lily's eyes went wide. No, I. Lily, it's okay. Hermione said soothingly before shooting Sadie a chiding look. It's not her fault, she doesn't understand. Marlene scolded her sister, tucking a blonde strand behind her ear as she opened her package. Understand what? Charity asked confusedly. Hermione sighed and looked at the two Muggle-born girls. If you refused the dresses, it would be an insult to the Potter house, as my mother went out of her way to provide them as a gift to you, she explained gently. Both girls still looked confused but nodded slowly as they walked forward. It's a stupid pureblood thing. Just put the damned dress on, Marlene said absently, rolling her eyes. Hermione huffed but nodded in agreement. Just don't feel bad for accepting them. It's really no problem and my mum's happy to do it. She does it for Marls and Slim every year. Lily looked at Marlene for confirmation and looked slightly reassured at the blonde's nod and opened the package with her name, letting out a small gasp as she did. Charity was smiling brightly as she fingered through the box. As they all moved to put their dresses on, Lily looked up questioningly, her head tilted in slight confusion as she slipped the deep emerald gown over her head. It fit snugly against her body and complemented her red hair and green eyes nicely, flaring at the waist and falling just below her knees with lovely lace accents. Hermione could almost see the blush on her older brother's face when he saw her, and she rolled her eyes at the thought. How did your mum get my measurements? She asked, turning to inspect herself in the large mirror Hermione had conjured earlier in the evening. Hermione's brows shot up and she frowned slightly. I have no idea, actually. Lily's mouth dropped open. That's slightly troubling. Hermione waved a hand. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It was probably the elves, Marlene said smartly, smoothing her royal blue gown over her hips. It was a similar style as the one Hermione was wearing, except it had full sleeves and a deep versus neckline that would most certainly cause outrage among many of the pompous purebloods in attendance. She had to give it to her mother, she knew them all too well. Even Lily and Charity. Hermione hummed in agreement, turning to inspect her appearance and put on her jewelry, but Lily wasn't satisfied. But how? She stuttered slightly, meeting her eyes in the mirror. Lily had always been unsettled by the highly intelligent creatures and their treatment from magic folk, though she never went as far to force knitted scarves and socks onto them. Hermione cringed slightly at the memory. She really should have researched the bonds of House Elves before traumatizing over 200 of Hogwarts elves, but oh well. Not much she could do about it now. Hermione shrugged. They have their ways, she said mysteriously, channeling Luna's timbre. She smiled secretly as her friends gave her a strange look and turned to fasten her shoes. Wow. She heard Charity whisper softly from behind her and quickly looked up at the girl. She looked stunned as she surveyed herself in the mirror, and Hermione had to admit she looked ethereal. She was wearing a floor-length sheath gown in a pale yellow color that was lined with small crystals that shone brightly in the candlelight. It clung to her body flatteringly and fit her perfectly. The satin fabric made her look as though she was glowing. Sadie was just behind her with a large grin on her face as she inspected her blood-red mermaid gown. The silk fabric was iridescent and the younger blonde was twirling and giggling as the colors shifted in the light. Her bright blue eyes and blonde hair seemed even brighter against the deep red color. She walked towards the mirror, heels clicking, motioning for all of them to stand side to side. We look fucking sexy, Marlene said with a decisive nod after she finished putting on the jewelry that Doria had provided. Damn straight you do. A gift from Merlin himself, I say, an annoying male voice said flirtatiously from inside the bedroom. Hermione startled and spun, wand pointed threateningly before the voice registered. She heaved a sigh and narrowed her eyes at Theo, who had his hands held up in surrender. Harry was shaking his head in exasperation just behind him. "Fuck, Theodore. Don't do that," Hermione groaned, lowering her wand. She quickly took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She pretended not to see Sadie's searching look at Hermione's reflexes and the sudden appearance of her wand. She definitely wasn't going to tell her friend that she had a disillusioned wand holster on her forearm or that she had knives strapped to both of her thighs. It didn't hurt to be prepared, and Hermione wasn't going to let herself be caught unawares, no matter how insane being armed in her own home sounded. Sorry, I didn't realize you didn't hear us," he said innocently, but Hermione could see the smirk fighting to get free and rolled her eyes. "Arsehole," she huffed under her breath, ignoring Theo's affronted look. She turned back to the mirror to check her hair and makeup as Charity moved toward Theo excitedly, tackling him with a hug. She tuned out the sound of them complimenting each other back and forth and caught Harry's eyes, raising an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Harry tapped his wrist, miming a watch and Hermione sighed. "Okay. Harry and I have to go downstairs before the guests start arriving, but you guys can stay up here and finish whatever you need to," Hermione said softly, smiling at her friends. "You all look beautiful. I'll see you in a bit." They all murmured their agreement and acknowledgement, and Hermione made her way towards the door, rolling her eyes as Theo spun Charity in a circle with an appreciative whistle. She patted Theo's shoulder as she passed and linked her arm with her twins, her heels echoing as they made their way through the halls. She took the time to survey her brother's appearance as they walked. He was dressed in a set of traditional dress robes and his hair actually looked reasonable for once. "You look quite smart," she complimented him quietly. "And you look beautiful as always," Harry said in return, reaching to mess with her glasses before she smacked his hand away. Hermione huffed and rolled her eyes, fixing them as they walked. "It doesn't bother you?" she asked softly. Harry faltered in his steps and looked to her in confusion. "What?" he questioned. Hermione waved her hand vaguely, Theodore being all flirty with all the girls and all that. Quite a reasonable question, but Harry burst into laughter almost immediately, tears streaming down his face in seconds. "What?" she asked sharply. "It's a valid question." Harry stopped at the top of the stairs and turned to look at her. "You know Theo is gay, right? Like really fucking gay?" he asked seriously, putting his hands on her shoulders. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yes, I know. So why would it bother me?" Harry asked curiously, one brow raised. Hermione huffed, knocking his hands off of her. She quickly linked their arms and continued down the stairs. "I don't know. You never had to deal with it before because it was just us. I was just..." "No, I don't care. I know he doesn't mean anything by it. Now, when he flirts with Barty, however," Harry interrupted, trailing off scathingly. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at his words and quickly changed the subject. The two siblings chatted about inconsequential things as they walked. Once they had met up with their parents and James, they quickly began greeting people as they walked through the entrance, smiling politely, shaking hands, making small talk. As the ballroom started filling up, Hermione surveyed the guests through the eye of a soldier. Though their family had this event every year for as long as she could remember, Hermione noticed things she had never paid any mind to before. The people invited had been picked very deliberately. She recognized that most everyone was aligned with the light or neutral in the coming war. Quite a few families seemed to have been left off the guest list this year. She attributed this to her mother's Slytherin cunning. She ignored Harry's concerned look when she deflated as she realized the Blacks had been one of the families that her parents had neglected to invite, and she wouldn't be catching a glimpse of Draco. She wasn't sure why she was surprised. The Blacks were a notoriously dark family, plus it would have been gauche to invite them after they'd not invited us to their Christmas ball. She scrunched her nose when Dumbledore arrived, dressed in bright orange ornate robes. Why he thought it was flattering, she would never understand. She tried to smile politely but knew it was stiff. She had never paid much attention to the headmaster outside of her schooling before, but since her accident, she couldn't help watching him. She knew that Harry was the same. She also knew that Dumbledore had noticed the untrusting stares and had begun watching them in return. She supposed it did look strange that she began observing him out of nowhere after a potions accident. She had felt him poke around in her head on more than one occasion and had made sure that he didn't notice her occlumency walls, distracting the old wizard with innocuous memories, trivial conversations, worries about classes and boys. "All right, loves, you can go on and mingle. Doria said after the flow of people slowed down enough that one or two people were trickling in every few minutes. Hermione nodded with a small smile, letting herself be escorted away between her brothers. Once they had reached the outskirts of the crowd, she kissed them both on the cheek and went off the search for the girls. The room was decorated beautifully, and she knew Tippy and the other elves had spent most of today and the day before arranging it under Doria's strict supervision. When it came to a party, her mother was quite tedious and inane, not that she'd ever say it aloud for fear of invoking Doria's wrath. Instrumental music was playing softly around the room and chatter was filling the cavernous space. Hermione slipped through the crowd with ease, mimicking her mother's graceful stride, swiping a glass of elf wine from a tray as she went. It was times like these that she appreciated her aristocratic upbringing. She was able to feel completely at ease in situations such as this. She was stopped by a few people to chat as she passed through, but was able to slip away quickly and continue forward. She let out a relieved sigh as she caught two heads of bright blonde hair and beelined for them. Sadie and Marlene were stood next to the bar talking with Remus and Sirius. Hermione took a sip of the rich liquid and quickly inserted herself into their little group. It was a little too late as she realized she may be entering a conversation she did not want to be a part of. Sirius' hands were gesticulating wildly as he spoke, and Remus had one hand wrapped around his boyfriend's waist while the other was rubbing his face tiredly. Both of the McKinnon sisters had wide eyes and their mouths agape as they listened. "Fucking my brother behind my back, can you believe that?" Sirius shouted loudly as Hermione stopped next to them. She winced at his words and immediately knew exactly what he was talking about. She suddenly wished she had stayed talking with Professor Slughorn, who had asked her. Completely scandalized. If her mother planned on stealing all of Walburga Black's children or just two of them, and Muriel Weasley, who had basically called her a slag for not wearing proper dress robes. "Merlin, Sirius," Hermione hissed, looking around to see if anyone had heard. "Can you not talk about that where everyone can hear you? I know you're upset, but for fuck's sake." Sirius' mouth snapped shut as he looked down her scowl and sparking hair. His face paled slightly as he stepped back into Remus. She quickly turned her ire onto the other three participants of the conversation. "You couldn't have stopped him from screaming about it? If Mum hears about this, she's going to kill all of us." All four of them, sufficiently chastised, nodded and mumbled apologies. Hermione huffed and surreptitiously smoothed her hair, which had frizzed slightly in her anger. "Now how about we engage in a conversation that won't ruin the Potter's good name?" Hermione asserted, looking to them expectantly. Sirius winced but said nothing. After a few moments of awkward silence, Hermione sighed and looked at Remus. "Sue, where's your lovely brother?" Remus asked cautiously, his brows furrowed. Hermione smirked wickedly at his panicked expression when he realized what he had asked. He stared at her, eyes pleading, and studiously ignored Sirius' sudden glare and the girl's muffled laughter at his attempt to fill the silence. "Which one?" she asked innocently, biting her lip to contain her grin. Sirius pulled out of Remus' arms and turned to face him, putting his hands on his hips. "Yeah, which one?" he asked heatedly. Harry?" Remus said questioningly, his voice cracking slightly with nerves. Hermione shrugged and spun to face the crowd, squinting through her glasses around the room before she pointed to the opposite end, where she could see both of her brothers and their significant others chatting, and a certain redhead. "Over there with Theo, James, Regulus, and Lils," she said, smiling still as Remus pressed his lips together. Hermione knew she was being a shit-stirrer, but she found that she couldn't help it. Besides, Sirius and James needed to kiss and make up, even if she had to annoy Sirius into talking to him. The silent treatment was only hurting both of them when basic communication could solve everything. "Hypocrite," a voice scolded in the back of her head. She ignored it. Marlene, ever the troublemaker, smirked wickedly. "Huh," she said, tilting her head. "Strange group, that is." Hermione snorted a laugh as Sirius' eyes shot to the other side of the room, narrowing slightly as he observed them. "Hello." Pandora's sweet voice sounded to her left and Hermione spun in shock. "Dora," she exclaimed, kissing her cheeks dutifully. She barely noticed Sirius and Remus slipping away. "I didn't know you were coming. When did you arrive?" "Oh, only a few moments ago," the blonde said softly. "Your father pointed me in your direction." "Is it just you or is your lovely twin here as well?" Hermione questioned pleasantly. She was almost certain the Rosiers were another off the guest list, but she certainly wasn't going to say that aloud. Evan and Barty accompanied me. Regulus invited us last minute. Pandora informed her, answering her unspoken question. She quickly pointed towards where the two aforementioned boys had joined, where Hermione had been watching only a few minutes prior. "Ah," Hermione said, stifling a laugh at both Harry and Evan's barely concealed jealousy as they watched Barty and Theo flirt obnoxiously. "Oh, and Dorcas, of course," Pandora added with a smile as they both watched the group. "Meadows is here." Marlene cut in suddenly, blushing when Hermione looked at her incredulously. Pandora smiled serenely. "Yes, they should be around here somewhere," she said vaguely. Hermione could see the mischief shining in her dreamy blue eyes and tried not to roll her eyes. Pandora loved to use her absent-minded demeanor to fuck with people, Hermione included. She had to remind herself on more than one occasion that Pandora saw much more than she appeared to, and though it did not seem like it, she was much more grounded than her future daughter. Not to mention the fact that she was very nearly put in Slytherin alongside her brother. I have something to oh fuck it," Marlene stuttered before storming off to search through the crowded ballroom. Sadie loosed an exasperated sigh to her right and leaned her head on Hermione's shoulder. "Does she think we're dense?" she asked incredulously, watching her eldest sister stalk through the space with purpose. Peeved. She barely knows her own feelings, let alone the fact that everyone around her is painfully aware of her infatuation, Hermione said, wrinkling her nose. "Nor that it's completely mutual. Saw's is the same way though," Pandora added with a snicker. Hermione sighed and took a sip of her wine, watching the bustling crowd. "A match made in heaven," she joked. Speaking of mutual infatuation, Pandora started with a pointed look in Hermione's direction. Sadie, do you mind leaving us alone for a moment?" Hermione blurted, cutting off Pandora's words, eyes wide. "Cherie," Sadie drawled slowly, brows furrowed slightly. "Must we have this conversation?" Hermione asked tiredly, turning to face her friend. The girl shrugged loftily, eyes twinkling. "Fine. If you don't want to know how he is, all you had to do was say." She began walking away. Hermione's hand snapped out, gently grasping her wrist and pulling her to a stop. "Wait," she hissed. She let out a loud sigh, ignoring Pandora's teasing smile. "Is he okay?" she asked after a few seconds of tense silence. Pandora shrugged again, "As okay as he can be, I suppose. Though, it wasn't easy to talk to him under the watchful eye of his mother," she said airily. "Yeah, but you know him. You can read him without words and we both know it," Hermione said with a huff. Pandora's smile dimmed and her eyes softened in sympathy. "He seems tired," she said with an air of finality. Hermione held in a groan at her vague words, but she supposed it was better than nothing. He was alive at least and well enough to attend a party. "Aren't we all?" she retorted, her words coming out sharper than she intended. Pandora's head tilted as she contemplated the question before she shook her head slowly. "No, I don't think so," she said dreamily, her eyes firm. Hermione's breath hitched in her throat at the steadfast words. She supposed it was true. The war hadn't really hit her peers yet, wouldn't have affected her if her memories hadn't returned. She had heard whispers, but that's all they were. Whispers and theories and conspiracies. The knowledge and recollection had made her weary where before she had been unburdened. Sometimes it was easy to forget how optimistic and confident she'd been about her future, all of their futures, only a few months ago. Of course, she'd had moments of worry and overthinking, but she could never have imagined how deeply entrenched in this war she would become, memories or not. If one could even call it a war yet, she did. But was the combat in her mind or outside of it? She couldn't tell. She wasn't privy to the inner workings of the Order in this decade, but she hadn't heard of any fighting between the two sides. Hadn't heard of anyone opposing the so-called Dark Lord. Just articles in the Daily Prophet, obituaries that went unexplained. Hermione was aware that her parents knew more, even James was more informed, but she doubted they would tell her anything if she asked. They would no doubt say whatever they thought would soothe her worries, ease her mind. They wanted to protect what they believed to be innocent. If only they knew. She held in the bitter laugh that particular thought provoked. She knew she could tell them the truth but she wanted to spare them the agony that knowledge would bring. Sue her. She supposed she was protecting their innocence in the same way they thought they could protect hers. hers and Harry's. If her parents knew the things she had seen, the things she'd done, the things she'd endured, it would surely break their hearts. She knew she would have to tell them eventually, especially if she wanted the plans she'd been concocting in her head to work, but she would delay that conversation as long as she was able. Which, she admitted to herself, wouldn't be very long, especially since she knew they'd already noticed that something was different with her. Wrong. Harry had been coping surprisingly well in comparison, or at least, that's the way it seemed on the outside. She could admit that Harry had always been better at hiding his feelings, putting on a front, pasting on a smile when he felt like he was rotting inside. Hermione, in comparison, had always worn her emotions on her sleeve whether she wanted or not. It was her fatal flaw. The only thing holding her together was the layers upon layers of occlumency walls that hadn't come down in months. "I suppose you're right," Hermione said finally, conceding to her point. She shook her head to clear her thoughts and sent the blonde a tight smile. "Come on, let's go join the boys," she said, linking her arm with Pandora's. She spent the rest of the night trying desperately not to let her thoughts drift back to the war and what it meant for them. Distracted herself by dancing with both of her brothers, Theo, Sirius, Remus, even Barty took her for a spin. She whirled around the dance floor until her feet ached. She abandoned her shoes and laughed with her girls. She drank a little too much elf wine. Watched the fireworks and kissed Sadie at midnight. Scandalized all the stuffy purebloods and ignored her mother's chastising look. Cackled hysterically as Crookshanks crashed the party. Convinced everyone to play a muggle drinking game. Then she retired to her room along with her best friends and stayed up far too late giggling and whispering amongst themselves. Chapter 18 Chapter Summary. Everyone returns to Hogwarts and our favorite barbershop quartet meets in the room of requirement. January 5, 1978. As Hermione passed through the barrier and stepped out onto the platform, she kept her eyes peeled, looking for a certain platinum head of hair. She was unsuccessful in finding him on the train, and she could feel her worries start to fade and her anger growing every hour that she didn't have him in her sight. She'd let out an audible growl that had both of her brothers and Lily looking at her in concern when he didn't appear for the prefect's meeting on the train. She didn't see him by the carriages either, so she had to assume that he had come back to Hogwarts earlier in the week. She was completely silent and seething as she entered the castle. She knew her face was bright red and she had seen a few sparks fly off of her curls, but she ignored it and her friend's searching looks, choosing instead to purse her lips, her thoughts downright homicidal. Concern and anger fought for dominance in her, clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms painfully. She finally entered the Great Hall alongside Harry and their friends, and when Hermione finally caught sight of the arrogant blonde prat that had been haunting her thoughts since Regulus fell through their flow in hysterics, she snapped. Instead of calmly going to the Gryffindor table on the far side of the hall and resigning herself to yell at him in private like she had planned, she stormed to the middle of the room. To the Ravenclaw table. Everything around her blurred as her gaze collided with his. She saw his eyes go wide and his already pale skin go ashen as their eyes met. She could hear people calling her name from behind her, could hear Harry's worried voice, Theodore's excitement, multiple others' confused questions, but none of that mattered. What mattered was the stupid, idiotic, dim-witted cretin that was slowly standing from the table, alarm painted on his features as she stormed closer. She was panting by the time she stood face to face with him, and she could swear she saw his eyes flash with fear for a split second before his eyes and face went completely blank. Of course he would start occluding, the fucking coward. She heard his breath hitch and watched with barely restrained fury as he raised his hands in a placating manner, and Hermione felt her eye twitch at the condescending gesture. "You fucking idiot," she screeched, her voice almost animalistic. "Potter," he began in what she supposed was an attempt to pacify her. Slap. Hermione's hand collided with his face. Hard, so hard that her palm was burning in pain. To his credit, he barely moved an inch with the force of her hit. Hundreds of gasps sounded around the cavernous room simultaneously, a few barked laughs and hushed comments, but Hermione ignored them all. She ignored the sound of Theo whooping behind her. If that moron didn't shut up in the next second, she would have a go at him next. She doubted he'd be cheering when her fist hit his face, but then again, you never knew with Theo. Draco's jaw clenched and his eyes flashed. Hermione's entire body was vibrating with her fury. She couldn't help the sense of satisfaction that rose in her as his cheek bloomed scarlet. Why What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Huh? Hermione screamed, so loudly that it echoed through the filled hall. She could feel hundreds of eyes on them. Her eyes were burning with tears that she refused to let fall. Hermione, he started again, only to be cut off by another crack to his face. This time his head snapped to the side with her strike. He gripped his jaw and turned back to her, his own anger visibly building. You are the biggest bloody fucking idiot in the entire universe. Gods, I fucking hate you. I hate you. She screamed, her voice cracking with the volume of her howl. Her stomach clenched as he flinched at her harsh words. When he opened his mouth to retort, Hermione's eyes narrowed dangerously, her glasses slipping down her nose. No. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to speak right now, she cried out, poking a finger into his chest to emphasize her statement. You gaw. She raised her hand to deliver another harsh blow, this time with the back of her hand, but was stopped when his hand shot out and pale fingers wrapped tightly around her wrist. Granger. Stop bloody hitting me, woman, Draco hissed lowly, his left cheek blooming an even brighter red. She raised her other hand and beat it against his chest until he grabbed that wrist too. Why? Why would you do this, you bastard? She sobbed, her emotions catching up to her. The stubborn tears fell down her cheeks against her will, of anger or sorrow, she could hardly tell. What in Merlin's name is going on here? McGonagall's voice inquired, her tone chastising and bewildered. They both ignored her, choosing instead to stare at each other. Her fingers itched to summon a dagger. She knew she could do it, wandlessly at that, but she at least had enough sense to know that the Great Hall wasn't the place to do it. She also knew she could break his hold on her in a few seconds, but she decided not to cause an even bigger scene than she already had. So much for not attracting attention to herself, to them. Why? She whimpered, staring at him dazedly with betrayal. His lips puckered into a frown as he peered down at her. His eyes, was that regret she saw? She couldn't be sure since it was gone almost as fast as it appeared. Still occluding, she noted, dismayed. He stuttered in a manner so unlike him that it almost startled her. It would have startled her if it wasn't for the fact that she was completely numb. Her anger had fled so quickly that it was jarring, and she stared at him waiting for an explanation that never came. Her knees buckled under her as he remained silent, continuing to gawk at her, and she couldn't help the loud scoff that escaped her. Arms quickly caught her and wrapped around her waist from behind, pulling her away from the stunned Ravenclaw. Draco's hands released her wrists immediately, as if he'd been burned. Come on, my own. Harry's voice said softly in her ear. So it was him that had caught her. Figures. She could also hear Theo's quiet murmurs from behind her, cautious and worried. She'd bet it wasn't so entertaining to him now. Do not fucking touch me, she snapped, some of her earlier anger returning as she pulled out of her brother's arms, glaring at Draco as he ran a hand through his hair tiredly. Miss Potter. Mr. Black. 20 points from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Miss Potter, go sit with your housemates immediately. We will be discussing the rest of your punishment after the feast. Now sit, all of you, McGonagall snapped, her voice firm. Harry moved to escort her, but she ripped herself from his grasp again, sending him a stilted smile as she stormed toward her house table. It was still eerily silent, so it wasn't difficult to hear the conversation behind her as she walked away. Wait, mate, Draco's voice was pleading. No, Harry's voice said curtly. I'm sorry, Drake. Theo's voice whispered, then it was silent once more. She only just heard her head of house moving to sit at the high table with the other professors. She pretended not to feel the headmaster's twinkly gaze burning into her back. All of Gryffindor House watched with wide, wary eyes as Hermione got closer to the table. Hermione did not say a word as she settled into the spot between Marlene and Sadie, with her back to the rest of the room. She ignored the bewildered looks she was getting from her older brother and his friends and began studying the empty plate in front of her as though it were the most interesting thing in the world. As the stillness persisted, Hermione looked up at all the people still gaping at her in disbelief. What? She bit out, causing everyone to look away quickly, as though to avoid getting the same treatment the Ravenclaw boy had. Sirius was observing her through narrowed eyes, and she couldn't tell he was confused or upset that she had just publicly and repeatedly walloped his little brother in the face. She didn't care to find out, so she quickly looked away from his penetrating gaze. Are you okay? Sadie whispered softly next to her, only receiving a terse nod in response. The hall slowly filled with hesitant chatter as everyone waited for the welcome back speech and the food to appear. Rumors were already circulating and Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes as she heard murmuring about a lover's spat. Honestly, Hogwarts students were so predictable. She disregarded the voice in the back of her mind that whispered that it was indeed a lover's spat whether she wanted to admit it or not. Hermione sat through dinner in an almost catatonic state, her thoughts running rampant in her mind. Questions that would go unanswered until she could find the time to corner Black in private. Luckily for her they were still assigned pawns this term. She barely heard Dumbledore's speech, or the whispered conversations happening around her. She pushed food around her plate but didn't eat more than 2 bites. She could feel the worried stares, but she didn't acknowledge any of them. Hermione only looked up when the hall began to empty and someone pointedly cleared their throat from behind her. Lifting her gaze over her shoulder she met the eyes of a very disappointed-looking Minerva McGonagall. The older witch quirked a brow. "Come along, Miss Potter," she said sternly. Letting out a loud sigh that probably seemed rude, Hermione slowly raised herself from the table. Slinging her bag over her shoulder she followed the professor out of the room without a word or a backward glance. Though as she left, she heard a conversation that had her lips twitching. "Aren't you going to follow them?" Marlene's voice asked. "What? No, I don't have a death wish," James replied in a high-pitched tone. They walked briskly through the hallways in silence and Hermione quickly found herself standing outside of the headmaster's office. A place she was intimately familiar with, though she'd never once been called there to be disciplined. Whichever life she lived, no one who knew any version of her would ever call her a troublemaker. She huffed as they made their way up the spiral stairwell into the ornate room. "Albus, I have Miss Potter for you," the professor said as they entered. "Yes, thank you for escorting her, Minerva. You may go," Dumbledore said with a pleased smile. Professor McGonagall left without a word as soon as Hermione carelessly dropped herself into one of the chairs situated in front of the large desk. Well, she supposed she knew who was in charge of her punishment for her outburst. She trained her gaze on a scratch on the surface of the desk as the headmaster observed her calmly, hands crossed primly on the table. After what felt like hours but realistically was only a few minutes, Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Lemon drop?" he asked arbitrarily. Hermione scoffed under breath and shook her head but didn't move to meet the man's eyes. She heard Dumbledore sigh before he spoke again. She couldn't help the small twitch of her lips at the slight exasperation in the sound. After a few more failed attempts at small talk the elder wizard finally got to the point. "Miss Potter, I have to say that your display before the feast was rather uncharacteristic of you," he said simply. At this, Hermione deigned to meet the monk's gaze. Those damned twinkly eyes that stirred a feral anger in her veins. Repressing a bitter laugh she cocked a brow. "Is that supposed to be a question, headmaster?" she asked coolly. She knew she shouldn't be so antagonistic towards him but found she didn't have it in her to care enough to pretend in that particular moment. Dumbledore hummed, his blue eyes glimmering through his half-moon spectacles. "Merely an observation, my dear girl." Hermione simply shook her head, causing the old man to let out another small sigh. "Listen, Miss Potter. I have noticed that you have seemed quite out of sorts in the last few months. Are you quite all right, my dear?" Hermione groaned lightly under her breath. "I'm perfectly well, sir," she answered simply. "Can we just get on with the punishment? I'm rather tired." Dumbledore quirked a brow and held her gaze. Hermione fought to keep her face in a neutral expression as she felt the light probing of legilimency, her nose scrunching slightly in annoyance. After a few seconds Dumbledore broke the connection. "Very well, Miss Potter. Professor McGonagall has already removed points from your house. In addition to that you will be serving 1 week's detention with her starting tomorrow evening after dinner. If you are seen fighting again I will have to consider revoking your prefect's status," he informed her sagely. Hermione's chest clenched at the small threat but she nodded all the same. She didn't much care about the detention but she did not want to risk her chance at becoming headgirl. "All right. Is that all, headmaster? May I be excused?" she asked stiffly, training her gaze on her lap. "Yes, Miss Potter. That will be all. Please return to the tower promptly," he lamented sternly. With that, Hermione practically leapt from the chair she'd been occupying and made her way to the door. "Oh, and Miss Potter?" Dumbledore called after her. Hermione paused in her steps and looked over her shoulder. "Yes, sir?" she asked quietly. His eyes twinkled as he spoke. "Help will always be given at Hogwarts, to those who ask for it," he said in a wise tone, inclining his head at her. Hermione nodded without a word, stifling an eye roll at the all-too-familiar phrase, and swiftly made her way down the stairs. As she passed the gargoyle statue, she couldn't help the loud scoff that left her throat, shaking her head as she replayed the meeting. For a master strategist and war hero, the man was not at all subtle in his probing. It was almost comical, how obvious he was with his searching questions. Not to mention the illegal use of legilimency, how he hadn't been caught doing that yet was a mystery to her. She was so lost in her musings that she didn't notice Harry sitting a few meters away, apparently waiting for her. "There you are," Harry called, quickly jumping into a standing position. Hermione squeaked in surprise and turned to look at her brother, who was watching her with wide, worried eyes. "Godric, you scared the shite out of me." Brown eyes flared with indignation and Harry let out a humorless snort. "You're one to talk. What the hell was that back there?" he asked, waving his hands wildly. Hermione rolled her eyes and continued in her stride without answering. Harry jogged to reach her. "Hermione," he hissed, catching her wrist and pulling her to a stop. "What?" She scowled, turning to face him. Harry pursed his lips. "I know you're upset, but..." Hermione barked out scathing laugh. "Upset?" She echoed tersely. Shaking her head, she continued. "I'm not upset. I'm enraged. Enraged and confused," and she trailed off with a sigh. Harry's brows lowered and he gave her a faintly pitying look. "Don't look at me like that, Harry. I just don't understand what made him make such a nonsensical decision. We had a plan that didn't involve him becoming a Death Eater, again," she hissed out, lowering her voice to a whisper. Her brother pursed his lips, taking her bag and throwing it over his shoulder, before walking again. "Well," Harry began hesitantly as he led her through the corridor. "What?" she snapped. "What could you possibly have to say about that?" She saw Harry hold up his hands in surrender out of the corner of her eye, but he continued, "We did say we needed someone on the inside." "We didn't mean him," she grunted, and at that Harry fell silent. They continued towards the tower without speaking again. Hermione only spoke up when Harry began guiding her in the opposite direction of the Gryffindor common room. "Where the bloody hell are you taking me?" "The room of requirement," her brother said simply. Hermione's steps stuttered and she let out a groan. "Harry." "No," she whined tiredly. He kept leading her insistently, not allowing her to break away from his hold. "Harry." "Yes," he mocked. "We all need to talk about this." "And we have to do it right now?" she questioned in annoyance. "Yes. Theo and Draco should be there already," he said simply, not giving any more explanation. Hermione continued to protest as they walked, but Harry was steadfast in his decision. Once they reached the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, her brother quickly paced back and forth 3 times without releasing her arm. Though, she was well past escape plots now. Harry didn't remove his iron grip on her until they had entered the room, the door closing behind them. Hermione bumped into him, almost losing her footing in front of her. "What the?" she complained, biting her lip. Peering over his shoulder, she frowned at the sight that greeted her. Inside of the living room type space, Draco and Theo were standing face to face, and though both of their words trailed off as she and Harry entered the room, it wasn't hard to guess what they had been talking about. Theo's face was grave and his green eyes were dull and red-rimmed. He had his arms wrapped around his abdomen as though he were only holding himself together by sheer force of will. She thought she might have caught his lip quiver before her eyes moved to take in the other man. Draco was holding himself stiffly, his back straight and his arms crossed defensively over his chest. The only indication of emotion was his clenched jaw, mussed hair, and reddened ears. She felt a hint of satisfaction as she noticed the vague outline of a handprint on his face. There was an awkward pause before Harry spoke up, his voice deceptively light. "Everything okay in here?" The two boys held eye contact intensely before Theo looked away, turning to look at his boyfriend. "Yeah, we're fine," Theo said with a stiff smile, his voice breaking. Harry crossed the room in 3 long strides, pulling Theo into his arms and settling them both into the love seat behind them. Moving her gaze to stare at her Mary Janes, Hermione stood in front of the door, wringing her hands nervously. At the sound of Harry's throat clearing, her head shot up. Unfortunately for Draco, there Gazes clashed the moment she looked up. Instantly her nerves were gone and her temper was roaring back in full force. Draco faltered back a step as she walked toward him, but his face was still blank. "Show me," she ordered, gesturing to his left arm and moving forward as he continued to back away from her. Draco scoffed, uncrossing his arms. "No," he said shortly. "Hermione." Harry called worriedly, but Hermione held up a hand without looking back, silencing him instantly. "Show me," she ordered again, her voice low and tight with irritation. "No," Draco said, his voice rising in volume. When Hermione scowled up at him, he released a short laugh. "What are you going to do, little witch? Hit me?" he asked in a mocking tone, looking down his nose at her. Hermione let out an admittedly unhinged cackle as she backed him into a wall, trapping his arms at his sides. "Hit you?" she repeated tauntingly, shaking her head. "No, my love, I'm not going to hit you." Her voice was a sensual purr as they stood chest to chest. At the term of endearment that slipped from her mouth, by accident, oops, Draco's eyes went wide and confusion painted his features. In the few seconds that he faltered, Hermione conjured a dagger wordlessly and wandlessly, mentally using an incantation she had invented in the year 2000. She silently thanked herself for having the forethought to link her knives to the spell during winter break. Faster than the blonde could track, Hermione had a blade to his throat, pressing lightly to emphasize the threat. She spoke again. "Lift up your sleeve and show me, before I make you." They both knew that she wouldn't seriously harm him, but a bit of light maiming wouldn't hurt him too much. She watched as he swallowed against the blade, his eyebrows furrowing as he watched her. "Hermione," Harry called out again, his voice perturbed. "Shut up, Harry." Hermione snapped back without looking away from Draco. She bit her lip as he arched closer to the blade with a smirk twitching on his lips. A single drop of blood ran down his throat temptingly. "Make me then, witch," Draco said tauntingly. Swallowing, Hermione kept the knife against his throat with her right hand and looked down at his arm. She slowly moved her left to pull up his shirt sleeve. She couldn't help sucking in a breath as the dreaded mark came into view. She heard his breath hitching in time with hers. The all-too-familiar dark green skull and snake writhed faintly over inflamed skin. Hermione gently ran her thumb over the tender skin, tracing the outline of the tattoo. She looked back up at the sound of Draco hissing in pain. He was watching her face closely, gray orbs picking apart her every reaction. "Happy?" he whispered, his face tense. Hermione scoffed under her breath and removed the blade, vanishing it without much thought. She took a second to survey the minuscule wound on his throat. Running a finger over the cut and smearing the blood, she cast a wandless episky before she looked up again. She knew her face was sad as their eyes met. "Happy? No, Draco, the last thing I am is happy. Trust me," she said flatly, stepping out of his personal space. His mouth fell open and Hermione shook her head, her rapidly fluctuating emotions giving her mental whiplash. She turned around and made her way to the couch opposite where Harry and Theo were sat, watching her with unease. She could hear Draco's footsteps behind her as she threw herself onto the sofa, and she watched as he settled himself stiffly into a lone armchair, gingerly unfolding his sleeve. Hermione dragged her eyes away from him and looked towards Harry, who was watching his disapprovingly, and Theo, who had a stiff smirk on his face. "You enjoyed that way too much, didn't you?" Theo teased lightly, though the joke fell flat. Hermione released a snigger before she spoke, without looking at the man she was addressing. "Why?" she repeated. She heard Draco sigh before he tried to answer. "Aye," he attempted, falling silent for several long beats. Harry's laugh was bitter before he spoke. "Really? You have nothing to say? No explanation? I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but—" "Would you have preferred it be Regulus?" Draco interrupted, his tone defensive. Hermione shared a look with Theo as the other two boys glared at each other. "I would have preferred it be neither of you," Harry snapped, his brown eyes flashing. "Mother caught us by the fireplace with our bags. I had to stay, so he could escape. The Dark Lord was in the next room," Draco said weakly. Hermione's head snapped to look at him at his words. "Oh please. We're practically trained God's damned assassins. You could have easily incapacitated her after you pushed Regulus through the flow. You didn't have to stay behind. He was furious with you when he showed up in our house. He was frantic." Mum had to feed him a calming draft before he could pick himself up from the floor. You think he appreciates what you did for him? She snarled, barely pausing to take a breath during her lecture. We needed an in with the Death Eaters. Theo said so just before we left for the break. Draco defended himself, not meeting anyone's eyes. Oi! Theo interjected in an affronted tone, don't bring me into this. You know damn well that is not what I meant. Draco sighed loudly, sending his best friend an apologetic glance. Look, it's too late to argue about it now. It's done, he said, running a hand over his face tiredly. Harry huffed but nodded in agreement. Okay, so let's talk about how this will affect our plans in the future. Any ideas? Draco nodded and visibly braced himself before answering. I'll be able to inform you guys about any raids or other attacks before they happen, and other Death Eater movements. Historically speaking, as long as I don't break my cover, the Dark Lord will order me to let him use creature to place the locket in the cave. This way we will have a concrete idea of when we can collect it, he listed astutely. Oh, so you've actually thought about it, huh? Hermione asked in an extremely sarcastic manner. Draco continued speaking as though she hadn't said a word. Not to mention I will know if there is a rat in the order and I'll be able to warn you. His words were pointed and the emphasis put on the word rat didn't go unnoticed by any of them. After we tell Peter the truth he won't betray us. Being responsible for James and Lilith's thing he would ever want. Hermione argued petulantly. You don't know that, Granger. I'm sure they all thought the same thing the first time around and look where that got them. Dead. Draco retorted with a frown. I know him. He's my friend. He wouldn't, she started but was cut off by Harry's weary voice. Myone, stop needlessly arguing with him. You can antagonize him on your own time. Plus he's right and you know it. Hermione's eyes snapped to his identical ones. Betrayal pained across her face. Harry only shook his head, sending her a scolding look that had her flushing with shame. Theo clapped loudly, catching all of their attentions. He had a bright grin on his face. So Granger will join Dumble's little vigilante group and Drake will be doing. He paused, gesturing vaguely at the blonde. The Death Nibbler stuff. So what will we be doing? He asked, looking at his lover. Death Nibbler? Hermione muttered under her breath questioningly. She saw Draco shake his head in disbelief. Harry shrugged with a chuckle. Whatever we want? He asked rhetorically. I think I'll join the Aurors, at least until the war is over. Might be good to have an in there as well, he hummed thoughtfully. Theo turned to face Harry with wide puppy eyes, knocking their knees together. Can I kill people? Will you arrest me if I do? He asked, pouting. Hermione barked out a loud, startled laugh at his question and watched as Harry gave him a stern look. People or Death Eaters? He questioned in complete seriousness. If Hermione wasn't so intimately familiar with their antics, and if she hadn't been secretly planning a few sneaky murders herself, she would have been deeply disturbed by the all-too-causal conversation. Theo's mouth dropped open in mock offense. Death Eaters, of course, what do you take me for? A fucking psycho. Draco muttered under his breath. Hermione's lips twitched and she watched as Harry nodded his assent to Theo's initial question, before whispering something in the homicidal Hufflepuff's ear. Theo sighed dreamily and pulled Harry into a heated kiss before he pulled back, vibrating excitedly. This is going to be so fun. Ooh, I'm definitely going to kill my father. That'll be satisfying for sure, he said, pausing in thought for a moment. And then my sister won't be able to marry him. No, baby Theodore not. Oh well, that sounded strange, didn't it? My sister marrying my father? He finished with a gag. You have issues, Teddy, seriously, Draco said, shaking his head as he watched his friend fantasize about premeditated patricide. Theo's attention shifted to Draco at his voice and his grin widened. Don't pretend you wouldn't do the same. Like you'd pass up the opportunity to off poor old Lucy. Merlin, don't fucking call him that. Draco groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Aha! Theo shouted triumphantly. You didn't deny it. Hermione rolled her eyes, smile widening at Theo's utter giddiness at the prospect of murder. Okay, but if we're gonna kill people we have to do it carefully. No getting yourself caught and sent to Azkaban. Draco ordered sternly, his words triggering Hermione's memory. Oh, she said, snapping her fingers as she recalled the silver bands she'd charmed over the break. She quickly summoned her bag, reaching her entire arm in and grabbing all 4 bracelets. "What?" Harry asked, confused. "So I was waiting until we were all together to show you, so I didn't have to explain it more than once." She paused, floating each bracelet towards the 3 men. "These are bracelets that I charmed over the holidays. We'll have to imbue them with our blood and they'll be linked to only us. They'll work as reusable portkeys and glamours. We'll be able to charm 2 different glamours each and select passphrases for them. After that all we have to do is charge them and they'll be fully functional, but I'm pretty certain that it will drain our magical cores for at least 3 days afterwards. So we should probably wait to do that. Oh, and each band has disillusionment and unbreakable charms as well as a spell so they won't fall off. So when you want to go commit crimes and all that, you can wear a different face." She let out a deep breath of air after she finished rambling. "Ooh, handy." Theo cooed, inspecting the simple silver chain. "How?" Harry asked plainly, his awe clear. "And why didn't you make these the first time around? Would have been helpful," Draco drawled, also looking at the jewelry. Hermione sent Draco a scathing look and ignored his question before turning to answer Harry. "Dark magic," she admitted. "Truthfully a combination of blood magic, charms, transfiguration, and some runes. I got the idea from a book in our family library. It wasn't easy, took me 3 days to finish them." "Brilliant, my own," Harry complimented, sending her a bright smile. "You're absolutely brilliant." Hermione preened at the praise and continued, "Thank you, dear brother. And while I'd love to continue this superb conversation, it's almost past curfew and I should get back to my common room before McGonagall tells Dumbledore I didn't go straight there after I left his office. I'd really rather not have my punishment get any worse." "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. What was your punishment for slapping me in the face, Draco questioned with a sneer. "A week's detention and 20 points docked from Gryffindor," she smirked when she caught his eyes. His mouth dropped open in shock. "A week? Are you?" He laughed. "You must be joking," he said flatly. Hermione shrugged, standing from her seat and slinging her bag over her shoulder. "Nope," she said, popping the P obnoxiously. That's fucking ridiculous," Draco said, and she could see Harry and Theo both nodding in agreement. "Hey, I won't argue with you on that. Dumbledore has always given us lions preferential treatment, but I'm certainly not going to complain," she commented, making her way to the door. "See you guys later," she called over her shoulder, making a hasty escape. When Hermione walked through the portrait hole, there were only a handful of students speed around the room, none of which were her friends, so she darted up the stairs and entered her dormitory. Sadie looked up as she entered with a smirk. "Hey there, Bruiser," she teased lightly once she noticed Hermione didn't seem to be in a foul mood. Hermione rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Oh shut it," she replied with a small laugh. "I just can't believe you actually smacked someone, is all. Looked like it hurt, too," Sadie commented with her hands raised. Flopping into her bed, and choosing to omit a reply, Hermione threw her arm over her face and let out a sigh, relaxing into the mattress. She giggled as she felt Crookshanks start playing with her hair but kept her eyes shut. She peeked out from under her arm when she felt the bed dip beside her. "So," Sadie started, wiggling her brows, "nothing going on with you and Draco Black, huh?" She grinned as she parroted the words Hermione had said to her not 3 months prior. Hermione shook her head, not entertaining her friend. The blonde girl groaned loudly, dropping onto her back beside Hermione and repeatedly poking her in the arm until Hermione turned to look at her with a grumble. "It's not what you think," Hermione said, inwardly cringing at how her words sounded. Sadie leaned up, resting her head in her hand, and quirked a brow. "Really?" she retorted disbelievingly. "So you just stormed up to him in the middle of the Great Hall the second you saw him, slapped him in the face, twice, and screamed at him for no reason at all?" Hermione grunted. "You're so damned nosy, and you love me," Sadie sung. "Merlin only knows why." Hermione huffed, closing her eyes in an attempt. Conversation was not happening. Sadie poked her again, this time on her cheek. "Gods, okay. It's complicated, okay. Like really, really complicated," Hermione informed her friend, peeking one eye open to watch her face. "HMPH. Fine, don't tell me. I'll figure it out eventually. But damn, can I just say that the sexual tension between you two is so intense that you guys had me feeling a little hot and bothered. Sadie jested, fanning herself dramatically. Hermione shoved her arm with a giggle, watching as her friend's head dropped to the bed. No, you cannot say, Slim, there is no sexual tension. None whatsoever. She lied, ignoring her stomach clenching. Sure. Sadie tittered, and I'm a fucking fairy. Hermione rolled her eyes, might as well be. You're certainly as annoying as one. Godric. Can you two shut up? Some of us are trying to sleep and your annoying ass voices aren't helping. Lucinda's sneering voice called from across the room. Without looking up, Hermione lifted her hand, sending the Wicked Witch the finger. Cast a silencing charm then. Sadie hollered at the same time. Tramp. She grumbled under her breath. Hermione snickered at her words before she let out a sigh. All right, while the last thing in the world I want to do is agree with that shrew, I really am exhausted. You bitch, Sadie groaned. Fine, she said, rolling off of the mattress. She moved to her own bed, but not before patting Hermione on the head like some sort of pet. Hermione lazily waved her wand, transfiguring her school uniform into pajamas. Good night, she called, curling up under the burgundy comforter. Nighty-night, sleepyhead, Sadie exclaimed in return, blowing a kiss obnoxiously. Chapter 19, January 13, 1978. Hermione let herself breathe out a sigh of relief as she left the Transfiguration classroom once her last detention was over. She'd spent 6 hours every evening in the last week grading the younger years' papers, scrubbing desks, and writing lines. After spending close to 15 hours marking assignments, she was firm in the idea that she would never want to be a teacher. She could almost understood why Snape was such an arsehole to his students, almost being the key word. The last week had been extremely busy and Hermione hadn't had any time to meet up with the others. She'd been trying to ignore all the rumors circulating around the castle, the people giving her judging looks, and her friends asking countless questions that she had no way of answering. The corridors were completely empty as Hermione made her way from the classroom to the tower. Her back was aching from the last 6 hours of being leant over desks and scrubbing them with a toothbrush. The task was tedious and she found herself trudging up the stairs, tiredly gripping the banister. It was well past curfew when she finally found herself standing in front of the snoozing portrait of the fat lady. She cleared her throat loudly, stifling a laugh as the woman shot up from her chair with a squeal, spilling her glass of wine, before shooting Hermione an irate glance. Fortitudo et virtus. Hermione muttered the password, rolling her eyes and ignoring the look. HMPH. The fat lady grumbled. The portrait swung open and Hermione entered without another word. She had been expecting the common room to be pretty full, as it was just after midnight on a Friday evening, but the space was almost completely empty, aside from 4 very familiar faces. Hermione's steps stuttered as she surveyed the room. Sirius and James were sitting on opposite ends of one of the sofas. Sirius' features was blank and James had a deep frown on his face. Neither boy was looking at the other. Remus was standing in front of them, his face stern, and his hands on his hips. She could see Pete sitting in an armchair, watching the others with wide eyes. At the sound of the portrait slamming shut behind her, all 4 boys' eyes shot towards her. She stumbled over her words. What's going on? She questioned, brows furrowing as she made her way further into the room. At her question, Sirius let out a loud scoff, James pursed his lips, and Peter squeaked in surprise. Remus turned to face her, his eyes pleading. He gestured at the 2 boys on the couch, running a hand through his already mussed hair. They won't bloody Remus sputtered, pointing at Sirius and James accusingly before beginning to pace back and forth in front of them. Hermione had to stifle an inappropriately timed laugh and nodded her head in understanding. She had noticed, of course, that the 2 were still not on speaking terms. It had made mealtimes a rather awkward affair since they'd returned to school. She'd obviously walked into some kind of intervention that, if looking at the distressed aura radiating off the werewolf was any indication, was not exactly going well. Okay. Hermione drawled questioningly. What? You want me to talk to the arsehole who has been fucking my brother behind my back for 2 years? Sirius scowled, crossing his arms. Holy 2 years? Hermione gasped, receiving a dirty look from James and an exasperated one from Remus. Sirius made an agreeing sound as he gestured wildly in her direction. Right, sorry, not the point. She winced. Not the point. Sirius yelled angrily. I want you to talk to your best friend. If you took a second to listen to him, I'm sure he could explain himself. Remus said, looking at James beseechingly. They all turned to James, waiting for his response. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, his hazel eyes wide. Hermione nervously twisted a curl around her finger as Sirius grew more and more irate by the second. I love him. James shouted suddenly, biting his lip. I wanted to tell you, I swear I did. Sirius barked a laugh at that, but James continued. There was never a good time. Never a good time? Sirius echoed. 2 fucking years and you seriously couldn't find a time to tell me? Hermione had to bite her lip to stop the name pun from slipping out of her mouth. Now was obviously not the time. Oh, Peter squeaked, putting his face in his hands. Every time his name was brought up you would get so upset. I didn't want to hurt you, James pleaded. Well, it's too late for that, innit? Sirius said scathingly. What about Lily then? You were just making that up too? I didn't know you were such a go-damned. No, I was telling the truth. James defended himself. Oh, so you're just going to drop my brother the second Evans gives you a second look then? That's how much you supposedly love him? Sirius interrupted, glowering at the bespectacled boy. No, James stuttered, brows furrowed. What could you possibly have to say for yourself? Sirius yelled. Hermione couldn't help but wait for James's answer. She'd been curious about this since her memories had come back, and even more so when she saw James and Lily sneaking around together. We both want her, James yelped, his eyes wide. After he spoke he slapped a hand over his mouth. It was completely silent for several beats before Sirius shook his head incredulously. You what? Merlin's fucking hell, Remus muttered under his breath. James's face scrunched in discomfort before he repeated himself. We both like her. We've talked about it. Sirius' mouth dropped open and he stared at James incredulously. You're telling me that Reggie wants to date you and a Muggleborn? Why is that so surprising? Reg isn't a supremacist, James retorted in an offended tone. Why yes he is. He's a fucking Slytherin, Sirius sputtered. James stood suddenly. So, what does that have to do with anything? Everything, it has everything to do with it, Sirius yelled. Okay, Hermione said, slowly backing towards the stairs. I'm just going to let you 4 talk she said, making eye contact with Remus. It doesn't, if you'd taken a second to actually talk to Regulus after he was sorted you would know that, James shouted back. Remus nodded at Hermione, motioning for her to leave. She was pretty sure she saw Pete mouth, run, over Remus' shoulder but didn't stay to ask. You're one to. Sirius' voice sounded behind her as she ran up the stairwell into her dormitory before it was cut off. She could hear the faint buzzing that indicated a silencing charm and smiled slightly. She could only pray that everything would be resolved in the morning. February 3, 1978. In the weeks after the supposed intervention that Hermione had unwittingly stumbled upon, things had been considerably less tense, thankfully. While the 4 boys weren't exactly back to normal, they were no longer ignoring each other, which seemed to release an unforeseen amount of tension that had spread among the 6th and 7th year students. Apparently, when the Golden Boys of Gryffindor House were fighting, it disturbed the entire social hierarchy of their house. Nobody really knew what to do in the face of discord between the famed marauders. To everybody's collective relief, come Monday morning, the boys' rift was mostly resolved. Though, Hermione had yet to see Sirius and Regulus strike up a civil conversation. Both boys seemed to be ignoring each other as much as possible, which was somehow even more painful to watch than the last 6 years of them doing the exact same thing. Where before there was indifference, now there was an obvious sense of apprehension and restlessness. Draco also seemed to be anxiously anticipating the reconciliation between his brothers, but Hermione was convinced he'd have to wait quite a bit longer. Additionally, without detention to justify Hermione avoiding her co-conspirators, she'd spent most evenings with the 3 boys brushing up on their dueling skills. Which, if she was honest, was the most fun she'd had since her memories had resurfaced. It was as exhilarating as it was exhausting, in spite of the fact that the quartet had to refrain from casting darker spells until the trace was removed later that year. Hermione couldn't help but be jittery around Draco, the boy having had stopped his attempts to win her back after her tantrum and instead settling for sullen silences and staring. She found herself missing his relentless flirting and she wanted to pinch herself for feeling that way. She was being crazy, she knew. She needed to stop waffling about her emotions and decide what to do, but she couldn't. One moment she missed him and the next she scorned him, hated him and then loved him. Granger or Potter? Granger or Potter? Granger or Potter? That particular Friday evening found Hermione and Draco patrolling the dungeon in awkward silence. Hermione fidgeted as they walked, eyes drifting to observe him every few minutes. Clearing her throat, she tried to make conversation for the third time in the last hour. "Have you spoken to Regulus?" she asked weakly. "Yes." Draco answered simply, not turning to look at her. "Oh, that's good," she said, pausing as she waited for him to speak. When he didn't, she continued. "Right?" she questioned, breath stuttering in her chest. "It is," he said, fingers tapping his hip. Hermione's stomach clenched as she noticed the small tick, something he had only ever done when he was uncomfortable. She was silent for a few beats before her mouth opened again, against her better judgment. "Does he know about?" She gestured vaguely in front of her. "You know?" Draco let out a loud sigh before replying. "Not for certain, but..." He cut off suddenly. Hermione turned to him in confusion. "Wha?" she started to ask. "Shush," Draco hissed, slamming a hand over her mouth. Hermione squawked indignantly beneath his palm, but he shushed her again. It was quiet for a moment before Hermione heard whispered voices around the corner. Her eyes widened at the sight that met her when they walked forward. Peter was backed into a corner, his wand on the floor in front of him. Mulciber was holding the shaking Gryffindor by the front of his robes, whispering to him menacingly, while Avery and the younger Lestrange stood a few steps away, watching with sick smiles. "We're prefects. We have to." Hermione moved a step forward when Draco caught her arm, pulling her back towards him and wrapping an arm around her waist. "Wait," he hissed, warm breath tickling her cheek. Hermione suppressed an ill-timed shiver and scoffed under her breath but did as he said. She watched as Mulciber continued whispering something she couldn't hear and frowned slightly as Peter nodded his head frantically before the Slytherin released him with a shove, sending the smaller boy toppling to the floor. Hermione winced as the three boys laughed jauntily, sending taunting jeers as they walked in the direction of the Slytherin common room, not noticing the two prefects watching them. Draco released his grip on her waist as Peter sat up, grabbing his wand and taking a few steadying breaths. They both moved forward, steps muffled on the stone. Hermione's brows furrowed as Peter startled at the sight of them. He squeaked, standing quickly, his eyes darting nervously to the blonde at her side. "Hey Pete," she replied hesitantly. "You all right?" "All right. Oh yeah, I'm fine. They were just..." He loosed a nervous titter. "You know how the snakes are." "Yeah," Hermione drawled, looking the boy up and down. She darted a look at Draco, who raised his brows as if to say, "This is all you." She sighed loudly. "Come on Peter, we have to talk." Peter's blue eyes widened. Talk? About what?" he stuttered. She grabbed his arm, pulling him in the direction of a passageway that would lead them to the 5th floor, right next to the staircase. "I'll tell you when we get there," she said simply. His eyes darted to Draco, who was following behind them silently, but he didn't speak up again, only gulping timidly. Once they had made it safely into the room of requirement, Hermione turned to look at Peter, who looked like he was seconds away from pissing himself in. Nerves? Fear? She couldn't tell. "It's okay Pete," she said softly, pulling him to sit. "Oh okay," he stuttered, eyes going wide as the door disappeared behind Draco. The Ravenclaw was leaning against the wall with a smirk, arms crossed as he watched them. "I know this is weird Pete, but I need you to take a wand vow that you won't tell anyone anything about what I'm about to tell you," Hermione said with a grimace. "A wand vow," Peter squeaked. "Are you a dimwit?" "That's what she just said." Draco scowled. "Draco?" Hermione scolded, glaring at the blonde. "What? I'd rather not be here all night," Draco retorted. Hermione shot to her feet, hands on her hips. "You don't have to be here at all," she glowered. Draco rolled his eyes, taking a step closer. "Please. And leave you to talk to him alone. Who knows what you'd let slip." Hermione's mouth dropped open in offense. "I wouldn't." Peter murmured, his hand raised. "I'm extremely confused right now." "Of course you are." Draco scoffed condescendingly. Draco. Hermione yelled. What? He snapped back. Stop being an ass, she bit out, wrinkling her nose. Sorry to inform you, love, but that's not possible, Draco said in a sarcastic voice. Ugh, she groaned, biting her lip. Guys, Peter called uncertainly. What? They snapped in unison, turning to look at the other boy. Peter's mouth dropped open and he hunched into himself. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Hermione called apologetically, moving to sit next to him again. Just please take the vow. Trust me, she said, before laying out the words he needed to use for the vow. Okay, Peter said uncertainly, smiling shakily. Peter Oliver Pettigrew, do so vow that I will not repeat you show or tell me in this room unless you tell me. Otherwise, he said, wand emitting a small glow. Hermione released a sign of relief and smiled thankfully at her brother's oldest friend. Thank you, Pete. He nodded, biting his lip nervously before asking, what's this about, my own? Hermione fidgeted nervously, not sure how to approach the topic. She shot a pleading look to Draco and only received a blasé shrug in return. Sighing loudly she looked back towards Peter who was watching her, confused. I'm from the future, she blurted, brown eyes wide. She ignored Draco's choked laugh and held Peter's gaze. His jaw dropped and he gawked at her. You're what? I'm from the future, she repeated questioningly. But how? I have known you since you were a baby. How? Peter stammered, voice cracking. Hermione winced. Well, it's really more like an alternate dimension. But also an alternate dimension 20 years from now. But how? Does James know? Does Harry? Peter asked incredulously. No, James doesn't know, and Harry's also from the alternate future, Hermione said, biting her lip. Okay, hold on, I should have thought about how to do this. It's just you're the first person I've told. She shot Draco an imploring look, but the prat just seemed to be stifling laughter. I'm the first. But, why? How? I don't understand, Peter said dejectedly, shoulders slumped. Hold on. Okay. Hermione nodded. I have an idea. She closed her eyes, focusing on the room. Please work. Please work. Please work, she mumbled under her breath. At the sound of Peter's gasp she peeked an eye open, sighing in relief at the sight of a pensieve sitting in the middle of the room. What's that? Peter asked, confused. It's a pensieve. A very rare magical item. It will allow me to show you my memories in real time, Hermione explained. Draco's brows shot up. Why didn't we think of that before? He muttered. Hermione shrugged, standing excitedly. I don't know, she said, walking towards the stone bowl. Wait, Peter blundered. He's from the future too. Does Sirius know? Draco scoffed. If Potter doesn't know, why would my brother be any different? I don't, Peter started. Stop being a prick, Hermione snapped, grabbing her wand to extract some memories. And be quiet, I need to focus, she said, closing her eyes. After a few minutes she turned to Peter. Okay, I've collected a series of my memories from the future as well as some of Harry's that he's shown me, enough for you to understand. Truly, the less you know the better. Peter's brows furrowed. Why are you telling me at all? So you don't make the same mistakes, Draco said, scowling at the smaller boy. Oh, okay. Peter stuttered, his entire body shaking. Before I show you this, I need you to be honest with me, Hermione said, turning to face him. What were the Slytherins talking to you about? Nothing. They were just picking on me. You know how they. Peter, don't play dumb with me. I know you're smarter than that. You know I'm smarter than that. Are you being recruited? She asked. Recruited? Peter echoed, confusion coloring his tone. By Voldemort? She clarified, staring him dead in the eye. Peter flinched at the name and went to protest, but Hermione sent him a look. His shoulders slumped and he nodded hesitantly. But I'm not, I don't want to. Okay. It's okay, she breathed, nodding towards the shallow bowl. Hermione grabbed Peter's hand and attempted a reassuring smile. Don't worry, it'll be all right. I'll be with you the whole time. If you have any questions, I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. Peter nodded nervously, squeezing her hand tightly. She turned to look at Draco. Are you coming? She asked quietly. Draco shrugged again. Why not? He said, grimacing. Some of the things we're about to see are not good. I've tried to censor some of it, but a lot of it's important that you see how bad it will be. You need to understand why we're here. Hermione warned, dumping the vial into the pensieve and watching as it lit a bright white light. Peter took a deep breath and nodded, hand tightening around hers. I'm ready. Together, they leaned forward, heads dipping into the bowl. Thanks for watching.